Going live, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And we got a bunch of news this morning, ladies and gentlemen. A bunch of news, which, as you know, like I know, the early bird gets the worm. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday, March the 16th. It's 9:16 a.m. We got about 15 minutes before the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good morning, man. I hope you had a good morning, good night last night. Wow, yeah, a bunch of news though, man. Bunch of news. We got a FOMC meeting here today. I'm gonna put this up right here. This is very important, y'all. This is all you need to focus on today. Retail sales, the information is out here right now. Market kind of gapped up for that right now, but we want to see if it holds here in the next 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Important price index. All this right here is important, you guys. Moving the market right here in pre-market. 10 a.m. We got some more news, you guys. So the market is anticipating a bunch of news here today. So what you see right now, don't get discouraged. There ain't really nothing going on. There ain't nothing too crazy. If it was higher greens, I would be a little bit, like, oh yeah, that's this rallies, bulls are back, but no, not really. Still in the woods, you guys. Still in the woods. It's 10 a.m. You got home builders index, business inventories. 2 p.m. Big moment. FOMC announcement on Fed funds rates, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what the market is anticipating. And then you got Jerome Powell. He having a news conference 30 minutes after he announced the Fed funds rates, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what we are anticipating here live with LCALD, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started here, I do want to go over the disclaimer in the description here. And we're going to get started all right here, man. I said I hope y'all had a good morning. Rumor has it that Ukraine president, he's working on a realistic peace ceasefire or whatever. So the market is kind of taking that too positive as well too. So we're gonna see how much of an effect that's gonna have here later on throughout the day. But really, man, the main thing is Powell, man. So make sure you have your cars ready. You guys, I got mine ready, as you can see. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go with the disclaimer here real quick before we get started any farther here. I don't want nobody to be trying to say, you know what I'm saying? So this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's get right into it now for real. So yeah, man, it's an early morning here. Birds are chirping, sun is beaming. Everything normal, man. Indices in the pre-market, man, are green right now. Not a lot of green, like I seen earlier. Like I seen like 4 a.m. It was a bunch more green, but a slight green right here. We got some breaking news headlines here going across. Yeah, man, a bunch of stuff right now. It says the Ukraine president, looks like what I was telling you guys, city, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, and asking the U.S. to help fight Russia. Oh, all right, whoa. He's trying to ask the United States to help fight Russia invasion. Whoa, so that's breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The market probably is taking that a little bullish. Remember, the market likes war, so we're going to see, though. It's really going to boil down to Powell, man. It's really going to boil down to Powell for real. I don't even want to get you guys all stirred up, but it's going to boil down to Powell for real. But that's a big headline right there. Depending on what Biden say to follow up through that, you know what I'm saying, how people going to take that. But, we got 10 minutes before the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. This is the pre-market, so I'm still getting some stuff together here, as you can see. We're going to play some music here during the pre-market, though, but we still here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're about to get started here in 10 minutes when the market is open. We're going to play some quick songs here real quick and take a little break really quick before we take some more huge breaks throughout the whole day because it's going to be a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn. Get ready, man. Get ready. It's about to get very interesting here today, you guys. So right now we're just dealing with a little small gap up. Keep that in mind. They made a continuation from yesterday, just a little bit. So let's see if this holds and keep going up, or will this come right back into the channel here? We're about to see here shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. One right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in a cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She feeding for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back and shit, it's time to slide. You should've been having it, baby girlfriend. I thought you really what I wanted, but you la la la. Got me going circles around on your line. You need to stop. This shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I got a lot of going on with that. My bad, you guys. My bad, you guys. I'm gonna keep the music going through pre-market right here. Shout out to the web group, man. They say they like the tunes there, man. Shout out to Aaron, man. I will give you a horn, brush my teeth, bro. Hold on, I'll be back.
One right. We busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot, nigga. You goddamn shot. You feel me? I know what the fuck a nigga doing to goddamn get to that, feel me? But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rag home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. When I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Start food, all them clowns, amateurs. Oh, yes. Thinking the feds gonna save the market. And not gonna save y'all, bro. I don't know why y'all keep thinking that. This would be the day they can dump it huge. Now, if Tesla was at 840 right now, I'd be like, yeah, they're saving the market, bro. We fucked. But at 8, that shit was capped, and it looks capped now. So I said, I'm gonna wait till this. I'm gonna see if they're gonna cost 830. Cause you gotta think, I ain't no bitch. He ain't about to shake me up. Elon ain't shaking me out. It's serious money right here.
No, but really, that happens a lot with Tesla.
Yeah, ain't no bitch like you cross
get
8.
out and they'll run
You cross 830 and then I'll
$200
stop.
more dollars.
You cross 830, I'll stop it. But I didn't see that, so I ain't stopping it. So be ready for the day, but I don't give a fuck. This can go down. We gonna hold this bitch till the late. Yeah, feel me? We hold it till Friday if I need to, but we will not get bitched out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9:29 a.m. We got about 1 minute till the opening here. Seeing some stocks start to pull back right here already before the opening bell here. You guys, let's get it, man. Let's get it. All right, here we go. You guys. Here we go. We're about to be off. Ding, 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 ding. We're off. We're open. Here we go. So we are okay. We are all right right now. Already at my stop loss, really. And starting off with super greens here. You hear that pop? This is what it is here, though. But they did start out with a bunch of green here. A little small gap. Let's see if it holds, you guys. Let's see if it holds. That's the key. That's going to be the key to it all here today. Will it hold? So the SPY is at 430 right here. First green candle on the SPY. Tesla's starting out still in the same spot they haven't moved yet. Let's see what Amazon's doing. And Amazon's 29.80 here. Let's see what they do. As of right now, we're seeing a lot of this trying to fight green here anyway, trying to go back, trying to fight green up here right now. Not seeing the volatility move yet. Tesla starting out 2 green candles here. I do want to look at the 1 hourly here. Might be the best thing to do. To gap up considerably. We're open. The market is open, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. It's go time here today. No briefings as of right now. Not seeing anything across my scanner. We're about to check here in a moment, though. Just want to see how these stocks opening out here. Seeing where the direction, trying to see get the direction where they're heading here. This opening bell here. It's only been 1 minute. They're still standing in the same place, so they're not haven't figured it out yet. They're trying to figure it out now. You guys. Trying to figure it out now. So we got 3 green candles on the SPY here. It's small. It's still in the range of the opening, so nothing big. But Triple Q's got 1 green candle, 2 reds. The Dow is 1 red, 1 green, another green right here starting out. Tesla is starting out red here, looks like, on their 1 minute. Oh, got 1 green, 1 red, and another red right now. It's on, so we're going to see where it's taking that. Just give it a second, ladies and gentlemen. It's always like this at the opening. They got to figure it out. Market makers trying to figure it out. You got people hitting the sell button instantly. You got people hitting the buy button instantly. It's a lot going on at that first 1 minute, really the first 10. But eventually it's going to break into the direction it wants to go here. Gearing up for the FOMC. As you see, I have my card ready. My PAL card is ready. Big Tech is doing good here. Microsoft's up right now, though. Got some lotto numbers on that Microsoft. Apparently, I want to wait till the FOMC statement comes out first, though. But next week, there is a lotto call on Microsoft. Tesla's coming down here. There is a lotto call on Microsoft. About 305 calls. Lotto. They call it a lotto. So they think Microsoft can go to 305 by next Friday. Might be on that boat here, but I do want to get the FOMC statement out first before I just buy into that call side right now. But ladies and gentlemen, right now it's just a bunch of the gap up ain't really going nowhere. The gap up's not moving here. The gap up is actually coming right back down to the yesterday's high. If you notice what's happening right now, well, that's on the stocks that is. And we were Tesla looking at that, but the SPY and the things of that nature not really moving. Slowly going to the upside though. I am noticing that. They are slowly going to the upside here. Man. So it looks like the SPY might break out to the upside here, or they're just topping out with just really haven't figured it out yet. It's only been 4 minutes. The market's trying to figure it out here. Tesla gave you looks like a bottom here. They're trying to go back up now. What am I noticing different here? Really not noticing anything different besides the little gap up in pre-market, and they're pulling back slightly on that now. But really nothing too much different going on. But the SPY is trying to go up, you guys. I do see that. The SPY's at the upper band here. So that is causing the stocks to hold up. They're trying to go up as well right now. It is early. It's only been 4 minutes still, though. So you don't want to get carried away here. I'm seeing strong resistance, though, you guys. That's one thing I do notice here. Where's all the action in pre-market? You know what I'm saying? They were just running here. I think investors are going to want that in the open market now. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to the people that's really investing in the open market. They can't get none of that action in the pre-market. But it's starting to happen a little bit right now. SPY's coming up here still. SPY's fighting. All I see was green on the SPY, so they actually are buying the SPY up here. 431 on the SPY. Tesla's going here. Tesla's picking up. Market picking up with it too. Amazon actually pulled back, but they're still moving here. Triple Q's is picking up here right now. VIX still not involved in the action yet. The Dow's going up right now. Everything's just fighting to the upside. The first 5 minutes anyway. Everything's fighting to the upside, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like Tesla might be halted right here at 8:15. Don't know yet. Trying to still tell. Still early. Still slow movement to the upside. But yeah, they are going up though as of right now. First 6 minutes, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candles, you guys, on the spot. So I don't know. They might be getting weak here. That this might continue slow like this all day. We're about to find out here shortly. Still too early to tell. Still too early to tell. We're really just still in the range of pre-market right now, technically. Just too early to tell you guys. I wouldn't make any sudden decisions. I wouldn't be panic selling. Whatever you got going on, just relax. Did we break? No break yet. No. But it does look like it wants to break to the upside. It does look like that right now. But I don't know how far they're going to take it here. They are letting these fuckers buy up, though. I am seeing that. Bulls cheating, gapping up and shit. It does look, seem, and feel like that right now. But you got to think the statement can just really change all of this, man. So you just want to really stay calm, stay patient and cautious. But they are, though. Bulls buying into resistance on a gap up. Yeah, why? Why? Because they are losing a lot of money, and it's called covering. Basically, the Bulls probably been short in here too, but it probably was naked and they want to cover it. Or they're just trying to get their last minute buys in because they know the statement is coming out. It could just go either way here, you guys. It looks like to me they might even consolidate here until 2 p.m. Could go either way here. Go either way here. Right now we are at the pre-market. Let's see here. The indices are in the green. The Dow's up 1.23%. The S&P 500 is up 1.30, you guys. And the NASDAQ is leading the way at 1.60. So the market is in the green here, about 1%. We're going to take a quick break here at LCLD. It's only been 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to find some briefings right now. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We just getting started. Don't go nowhere. We want to take a quick break. You do the same. We'll be right back.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, QT man.
Fighting up, man.
Finesse. Finesse.
I'm trying to see.
One right. Go spizzy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that rate. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options, yeah, for days. I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go at your best and I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stuff they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, one rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, see, look, this should be having the categories and shit. It's telling you stocks you can look at right now. Look at the diverse defense sector. All this shit be important because it may not look like it, but it really is. They telling you free answers, free information for real.
Oh my
Mute that real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It's 9:41 a.m. It's only been 11 minutes, but it looks like the market is really trying to hold up its gains here. They are holding up here. It's not going nowhere crazy though, but it's holding up, you guys. That's what I do notice. It is holding up from yesterday. But the VIX, I'm still not. Oh, it looks like the VIX is open now. So it looks okay. The VIX is down here at 28. That's why the market is a little up here too, you guys. The VIX is chilling out here. The VIX is chilling out. Okay, so that would make sense, but it's still kind of high on the VIX. 28 is still high. 28.89 it is still high. So I don't know. You still kind of want to have cautious. We are in the bear market for sure, though. As you can see, the numbers ain't going that fast. You don't see pre-market numbers, right? Exactly, yeah, because we still in the bear market. They know they're at resistance, but resistance it really is getting fought here. Though I'm seeing a lot of fighting here. The Bulls are doing good though right now. They got a lot of momentum, but I just know the Bears can claw one time and take this momentum. We all know that, including the statement can do that as well. So we just want to be cautious here before you just start to load the boat here. The statement is going to give you direction. At the end of the day, the market is still at a discount, so by the time the statement do come out, if it is positive, you will still have an opportunity to buy. So there's no need to rush. You just want confirmation that this thing is really going to go up because we are, like we've seen all 2022, the market has not went up at all here. We have not seen the 2021 high here at all. The last time the market been high was in January, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's just not, it's just not high. These numbers, it looks good on paper, but the investors know the truth, though. You feel me? Like the market is really still in a bear market. You want to stay cautious. But as of right now, the Bulls are doing very well, man. They are. They really are doing good here. Tesla's right here back at that true resistance at 820. So this is the level that I want to see right here in the open market. It looks like they're giving it up here. Let's see. Right here is 820. I'll say between 820 830. If they break that, then yeah, they're bullish here, you guys. But if this right here, they stand right here, they're actually they're stalling. They're waiting for something. This might just be a new range here. But I'm definitely seeing resistance at between 820 and 30. So we'll see where they get stopped at on that Tesla. As of right now, man, the spot just been straight green here the first 15 minutes. This is the first red candle I'm seeing right here on the spot, you guys. So keep that in mind. They are letting them buy here today. So they are letting them buy. They letting them hold up the gains from yesterday a little bit. So it's going okay crazy. It's not going too crazy, you guys. It's not going too crazy. There is no market briefings right now at all, so we're not really anticipating no news yet. I think everybody's just waiting for the FOMC, though. I don't see anything happening big until that. Besides what's already happening right now, you guys. They might keep this speed to the upside all day for real. But by the next 15, 30 minutes, we'll know the truth here. It's only been 15 minutes right now, so you don't want to get into the early morning trap there because it'll be hard to get out of. And like I said, you don't want to panic sell. You don't want to get shooken out if you're already in something. Just hang tight, you guys. See what they got going on. I mean, you know, it's a business at the end of the day. It is, right? It works both ways. Chain of command. So yeah, it looks like I said, look, Tesla just tagged that resistance. Possibly might be a dip here, 820. I don't know. We're gonna see. Spots right here, 432 outside the channel here, upper band. Let's see here, triple Q's upper band as well, outside the channel, just a little bit though, it's a little bit, but they are outside of that motherfucker. It is bullish. We are green. We are green beans right now. We are. They are doing good. They're holding up pretty good, and it could be also a case of, you know, we might get two sides of the rate hikes here. We might get, this might be just the positive side here. We are also going to get a negative side towards it too, obviously. That's just the way the market works. But today we're green here, you guys. So this is what the trend is. The momentum is bullish, but like I said, we're still in the woods here. So the market is still overall bearish, but the momentum is bullish right now. So just stay cautious though to how long this is going to continue. Right now, it looks like they're attacking that level of resistance. Everybody is here, and it's going to be key to break this. If they break it, then you probably got one more level of resistance, and then after that, it's confirmed bullish, you guys, if that's the case right now. But right now, we still don't know. This could just be the top. Tesla's broken 820 right here, so the next level probably would be about what was pre-market? 827, I think I saw. No, not even. They even marked that. So 822, they're saying is the high here. So see if they can break that. I also probably would just stop it at this point if it does break 822. That was a hell of a bounce right there. They just bounced off of 803 to 820. So they are in a new range here. The market is gapped up. Still no red candle on the spot. I know the bears like, hey, what the fuck, man? Come on now, like y'all gonna just let them do this right here? Where's the SEC at? What they say? They're asleep. What the fuck? This shit is just going straight up right now. Like literally, it looks hacked here. Like we haven't seen this in a while. So this is kind of getting exciting. Getting intense. Stocks are at their resistance, and it looks like they're getting some support at their resistance here today, you guys. Tesla just broke 822 here, so they're going here. Let's see where it's gonna get taken though. You want to hang tight. Like I said, I'm still not seeing no out of the woods type shit here, but it does look good, you guys. It does look good so far. But you know the nature of this business. You know things can change. You got time. Just hang tight and have patience. It works both ways here, you guys. It works both ways. But as of right now, we got 2 back-to-back green days, you guys. We're gonna take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. See it green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way.
paying attention, shit changed quickly now. You doing them open market.
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play.
I just made the first 3 red candles.
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options.
This is true resistance right here. What you see right now, this high you see right now, this stock
Keep on standing, standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take this from me, can't tell me money. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, 1 ride.
It's really hard to tell right now. You can't tell if it's the top.
Finesse, finesse.
We are Acuity Man.
Finesse, finesse, finesse. 1 ride, go spizzy. Finesse, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your pay. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch. I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick. It's time to send a message. I got a big Glock. I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my city. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My kid been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. 1 rap finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing.
Yeah, they turning back in now. The spot coming down.
Finessing. Finessing. Finessing.
Yeah. They not. They small, but it was to me. I'm looking. To me, I know it boils down to momentum here in this market.
And they have it right now.
Yeah, they want to keep doing that, and they get very screwed on it. None of that shit.
Right.
Facts. Oh, you fuck with that. All right, see.
In the lab, 25. GP got me high. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Put dick in the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking the game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her my penis. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Put dick in the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking the game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her my penis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her a penny. And she got fucking greedy. She said, can you call up Jimmy? I said I'm Hendrix in the fucking spirit. You already know, chill with all that weirdness. I be moving dope. Y'all nigga move that dope. Hey, y'all nigga move his flow. Yeah, I just move my hoes. And I got hope. And I don't choose sides. And I'm down to ride. If a nigga's trying to slide, just know 3.1 for. Look at this pop. It's my money going towards the sky. Voila, magic. Who did? Who? Yeah. Won't give a fuck about nothing in here. But you can turn up. We gon' turn up to them. We gon' turn up and pop this ass. Yeah, niggas don't give a shit if they drop this ass. Yeah, niggas all about the cash. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, we on your ass. For that cash, you ain't gotta eat grass. Don't do this shit again. You know what I'm talking about. The end. So, fuck niggas ain't my friends. Say it, and say it again. These fuck niggas ain't my friends. The end.
Bricks on the beat.
Leonard P. Shout out Bricks. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse or a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up a fork, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her, that you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat them physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't bleed, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit. I gotta get this dough, I'm gotta get the money, gotta fuck the hoe. She tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know. Getting money is all I fucking coach. And I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting. Y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting. Y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work. Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Get back saying get them gone. That's money going round and round. Round around. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit. I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Hey, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. Just call me first. If not, I'll put you in the hurt. If not, I'll put you in the dirt. You're moving, word. If you're moving, word. If you're moving, word.
Let's consolidate into the upside down though.
Hey,
Kill the trap.
I fit you, gang, gang. I fit you, honey. I got 15, I got 15. Got 15 like in my pocket. 15 honey, he gon' pop it. 15 honey gon' pop it. I got 15 honey just pop shit. I got 15 honey in my wallet. I got 15 honey in my pocket. I been 15, he gon' pop it. I been 15, he gon' pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my Robins. I got 1500 who want it. I got 1500 what you gonna do for this motherfucking money. I got 1500 for your mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 bricks. I got 1500 bitches. I got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 in the kitchen. 1500 is a chicken. 1500 is a chicken. 1500.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. It is 10:03 a.m. We got some more market data that just hit the market. It looks like, excuse me, that's positive too. Market just pushing higher here since the opening. First 30 minutes here, you guys. Straight bullish action, you guys. We are still in the channel though, but it's like where the upper band is here. Above VWAP right now, the SPY, triple Qs. VIX volatility is down right now. It's at $28.32. So that bull is definitely taking advantage of that too. The Dow is down though. So looks like we might have a mixed market. If the Dow's down. Let's see. No, the Dow's still low. The Dow's still low, just lower than the other indices here. But yeah, everything's running up here, man. Everything is trying to run, but they are fighting resistance. Though I do see a fight though still, you guys. It's one of those type days here. Hold your guts, man. Hold your guts. Trust your picks. Trust yourself. Don't get shaken out, man. Don't get shaken out. No charts and numbers here. They're not touching your stop loss. No need to be a little trying to get panicky here. I mean, if you are numbers on the board, you're thinking like you want to hold for more gains, it's up to you. Whatever you do right now, the choice is yours. Just know nothing new and exciting is being done here besides the bull momentum. But other than that, nothing as far as numbers and charts here, nothing new or exciting is being done. You can tell the market is still anticipating the FOMC statement. It's really still early, but the first 30 minutes, man, they did buy up. They brought up the first 30 minutes, you guys. So keep that in mind. SPY's right back here at VWAP now, right on it. So the SPY's back in the middle here. VIX is turning around, going back up a little bit here. So yeah, you guys. But yeah, the Bulls, man, they doing really really good right now though, for real. They are putting the pressure on the Bears here. Um, they are putting the pressure on the Bears, man. They are. They really are. That's all I can really say right now. People are probably not even listening right now to the live stream. They're so pissed off. But it's just like that's just the pressure that the Bulls are bringing here right now, you guys. But just stay calm, man. Just know it's business. It works both ways. We haven't got the statement yet. The statement can shift this thing, you guys, or the statement can just boost what you see green now can really be higher. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be an opportunity here for you. Right now, there is really no opportunity if you're trying to buy calls here because you would be considered chasing. It's not really going any higher than the gap up here. So just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:06 a.m. All the indices are in the green here. The Dow is up 1%. The S&P 500 is up 1.30. The Nasdaq is up 2%, leading the way. The Russell 2000 is up 1.80. And the VIX is down 4.8, you guys. So home builder sales expectations drop dramatically as mortgage rates soar. So that's breaking news, you guys. That is breaking news right there. So let's see here. We go check and see if we got some live briefings. There's some type of news going on. Again, home builder sales expectations drop dramatically as mortgage rates soar. That is breaking news, you guys. That was the 10 a.m. news the market was waiting on. And so now that's out, you know. Still not seeing any live briefings yet. So we're going to take another quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Continue to stay calm. Remember, charts and numbers. We're waiting on the statement. Do I need to show y'all my hand again? Do I need to show? Okay. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. We got the 16th chair, Jerome Powell, speaking here today, ladies and gentlemen. His species is unknown. His length is about 6 feet. His weight is 169. His power is often, as you like during a recession, you may print money to cancel the recession. He means that in either direction, ladies and gentlemen. So let's keep that in mind, man. We're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, man. This nigga, that's fast. Get money, get rich, still live. Gotta do it every day, just to get it. Get the money, that is, you ain't miss. 4 years, you didn't, never again. Get money every day, just to live. Get money every day, just to live. Get money every day, stay big. Get money every day, so stay real. Stay real, stay away from that fuck shit. Cause I got set up and guess what? It was by a damn bitch. And I never go back or reminisce, but I always talk about it. So think again. Cause I could've been dead. Bitch tried to kill me, real shit. I ain't tryna die, I told her that shit. I said, bitch, I'ma put my hands up and get out real quick. She said, nah, I said, you tripping. Hopped out, they had 9 steps on me, really. Then I got to the ground. And now I see the whole town. Cause I'm in the back, in handcuffs. Handcuffed up. And this shit stressful, this shit fucked up. And I'ma get out, I'ma get back home. I'ma make it through the thunderstorm. Niggas got pistols and they warm. They'll hit you up, microwave on. We don't give a shit about nothing. We just want paper, fuck friends. We want money, fuck friends. I want money, fuck ends. I don't give a fuck about shit, but damn bitch.
and try to play me, cause it can't happen no more. If it do, I turn that bitch to a ghost. I turn that bitch to a roach. Bitch is a bug. She do the most. I don't give a fuck about no hoe. I be counting on my dough. Nigga ballin' like my dough. I don't give a fuck no more. Yeah, I always been a pro since I was 4. I always been a pro since I was 4. Now my niggas real professional. All they NFL, yeah. But we giving back. Get to the keys. Lead by example. Lead by your lips. Home, forgive. Forgive for your sins. And that's just how you say winning. And that's just how you say winning. These niggas pretending. These niggas chickens. These niggas bitches. That's why I'm fucking they bitches. Turning up. Counting these digits. Getting my money. Some say we did it. Say, yeah. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. Now I gotta pay for what I did. Yeah. I'ma catch up my need. Y'all niggas keep on doing y'all shit. Y'all niggas keep on turning up limp. Y'all niggas keep on whamming and being rich. Get it. Get it.
Playing with V-Walker, baby, guys.
BC 175 Suite. Baba going bonkers. 20%.
What's
Baba
in
is absolutely nutty.
175
There,
Suite
right back
for
to B1. Again, it's not
video
really
content, baby.
China firms, trading the US barrels. It's still a good way to go. Look at that line on that.
I'd probably take him. I be trying to stay on my own grind. I be trying to stay on my own time. I be doing me, minding mine. Can't get caught up in the vine. I be trying to stay up on my grind. Cause it's all about the time. If you stay to the time, you will always stay up on your grind. You will shine. You will shine. You will let him. I'm not David. I'm not letting. I'm not a preacher. I'm not testing. I'm getting money. I'm like the rest of them. Niggas just hating and I'm like, wait. Man, you know she lying. Fuck that girl. I ain't never listening to that girl. But I know I did rock her world. Rock her like a rock star. I'm a pop star. Nah, I talk shit just like a rock star. But I move work, they call it trap star. But I don't talk, they call it muteness. I ball, you tough. I got pistols, they go bust. Yeah, you took it right off.
Yeah, 2018, the rate hike was bullish.
Sirens in my hood, that's every day in Shottsbury.
Anyway,
Another
basically,
body.
the market knows the rate hike is pricing in with 0.25. So pricing in every well, but the shares are crazy. Some people are
Niggas fucking carry it up. My niggas fucking carry you and me chicken. In the fucking stoop, in the stoop.
It's
You get whipped up in the loop.
$25.
And y'all niggas get the boot. So you better tell your shoe, cause I'm trippin', yeah, you trippin' at your roof and trippin' on shit, man. I get money, count my dude, count my dude. Can you count to 2? Can you count? Bands, nigga. Ooh, 0,000. Ooh, that's a fucking 100,000. Like, ooh, 100,000.
Somebody brought the
Just a band, getting bands. Saying, what the fuck is you saying? My man, cause you heard it in the plan. My man, well get that bag, go up. I get that bag and go up. It's chase a bag and get buck. I chase that bag and get bucks. Hey, like Milwaukee nigga. Call me honest, cause I'm honest on my future shit. Now let's be honest, nigga.
Uh-oh, they
You hear that loop, nigga? In that beat, nigga. I'm in that coupe, chasing bangs. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bangs. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bangs. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bangs. I'm in that coupe. Ooh, no sauce on me. Yeah, this round 2. We in that new berry, nigga. What it do? We smoking on that Astro Perk, yeah. We smoking on that Astro Perk, nigga. I'm higher to the higher, nigga. I'm flyer, but never flying up, nigga. But nigga, high as us, nigga. Ain't no I in us, nigga.
Give it some time. In Russia, Ukraine and Russia meets 50-point peace plan. Yeah, there you're rocketing off of that. Everything's going right now. Apple. Let's see. Oh, dude, this is a crazy one.
That's that shit I showed you last night.
0.5 this early.
Yep.
Slim
P.
Ukraine and Russia, they trying to make a peace plan now. War about to end, basically. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I'ma be me. I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peas. Cause these others try to take your wealth. Tryna deal, then you live in an image. Live in peace, stay independent, no limit. Live in peace, not talking if it ain't millions. They used to hang around me for my gimmicks. But now I got them mad, they on they pivot. And my haters still mad, they still living. And my pockets ballin' like the Olympics. And I'm getting peas in from scrimmage. If you want it, you gotta wait a minute. No minutes, I ain't perfect, I'm terrific. They can't tame us, Nipsey Hussle, I'm prolific. I'ma be me, I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peace. Cause these others try to take your wealth. Bag. That bag.
It's another.
That bag.
Yeah, so that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:18 a.m. The market is going up, man. The SPY is really touching that 430, almost 435 level. 434.10 is the high. So the SPY is picking up now. Yeah, apparently there's a Russia-Ukraine. The war might be possibly about to end, you guys. That's what's going on. Apparently, market is really taking heed of that. I think if Biden come out today and confirm that too, this shit will go up more at this point. The way it's looking right now, it's only been about almost 40 minutes, you guys, and we have straight upside here, no downside at all today. So yeah, just keep in mind what's going on here. Stocks are continuing to break out higher and higher here. Man, yeah, that's what it is though right now. There might be a possible, the war might be possibly ending here. So the market is, taking advantage of that. Wow. Oh, Amazon's at 3,000, you guys. Wow. Amazon's back, Mr. 3,000. Wow. Yeah, that is a bullish signal right there. That's like the Batman signal in the air, these guys. We're bullish now. If Amazon's at 3,000, you guys. Yeah, we are really bullish if Amazon is that high. I didn't even notice that. So they just really kicked that up out of nowhere there off of that move. Keep in mind, it's a stock split at Amazon too right now, so that can really run all day. There's no limit to Amazon right now, so keep that in mind right now. But shit, right now, I would really say it's really resistance right here too, though. So I would definitely say don't panic if you're on the bear side, but you should be thinking about going ahead and stopping some things because they are at your necks here. The Bulls is today. They're not playing. Now, the news with Powell and the statement, that can still be in your favor here, but just look at how high they're going now, though. Will it fall in your favor? That's the question now. Things are changing, and the market is definitely changing here. More towards the upside right now. The Bulls have kept the momentum. Somebody said, I'm stuck right now. Trim spy bit. Roblox is 50 today, short squeeze. So glad I went cash yesterday. So yeah, man, yeah, it's a lot going on. But yeah, the market is definitely being brought up here. I'm thinking it's because of the headline, the Russia-Ukraine situation, you guys. So just stay cautious. We still got Jerome Powell here later on this evening, but they are buying, man. They are buying. They are buying. Google's on the high. Everything's on the high. Big tech's on the high. The market is bright green here. It is going crazy, you guys. We buy at that point where, yeah, they're reaching some stop limits here. The Nasdaq's at 2.75, so the Nasdaq's leading the way here to the upside. S&P 500 right behind them, 1.87. The Dow is at 1.50. Russell 2000 at 1.86 here. So that might put the icing on the cake there, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla's really picking up here now. 835 here. Oh, man, Tesla. We know it might be resistance at about 840 now. They have broke through every level, you guys. Tesla broke through 820, 830, now 835. The next level is 840. Will they break that? And after that, it's 850. If they break that, then you guys, final level is 880. So they're fighting here, man. They're fighting. I heard what's her name? Bought some shares too. Old Kathy in the comments. I see y'all saying that. Oh, Kathy might be a part of this little bull run over at Tesla right now, ladies and gentlemen. But the market is definitely green here. They're buying, man. They're buying. SPY's going up here. Everything's on the high. Be cautious, you guys. This might be a buy signal for real now. With that war, possible talks of the war possibly ending. Yeah, that's breaking news. They said it last night, but they just said it again. So it's looking serious, you guys. The war might be over. We might have found some peace. But we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We'll be right back. Yeah, going crazy. Market going crazy. You want to see, they gearing up, but it really ain't going crazy. But what I'm seeing is they feeling that bottom like a motherfucker. So if you have to jump in there, you have to really put some time on the calls because you're kind of late now. They done filled the bottom, so the calls still can go higher though. You just gotta put time on them. This really ain't nothing though, but it is going. It's looking better than the last few days. So.
Leonard P. D. Pluto. LCLD. Tired of all this war. All we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. But the only thing I can tell you is my team eat, my whole family eat. That's what we gon' do. You gotta eat to survive. I know somebody told you. If you don't know my crew, long green flags we reppin'. We ain't no gang, we a brotherhood, we steppin'. When anybody tryna put us up, then we test them. And we don't give a fuck, yeah, we shovel them, dig them. They dead, if they dissing, they lying. If they ain't getting no money or no bitches, and that's just some real shit. I count up my riches and thank the Lord that I get it. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and rolling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cow and on repeat. We been getting money, cash cow and on repeat. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna live us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cow and on repeat. Yeah, I got it out the mud. Got it out the streets, and then I jump back in the streets. I say the streets just in me. I just love the chase of money and how it make me feel. I wanna wake up, nigga, and count 100 mil. That I've been really being patient. My niggas really getting it, then give up, keep caking. That's how we know is make it. No failures around me. My niggas wanna make it. We kings, let us king. Niggas hating, just to be hating. Why you mad? Cause I'm shining now. Riding in a Rari now. Probably wish a bitch the other day. She probably sucked me now. She probably let my mans hit. We probably laughed about it. I probably got on cam, but I ain't gon' never show nobody. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cow and no repeat. We been getting money, cash cow and no repeat. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cow and no repeat. We been getting money, cash cow and no repeat. Yeah, we been getting money, cash cow and no repeat.
Through their grief and at times anger, tonight the Salisbury community still has its questions after the officer-involved shooting Thursday that left 22-year-old Ferguson Laurent dead.
Would a person just let somebody come in their house, kick their door down without saying who they are, knowing that they have a right to defend themselves under law?
DJ Goldie.
Yeah, I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, got them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I'm looking good, I'm smelling good. Your girl want me, my money talk for me. The bitch, yeah, she want me. I'm trapping in the churches with my little homies. They shoulda packed every day, little homies. We gon' ride for the game, them my little homies. This the limes that she gave, them my little homies. And I got the gritty with me, they'll slide on you. If you talk about my name, they gon' slide on you. I'll let you hang with us if you want to. But soon as you try me, you know your ass is dog food. And I ain't gotta say nothing else, your ass is dog food. And this the game, nigga, better grab a food right now. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. Made it out the hood. I went to Mama Time, I chopped it out the hood. I'm back in the bird, was good. You already know. You can't stop me. So the violence, just stop it. Get your money together. Add it up and feel better. You better have your cheese mozzarella. I said you better have your motherfucking cheddar. This shit is real. Niggas getting popped and dying. Damn, you don't wanna be in that field. Shit so scary, and I ain't even scared for real. I'm just trying to be humble with my niggas and tell they people and tell the city.
I done made it out the hood, get them apartments, in the trenches living good, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, got them apartments, in the trenches living good, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. Made it out the hood, packed in apartments, and it's just looking good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah.
Might have to drop a dime on the niggas. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
DJ Goldie.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Yes, your baby mama smash you cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick. Mom count hundreds, let Lenny P trap out your shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve this shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow ball, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up in some foreign shit, tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha in my line talking shit, say who you riding that phone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you want some stalker shit, I had to leave her quick, yo.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my limes. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my limes. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Flavor, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick, you fucking get about this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some that cutthroat game is amazing. Then she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Ron Will made me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. That bitch, get off my line. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my lies. Ain't no need for all that lie. Just give me the nigga, don't waste my time.
We did not get your message, either because you were not speaking or because of a bad connection. To disconnect, press 1. To record your message, press 2.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's officially 10:34 a.m. It's been officially 1 hour, and the market has been going up, and going up, and going up, and going up. That's all we've been seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing now, I know for a fact, this is the true resistance here Those other resistance levels got treated as support today, so they're all over them. It stepped all over them today. That's how they step on these. So I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, now they're at the real wall, though. This is the real wall. Now you're talking about the top rich people in the world here, sellers you're facing here. Now you're going to have to convince them with a lot to get past them to make them support you, basically, and let the market go higher here at this level. And that is officially true here. So you need to spy above 435 here now. It looks like there's resistance at 434.54 on the SPY here. The VIX is selling off here. That's why the market is going up. They're taking advantage of the VIX right now. It's at $27.48. So if the VIX really come down about $2 or $3 more, the market will continue to stay bullish. But if the VIX is bottoming out here and start to spike back up, this probably is the top, ladies and gentlemen. So we're trying to figure that out still right now. It's only been 1 hour. We're approaching Euro close here the next hour. Right now, the market is in the green, though, you guys, and they're buying that dip right now. So stay cautious. The SPY's above the upper band. The triple Qs is as well. But like I said, right now, they are facing a true resistance. So I'm seeing another level of fight here. And this fight can really put the stocks back into their channels if they don't break this level of resistance right here. But the next level, I'm thinking between the next two levels, if they get broken, you guys, the market is officially short squeezed, and you're going to see call action the rest of the day up until probably the statement. But as of right now, they're just really at that highest first level of resistance here. They really recovered all the losses from last week, and that's really kind of where we are right now. Just keep in mind, it can really still go either way, you guys, especially if things don't continue right here, because they know it is a level of resistance right here. Tesla, I would say about 840. And looking at Amazon, they need to hold about 3,000. It looks like Apple's going to have to hold at least 158. It looks like Nvidia is going to have to hold 245 here. It looks like calling out some big names. Microsoft's going to have to hold 291. Google is going to have to hold about 2640. So yeah, like I said, if those levels don't hold, expect a little pullback. They probably might retest it again after the pullback. Keep that in mind. They've been buying every dip here the first hour anyway, so it wouldn't surprise me if they continue to do that. But like I said, they could realize, like, hey, this is a true resistance. Let's get out of here. Fed FOMC statement coming up. We don't want to play it. We don't know. It's still kind of early to tell. We're not going off any briefings right now either, so they're not even talking to us right now. So, everybody's really just anticipating that. And the Ukraine and Russia ceasefire is a possibility, apparently. It's not officially going to happen. It is hopes. So that's what the market is kind of rallying off of, too, of hopes of a ceasefire. So they might do it. They might not. But it looks like there is just found a live briefing here. It started about 20 minutes ago. It says the Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing on threats to houses of worship. So let's tune into this. It's probably will move the market here a little bit.
And Administrator Criswell, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the critical role the Department's Homeland Security grant programs serve in protecting the nation, and particularly the nation's houses of worship and nonprofit organizations. The Department's preparedness grant programs address the nation's immediate security needs. They enhance public safety, protect lives and property, and support the nation's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since 2003, Congress has appropriated and the Department has administered more than $56 billion in preparedness grant funding to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, the owners and operators of critical infrastructure, and nonprofit organizations. In the last year alone, we awarded more than $2 billion in preparedness grant funds across 9 programs to improve the nation's ability to prevent, prepare for, protect against, and respond to terrorist attacks and other hazards. Of particular importance to places of worship, the Nonprofit Security Grant Program provides funding to nonprofit organizations that are at a high risk of terrorist attack. From 2007 through 2021, the Department of Homeland Security awarded about $594 million in funding to 6,500 nonprofit organizations through the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. This competitive program provides up to $450,000 to nonprofit organizations for training and physical security enhancements, including contract security, fencing, surveillance systems, access controls, and lighting. The program also is intended to promote coordination and collaboration in emergency preparedness activities among public and private community organizations and with state and local government agencies. As part of our effort to ensure that all nonprofit organizations in need of security resources have access to this funding, and in support of the President's executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities, FEMA is conducting extensive outreach to historically underserved and marginalized communities to provide information and technical assistance in preparation for the upcoming 2022 grant cycle. In addition, we're identifying and addressing barriers to program participation, including a lack of awareness about the program, difficult and sometimes confusing application processes, administrative burdens, and uncertainty about eligibility and qualification requirements. Our analysis also is illuminating where grant dollars historically have not been awarded, so that we can more effectively address the security needs of these underserved and marginalized communities. The Nonprofit Security Grant Program is part of a suite of programs designed to build the capacity of our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners to prepare for terrorism. Recipients of these grants have regularly used the funding to better protect soft targets in crowded places. And in fact, in 2021, Homeland Security grant recipients were required to spend at least 5% of their grant funding on projects that protect soft targets and crowded places. This funding also has improved communication and coordination with the owners and operators of entertainment venues, shopping centers, large office buildings, and similar locations. In addition, between 2018 and 2020, states subawarded approximately $38 million in Homeland Security funding to colleges and universities to address their specific security needs. The recent hostage situation at the Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue in Colleyville, Texas, underscores the importance of these programs, and particularly the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, in protecting houses of worship and public spaces from terrorists and domestic violent extremists. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Portman, members of the committee, thank you again for this opportunity to discuss the assistance provided through the Department's preparedness grant programs, and particularly the assistance that supports the nation's houses of worship and nonprofit organizations. I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Our final witness is Marcus Coleman. Mr. Coleman serves as the director of the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships at DHS, where he leads efforts to foster partnerships between government and faith-based organizations. Mr. Coleman joined FEMA in 2010 as a program manager for the Individual and Community Preparedness Division, then served as DHS Partnership Division, where he supported more than 15 disaster activations, including responding to Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria, and several active shooter incidents. Mr. Coleman, welcome to our committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Good morning, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and members of the committee. My name is Marcus Tillman Coleman, Jr. I serve as the Director for the Center for Faith-Based Neighborhood Partnerships at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm honored to appear before you today to discuss the role the DHS Center plays to foster partnerships that improve the safety and security for places of worship, nonprofits, and other public spaces. The DHS Center carries out the policies and program priorities of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, related to all hazards and looking at all aspects of preparedness, mitigation, emergency disaster response recovery, and combating human trafficking. Originally established in 2006, the DHS Center has a focus on the vital role faith-based and community-based organizations play in emergency management and in promoting safety and security in the places that people worship, fellowship, and serve. The DHS Center collaborates with our federal interagency partners through research, outreach, building partnerships and capacity building across a diverse network of faith-based and community-based leaders, alongside our colleagues at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial level, and our first responders and partners from the private sector. The DHS Center provides opportunities for listening and learning from faith-based and community leaders and local first responders as well. This dialogue focuses on what works at the local level and where government can be more helpful in communication, capacity building, and as partners to reaffirm our commitment to safeguard faith communities and persons at risk of discrimination, harassment, and hate-based acts of violence and vandalism. Top priority for the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships is to support and bolster a whole of government and whole community approach to increasing the safety and security of places of worship and community spaces. In 2021 alone, the Center partnered across the federal family to reach more than 6,000 faith-based and community leaders. One example of some national level engagements occurred in August of 2021 on the topic of preventing targeted violence and protecting safety and security for houses of worship, where the center featured voices and perspectives of a wide variety of faith-based leaders, including the Sikh Coalition, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and Secure Communities Networks. More than 2,000 registrants participated in that engagement to provide and also to learn about steps to improve their safety and security of their facilities and the many spaces where people meet alongside local and first responders. In addition to this effort, the center continues to partner with the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and others to ensure participants receive actionable and practical information addressing their questions, including how to apply for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. Additionally, the center continues to partner with various other components to facilitate timely outreach and respond to invitations from faith-based and community-based organizations seeking technical assistance and providing that technical assistance through webinars for the FY 2022 Nonprofit Security Grant Cycle. The center remains focused on working with communities of diverse faiths, backgrounds, and experiences to prevent, respond to, and be resilient against such acts of violence, whether they are spurred by ideologies of hate, false narratives, or otherwise. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Before I begin questioning, I would like to note that the Anti-Defamation League, the Sikh Coalition, and the Jewish Federations of North America have submitted statements for the record for today's hearing. And I think I speak for all committee members, appreciate the important work that they do on a daily basis to highlight the threats faced by houses of worship and public spaces nationwide to support the communities as they deal with these threats. So I would ask for unanimous consent that these statements be entered into the record. Hearing no objection, they will be entered into the record. Certainly, one of the greatest challenges that we confront are lone actors who are being radicalized online and then commit acts of violence in our community. So my first question is to Mr. Young. Mr. Young, how does the FBI determine whether an individual making
So if they go up, we know how high they go. We got to
try that again, a little technical issue here. How does the FBI determine whether an individual making alarming comments online presents an imminent threat of violence in the real world? And if you could tell the committee how are decisions made by the FBI to interdict in such a scenario?
All right. Good morning again. Just let me know from the beginning that counterterrorism is our highest priority. Seconding the point that lone actors do present, from the homegrown to the domestic violent extremists, present the hardest and most difficult task for us in identifying. The key threat is we do rely on the more than 5,000 chips we get a day in identifying anybody that sees something, say something. And really where we draw the line is at violence and threats. There's a lot of free speech out there. We aren't in the business of revealing speech and dialogue or different ideologies, but when people cross the line to threats of violence, we go through an assessment and look to determine if there's warrants further predication for an investigation.
Sure, and does the FBI have necessary tools and authorities to track these types of individuals in your opinion, and also if you could let the committee know how you balance the individual's First Amendment rights versus the need to protect the public.
That's just the overall every sock you see, and this is the spot.
Well, based upon the review, especially in our domestic terrorism front, not only are any matters are reviewed for meeting legal standards, that it has to be more than just ideology. It has to be crossing the line to threats and violence. When it comes to tools, tools is, one of our strongest tools is our Joint Terrorism Task Force. Across our 56 offices, every office has a Joint Terrorism Task Force, comprised of federal, local, state partners, and where we can share information and engage with the communities. When it comes to tools, anything that is, we start with the lowest level of intrusion, and based upon the severity of the threat, we increase our investigative methods to ensure that, we disrupt attacks or any of those vulnerabilities before they happen.
Thank you. Well, certainly the current threat environment for houses of worship and religious nonprofits and community gathering spaces is extremely complex. Ms. Dobish, in your opinion, what is the greatest threat to these community spaces?
Thank you, Chairman Peters. As we continue to discuss throughout this hearing today, obviously the greatest threat we see comes from lone offenders and small groups, again, inspired by the full range of domestic and foreign violent ideologies and personal grievances. The faith-based community continues to face an enduring threat, both from domestic and foreign violent extremists. The greatest threat really stems from racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists who believe in the superiority of the white race, militia violent extremists, and individuals who are inspired by foreign terrorist groups overseas. And just looking back over the last 10 years, we've observed about 30 incidents of domestic violent extremists targeting mosques, synagogues, churches, and other religious centers and institutions. Jewish communities were targeted nearly twice as often as other religious communities, followed by Muslim, Christian, and Sikh communities. And the most common weapons in these attacks or these plots was arson and then firearms. The use of arson in particular is more common in the targeting of faith-based communities compared to other targets pursued by domestic violent extremists. And so just to underscore again, really the threat to faith-based communities in particular spans the ideological spectrum, and we see them as a target of multiple groups and individuals seeking to target those communities.
So it's a follow-up question. The folks who respond to these threats and these attacks are local law enforcement. The question for you is how does INA make sure that both our state and local law enforcement are getting the information that you are collecting through your work so that they can do their job protecting their local communities?
Thank you for the question. So first and foremost, INA seeks to produce intelligence and information at the lowest classification possible so that it can reach the broadest spectrum of Homeland Security stakeholders, including our faith-based communities and organizations. We've also increased our direct engagement and outreach with faith-based organizations and state and local partners to have ongoing and regular dialogue about the threats they face. And then ensuring that they have ready and quick access to any threats associated with these communities or broader threats. We help to facilitate access to clearances and information on the department's Homeland Security Information Network, Critical Infrastructure Portal, where INA's intelligence assessments and information are disseminated.
Thank you. The FEMA's Nonprofit Security Grant Program is, as we're talking about today, is the critical source of funding for houses of worship and other community organizations at risk of these terrorist attacks. And we recently passed an omnibus that contained $250 million for the program. And my question for you, Mr. Logan, is how will FEMA ensure that next year's grants reach more diverse and more underserved communities?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. Over the past year, we've engaged in a significant outreach effort with the nonprofit and faith-based community in partnership with Marcus Coleman's office and national organizations. We've participated in more than 37 virtual outreach sessions that have reached 7,800 individuals, representing more than 2,700 different organizations. Those webinars, that outreach continues. In fact, we have a webinar scheduled for later this afternoon with the nonprofit community. And as we move into the application period, which will begin shortly, we'll continue those outreach efforts to help organizations understand how to apply, understand what good applications look like. We know that there are parts of the country, there are particular communities that have not accessed this program. Our analysis has shown that it's not simply a matter of them being non-competitive; it's that they're not competing at all, and we need to solve that problem. So we're looking, as I said in my testimony, at some of the barriers to participation to see where we can help organizations more easily access this program. So.
Well, it's critical you do that, so thank you for those efforts. Ranking Member Portman, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Colleyville incident highlights, obviously, the dangers of allowing unvetted individuals with terrorist motivations into our country. I've had a serious concern about the Afghan evacuees. Some of you know for some time. I don't think they've been adequately vetted or tracked. Unfortunately, this concern was confirmed in a DoD Inspector General report that came out recently that said that the Department of Homeland Security, which we're here today, failed to use Department of Defense information collected from the battlefield that included such things as fingerprints of terrorists involved in planting bombs. DoD checked the records after DHS paroled evacuees into the United States and flagged that at least 50 evacuees have what they considered a significant security problem. And most of these flagged evacuees could not be located due to DHS failing to update their location fields in their records. I'd ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to place this report into the hearing record.
Without objection.
Given the stated goals of Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K based in Afghanistan, I'm concerned about the threats to our homeland security this failure has introduced, not only to our public spaces, but to our houses of worship we're talking about today. Mr. Young, what is the FBI doing to locate these evacuees who were flagged in these tactical databases collected from the battlefield in Afghanistan?
I was going to say, sir, we are definitely coordinating with DoD, State Department, as well as DHS. We do hold much of your concern. We have lessons learned from Iraq previously, and understanding that we need to be able to check any of these individuals screened against our not only common databases, but some of our classified databases, as well as information sharing with foreign partners. This remains a challenge for us. Even I would second that even some of the concerns of individuals, as Al-Qaeda has been in the business for a long time, they understand how to move clean operatives, and these continue to be challenges for us.
Okay, I think that's important that we've learned lessons, and I hope we have. I mean, it's incredible to me that we didn't just do the basic interviews that you would do for a refugee, obviously far more extensive, but anybody coming into the country, even on a visa. And then specifically with regard to these 50 individuals, my question is, have you found them? But perhaps you can provide that information to the committee. To Ms. Davich, has your Office of Intelligence and Analysis changed its focus in light of these DoD Inspector General findings?
Thank you, sir. While INA isn't a screening and vetting agency, we do support the department's screening and vetting efforts through the production of our strategic analysis, examining threats, and working closely to evaluate programs like the Visa Waiver Program, which is overseen by our Office of Policy. We also maintain senior officers co-located at the National Counterterrorism Center to help with screening and vetting And we support through an IT and technical service perspective the National Vetting Agency and the department's efforts in the screening and vetting mission space. The department is working closely with the Department of Defense to evaluate the findings and the recommendation and data cited in the DoD Inspector General report. DHS was not consulted as part of that work to prepare, and I understand that subject matter experts will be providing Congress with more detailed updates related to that report.
Okay, I hope you're taking it seriously, and I hope you won't make changes in your approach. The Colleyville incident we've talked about, our intelligence and counterterrorism efforts failed there. They failed to detect a known terrorist, Malik Faisal Akram. He applied for the visa waiver program via an electronic system for travel authorization, or the ESTA application. When asked to self-report, he lied about his criminal history and terrorist activities. This program, as you know, is run by the Customs and Border Protection folks, and I'm hopeful that the witnesses might be able to shed some light on these failures. So back to you, Mr. Young, Ms. Dobich, in light of the attack on Congregation Beth Israel, what changes, if any, have the FBI and DHS taken to prevent terrorists from exploiting our visa waiver program? Mr. Young?
Young. I would defer that one to DHS.
Sure, thanks, Ryan. In the wake of the incident, we have been in active contact with our UK partners discussing Akram's case. Indications have surfaced that Akram had several criminal and potentially terrorist-related interactions with the UK government. However, none of these resulted in information that rose to the threshold for passing to the United States. And so the department is looking to reevaluate the information sharing agreements we have under the visa waiver program and looking for opportunities to close any gaps on the sharing of similar.
Our understanding is the UK government knew that this man was a terror risk. Is that understanding wrong?
Yeah, we got to, because we done brought it. That's what I'm thinking.
I think, sir, from our perspective, the information that the UK government had did not reach the threshold for the sharing
Did
of
they
that
think he was a terror risk, yes or no?
I'm not sure, sir, what the UK government has said.
Yeah, our clear information is that they did. And so if that didn't rise to the level of creating a red flag, I'm not sure what would. I hope we are working to improve our intelligence and information sharing with the UK, but also we've got to look more broadly at this issue, and I know this committee is doing that. Thank you all for your testimony today, and thank you for your service, and let's tighten things up. Let's avoid having another Colleyville that could have much more damaging consequences. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. Senator Hassan, you're recognized for your questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Portman, and thank you to our witnesses, not only for coming before this committee today to discuss some really critical issues, but also for your service to our country and for your commitment to our security. I want to start with a question to you, Mr. Coleman. As Senator Portman mentioned, he and I introduced bipartisan legislation, the Pray Safe Act. It directs the federal government to establish a centralized clearinghouse of safety and security best practices, training resources, grant application information, and other assistance, all dedicated to securing houses of worship and faith-based organizations. And recently, the Pray Safe Act passed out of this committee with bipartisan support and now awaits action by the full Senate. Mr. Coleman, do you agree that passing the Pray Safe Act and creating this clearinghouse would help houses of worship access federal resources to secure these communities?
I do agree. In conversations with many faith-based and community-based partners, I think one of the challenges that they often have is that they have to go to multiple sources of information to get information from a federal perspective. And also, I think many faith-based and community-based organizations often overlook the opportunities to connect with their state partners. Senator, a good example, I think, is the New Hampshire Houses of Worship resource webpage, which kind of consolidates information at the state level. Being able to have best practices like that, in addition to the resources that help to promote training and preparedness for faith-based and community-based organizations from a federal perspective, would be very helpful and welcome by many of our faith-based and community-based organizations. Our White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, through their Preparing Places of Worship's Interagency Policy Committee, is also looking at similar efforts to come alongside to consolidate those resources and make sure that we can help ease the burden on navigating all of the different sources of information from our federal partners.
Thank you very much. And I think it's just critically important when you talk to faith leaders in their congregations right now. There just seems so much literally to absorb and do, right? Thank you for that testimony. Mr. Logan, Senator Peters mentioned this too. In the fiscal year 2022 funding bill that recently passed included $250 million for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which is an increase of $70 million from the previous year. FEMA's Grants Directorate is responsible for administering this program in addition to FEMA's suite of preparedness grants. As demand and funding for these grant programs increase, how can Congress ensure that both FEMA and state administrative agencies have the staffing and resources to effectively administer these grants?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that. First, we appreciate that the Congress in the appropriation bill that was recently passed did include a provision that allows states to use some of the grant funding up to 5% for their management administrative costs. That's going to be incredibly helpful to them. They've struggled in the past to administer this program because they have to take those management costs out of another grant program. So this will be extremely helpful to them. I also want to thank the Congress for providing additional resources to FEMA in the appropriation. It's going to be very helpful to us as we take on additional responsibilities and as this program grows. So we appreciate the additional operation and support funding that the Congress has provided. And then should we need more, we'll certainly work back through.
But you feel like, at least as a first step, that what was provided now is something that gives you the tools to be able to address this expanded group and level of responsibilities?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Dobish, I want to turn back to the issue that Senator Portman was talking about with you. I want to drill down a little bit more about the recent attack on the Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue in Colleyville. As we've talked about, because he was a British citizen, the attacker in Colleyville was able to travel to the United States without a travel visa. That's because the UK participates in the visa waiver program. I'm concerned that current information sharing agreements don't adequately require criminal record information sharing with the United States as a condition of participation in the program. And Senator Portman really focused on what the British government knew about the attacker's status as a potential terrorist or engaged in terrorist activities. You mentioned that you are going back, DHS, to your British counterparts to look at your information sharing agreement. But what I'm really curious about here, I want to make sure that we're addressing, is how do we find a way to access criminal record data from the UK or from other visa waiver countries that allows for automated searches? How can we do this so that criminal record information doesn't fail to show up when we're vetting people?
Thank you for that question, ma'am. I would say that certainly from an intelligence perspective, we want to leverage the most robust data that we can have available to help evaluate the extent to which someone may pose a threat if they enter the United States. And so part of that is through evaluating and understanding the data that our partners have and how we can improve our information sharing agreements and our routine and ongoing engagements with those partners to understand that information. And so I would defer to my CBP colleagues and my colleagues at the Office of Policy on more details in terms of the methods in which we will formally pursue that process. But in the wake of the attack, we certainly have re-engaged with our partners to understand what information they had and to really further find ways to integrate similar and like information into our evaluation of individuals who are seeking travel here to the United States.
Well, thank you. What I would be very interested in following up with you on is how we determine what criminal records, if any, trigger an alert that would prevent an individual from participating in the visa waiver program and having to go through the regular visa application and vetting process. So I hope we can follow up with you and related agencies about that, because it seems to me in the world of much more automated data, we should be able to drill down on this much more effectively and protect our security accordingly. My time is just about up. I did want to just mention to Mr. Coleman and Mr. Logan, you answered a question from Senator Peters about how to make sure that the awards in our grant programs are really equitably dispersed. And I would just note that an awful lot of the entities, for instance, who would be applying for houses of worship protection grants rely on volunteers. They are not heavily staffed places. They do not have professional grant writers. They don't even have full-time office staff often. So I just would really encourage the department to be creative and thoughtful. Mr. Logan, your answer about what you all are doing was very helpful, but I would really look forward to continuing to work with you on that, because you're going to get grant applications where people are doing their best, but they just don't have the kind of depth that sometimes the federal government expects them to have. But they desperately need this help. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Heston. Senator Langford, you're recognized for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thanks for this hearing as well. For all of you, there's witnesses, thank you. Let me follow up on what Senator Hassan was just saying. I worked with faith-based nonprofits for 20 years before I came here to Congress, and I would tell you, she is exactly right. Most of them don't have full-time staff. They don't have a grant writer. They don't even know these programs exist. So they've been around several years now, and we continue to increase funding. The information sharing to be able to get out to leadership of different denominations, organizations, to let them know, and then to be able to work through the systems and structures will be exceptionally important to be able to help individuals know that they have access to this. Most folks would have no idea that this kind of training even exists, and would be very, very grateful to be able to receive it if they were aware of it. So the continued outreach will be very, very important on this. For Mr. Young and Ms. Dobbich, I want to ask you both this question. What definition does Department of Justice and DHS use for anti-Semitism? This is an important issue because we struggle sometimes to say, is that anti-Semitic or not? So what is the definition the Department of Justice uses and DHS uses for anti-Semitism?
Senator Thor, the FBI, we recently got the Holocaust definition of anti-Semitism. We have passed that to the Department of Justice. They manage the definitions for us for consideration.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dobbich.
Sir, I'm not aware that the department has a single definition that it uses for anti-Semitism. From the intelligence perspective, we would say that anti-Semitism is a real and persistent threat to the American people, and the Jewish community remains one of the most targeted religious communities in the U.S., whether from domestic violent extremists or individuals by foreign terrorists. And so from an intelligence and threat perspective, we're focused on the violence, and certainly anti-Semitism is an indicator of the potential for individuals to commit acts of violence based on those grievances.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's very helpful. This is one of the areas we've got to be able to clarify agency to agency. The State Department years ago accepted the International Holocaust Remembrance definition. That IRA definition is important. Dozens of countries around the world have accepted that definition. It's something the State Department has recognized. Mr. Young, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that Department of Justice is now using that IRA definition as well for anti-Semitism?
No, this when we were made senator of this request, we have passed that to Department of Justice for consideration as they manage definitions for the department.
Okay, that'd be helpful, and it's one of the areas that we just need to have clarity of what is your definition that allows everyone to be able to work off the same page on this, and it's exceptionally important to provide that kind of clarity for us. To Mr. Logan, I want to be able to follow up on something. The breakdown of how the grants are used. Is there a certain set of priorities to say more for training, more for physical hardening, more for security cameras, whatever it may be? So when you're going through all the grant requests on this, how do you set the priorities for the type of action that would be needed? Because every location is going to need something different.
I think that's exactly the point, sir, is that every location is going to need something different. The challenge is to differentiate between need and to the senator's point, we try to look at and discern what the actual need is. We try not to just fund the shiny applications, but the ones that are actually telling us that they've got a threat and that they've gone through the work to identify their vulnerabilities. And then they tell us how they're planning on using that. In some cases, these could be multi-year investments. It could be a combination of cameras and access controls and training. In other places, their physical security may be in a good place and they're really focused on the training either of their staff or of their congregants in many cases. So we really need to, the challenge that we have is identifying a good use of the money and making awards accordingly.
So I just have a practical question. This is I go through the different awards that have been done in different places and look at them. A lot of them are round numbers. They're 25,000, 50,000, 100,000. And then I see numbers like 28,639. That are very exact, and there's quite a few of those. 144,517. Tell me what I'm looking at. I'm not going to go through all the details. I'm not asking you what it is, but how am I getting many of these that are nice, clear, round numbers? And if they're just an estimate that's been put out there, how is FEMA following up to make sure that that actually occurred on it? Because we want to make sure that equipment was actually installed and all those things as well. And then versus those that are giving us a very exact number.
Yeah, so I think part of that, sir, may be that it's that differentiation again between organizations that have the infrastructure to develop grant applications and have fully built out budgets, and organizations that are new to the program and are providing estimates, as you suggested. There may be organizations that are learning about the program. They've already costed out what they need. They've already costed out a camera system or access controls. Then they find out about the program and they're simply translating their invoices into a grant application prior to having made those investments, of course. And then in other cases, they may just be sort of guesstimating on the budget, and then we will follow up with them after award.
But there's a follow up there to be able to
absolutely.
make sure things apply.
Yes, absolutely. We monitor these programs pretty closely.
Yeah, again, we're grateful to be able to have the engagement here, to be able to help in all these areas, to be able to help harden these facilities, but we want to make sure it actually got applied at the end of the day, and that it is actually making a difference on this. To Mr. Young, I want to follow up as well, Ms. Dovich. I'm not sure which of you would take this, but I want to follow up again with what Senator Hassan was saying about the visa waiver program. It's my understanding that we're not sharing our criminal history information with other countries. In other words, not telling them exactly what criminal offense has occurred from someone. We're not getting that information from a lot of visa waiver countries as well. My question is, are we getting from other countries a list of just, yes, they have a felony record? We may not know what that felony is, but yes, they do have a criminal record, or no, they do not have something on record. Because then we'll know if someone checks the box on it, no, I have no felonies in the background, but we're getting information for that country, yes, they do. That allows us to do a secondary screening there. Are we getting that information, or is that in process? And if so, how many countries do we get that from?
Sir, I can start. Defer to FBI if they have any more to add, but typically, particularly for visa waiver program countries, it is not common to share criminal information on its citizens who are not deemed to be serious criminals. Again, there's potentially an issue in terms of the case of Akram, where there were indications that suggested that Akram had criminal and potentially terrorist-related interactions with the U.S. government. In terms of the information agreement, countries enter an agreement with the United States to share information regarding whether citizens and nationals of that country traveling to the United States represent a threat to the security or the welfare of the United States or its citizens. And those agreements are unique and different in terms of the type of information that is shared between those countries. I am not aware currently that information on criminal background is currently shared.
Mr. Young, you have a quick comment?
Yes, I would just add, we continue to have robust intelligence discussions with many of our, our partners within the Five Eyes and many other countries. And we utilize the information shared in those intelligence channels to use, at the Terrorist Screening Center. Right now, we don't have, I was going to say, based upon that agreement, to get the criminal information, but we do engage heavily with foreign partners, and we do have robust sharing agreements in those intel channels.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this may be an area we need to follow up, determine if we need to change some of those agreements to get just basic criminal history and information. Even if we just knew they do have a criminal history, we wouldn't even have to know what all it is. We at least have a way to do secondary screening as folks are actually coming through the system as well. And that's something we'll have to be able to work through in the days ahead. Thank you. I agree. We'll look into that, Senator Langford, because this issue has come up a few times in some of our conversations, and we'll explore it further. Senator Rosen, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Peters. This is such an important hearing. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today and for your service. Of course, you've heard all of my colleagues talk about Beth Israel, about all the threats, about the nonprofit security grant. So I'm not going to belabor that. I'm just going to build a little bit upon that because we reflect on these growing threats to our institutions. The demand for these grants have far outpaced their availability. And of course, we know that we need to do all we can to protect houses of worship and other faith-based institutions. I was really glad to have helped work with my colleagues on and off this committee to secure nearly 40% increase of NSGP funds for the remainder of this fiscal year. But I really want to build on what Senator Hassan said about and Senator Langford both, that a lot of our institutions, these smaller congregations, they don't have grant writing staff. They don't have a robust staff. They may be all volunteers even. Could establishing a FEMA grant office specifically for the nonprofit security grant enable improved outreach, enable them to be able to use these funds in ways that make sense for them, and that we're using the money that we've allocated in smart ways, giving them technical assistance where they may not have it. Mr. Logan.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. As the program grows, we're looking internally in the way that the grant programs director is structured to determine whether splitting off the nonprofit program into a standalone branch makes sense. What I'll say on technical assistance is that the assistance that we're providing to the nonprofit community goes beyond the webinars that I mentioned, beyond the informational webinars. Once a grant has been awarded, we provide a significant amount of technical assistance to help these organizations actually manage the grant. We have a grants management technical assistance program that we established several years ago. It's a 3-day class that we historically have delivered in the field. The pandemic forced us to change our approach to that, but I think there was a benefit there because what we've done is broken the program down into small modules that are available online anytime anyone needs it. We started by doing some trend analysis on our audits to identify the things that trip up our grant recipients the most, things like procurement, things like keeping a good record of expenditures. And so for a grant recipient who's about to try to purchase something, to ensure that they do that in compliance with federal regulations, they can go online and they can take a 15-minute course on how to conduct a compliant procurement. And we're building that out across the entire life cycle of the grant. So the technical assistance is there, is getting better. I think the challenge that we have that you all pointed out quite rightly is getting people into the program, breaking down those barriers to participation. And as I mentioned, we're doing a fair amount of outreach to help people understand the application process, how they need to work with their states to work through the application process, what a good narrative looks like to help make the case for this funding.
Well, thank you. I think that breaking it up into smaller modules, doing it online allows for more people to participate, get the information they need. So I'll be looking forward to seeing that and being sure that you're getting that out robustly across the country so our communities can see that. I also want to build a little bit upon anti-Semitism and domestic extremism. And of course, all the statistics that my colleagues have already mentioned. Jewish Americans make up 2% of the population, but crimes targeting the Jewish community, 55% of religiously motivated crimes go against the Jewish community. And so I was really surprised and disappointed that the Department of Homeland Security's 20-page internal review of domestic violent extremism released last Friday didn't even mention anti-Semitism once, not once. So I'm also concerned by the finding in the report that DHS does not, and I'm going to quote here, track domestic violent extremism allegations as their own subcategory of misconduct. Instead, such allegations were classified under another subcategory. Ms. Dobbich, we need accurate information to be nimble in the fight against violent extremism. We have to get actionable data out to our communities. Why doesn't INA track anti-Semitism and other forms of hate as their own categories. So again, people have their grants. We're doing all these other things. We need to be sure that we can act on it. And so, Ms. Dobbich, can you tell me a little bit about why INA doesn't track anti-Semitism?
Thank you for that question, ma'am. For us, we look at all threats of violence and try to understand and analyze those threats that are politically or ideologically motivated in some way. And in terms of the threat, we absolutely see anti-Semitism as a real threat to the American people. We've seen anti-Semitism fuel racially and ethnically.
So why not report on it? What's the issue? Why isn't it mentioned?
Sir, ma'am, I'm not aware of the details of the internal review, which is not.
I'll be glad to provide them for you. I think there just has to be coordination between the internal review at DHS and how everyone's talking, FBI and DHS, getting our definitions together. We have a lack of standardized reporting, of standardized definition. And again, communities are suffering out there. Not just the Jewish community, Asian community, our African American communities. And so I just, not wanting to stop your answer, but I'm glad you're analyzing it. But if you're not defining it for people to really understand it, I feel that data is not worthy. I'm just going to move in my last 35 seconds again to Ms. Dobbich. Can you comment on a finding? There's a finding that the Department's Domestic Violence Extremism Internal Review. Again, you said you're not familiar, so maybe you can write back to me on this, that you lack, and I'm going to quote again, standardized reporting and information sharing mechanisms for investigating allegations of violent extremist activity. So perhaps you can comment for the off the record or in writing for us on that finding and what INA is doing to address the reporting gap and the information sharing gap. I have a lot more questions. I will be submitting them for the record on online domestic extremism as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Ossoff, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our panelists for your service to the American people, as well to those joining us remotely. My first question is for you, Mr. Young. As you're no doubt aware, this week we're marking the one-year anniversary of the brutal attack on 3 Asian-owned small businesses in the state of Georgia. 8 were murdered, 6 of them Asian American women. These attacks shocked and devastated my state and shook the whole country. Last May, Congress passed and the President signed into law the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, among other things, requiring DOJ to issue guidance for state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies to establish and improve online hate crime reporting processes, collect data on hate crimes, and expand public education campaigns. From the Bureau's perspective, what progress has been made, please, in the implementation of this law? How is the FBI involved? And can you please reassure my constituents in Georgia, particularly those in the Asian American community, that progress is being made to protect vulnerable and targeted communities from these sorts of attacks?
Thank you, Senator. In regards to the current act, it is with DOJ. We are coordinating with DOJ on that. When it comes to violence against the Asian community, hate crimes, as you are aware, are on the rise, and the Asian community has been affected by that. With our community outreach specialists in all 56 offices, the director's directive to those leaders of those offices is building those relationships, making sure that they are aware that they should be victims. We've also put out with our transnational repression, these other diaspora communities out there, that they are not to be victims and that they are being intimidated by any foreign actors, as well as there are reporting procedures for that.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And as has been discussed in this hearing, just weeks ago, Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas, suffered a horrific attack, and this incident follows other high-profile attacks on American Jews, including those at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, the Chabad of Poway, New Jersey, and a Jewish school in Boston. We all recall the imagery and the audio of white supremacists marching through Charlottesville chanting, "Jews will not replace us." The Jewish community in Georgia and Jews across the country have been shocked by these events and are deeply disturbed by the significant increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes and hate speech. What is the Federal Bureau of Investigation doing, please, Mr. Young, to strengthen law enforcement's efforts to prevent, investigate, and prosecute anti-Semitic hate crimes in America?
Thank you, Senator. As you're aware, with the hate crimes, we track this through hate crimes with our Criminal Investigative Division. But also, when it comes to domestic violent extremism with the 56J Terrorism Task Force, we do communicate with the Anti-Defamation League. We do strong engagement with our Office of Partner Engagement, with the Secure Communities Network, so that we make sure that we are passing on any threats, any tips. We ask that community to continue to be vigilant and communicate those threats. If they see something, say something. And in just a second, is we remain across our 56 offices having strong relationships with those communities.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, can you please update the committee to the extent you're able, and I recognize that you can't comment in great detail on ongoing criminal investigations, but HBCUs across the country, including 3 in Georgia, Spelman, Albany State, and Fort Valley State University, received bomb threats in recent weeks. I've been in close touch with the leadership at all those schools, as well as state and local law enforcement, and the students and faculty are resilient and determined to continue their work and education in the face of these threats. I'd like assurances, please, Mr. Young, as well as from you, Ms. Dobish, from the DHS standpoint, that the Bureau and DHS are doing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And yeah, the Euro market just closed, ladies and gentlemen. The European market just closed. So the United States is in full control here. So you guys stay cautious out there. Market's still going up right now. Hasn't retraced the high of the day on the spot, but still holding up above VWAP here. Still inside the channel here, trying to fight above to get back towards the upward band the spot is. But the spot is above VWAP, really consolidating off of it here, above it. So the stocks are holding up for that. The VIX is still down here at $27.48. Little small spikes, but not enough here to get the momentum here. You're going to need the VIX to really, if you want some more downside here, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to need the VIX to get back to at least about $28, $29. Until then, the stocks are going to keep taking advantage of the VIX selling off because haven't seen that in a while. Keep that in mind. We still got Powell here. Still got that 2 p.m. That's really what everybody's waiting on. Right now, we're just tuned into the hearing. Pay attention to the market. The next 15 to 20 minutes, there will be a little shift here. The United States is in full control. Let's see if they take us to the finish line, you guys, or are they going to dump here? This is the top. Let's figure it out.
We need to ensure that the vigilance stays high, that those institutions and those members keep those lines of communication on, and if they see something, they say something. Right now, we have it where we believe it is to a group of individuals, as we've said. We have one that has a number tied back to a number of phone calls, but we are going through all the legal process, all the investigative methods to make sure that we can take this to the right conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Young, and I do want to thank and commend the leadership at the Atlanta Field Office for their collaboration and for keeping my team and me well briefed on those efforts. And with the chairman's indulgence, just briefly, Ms. Dobish, if you could comment on the same matter. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. I want to underscore what my FBI colleague said about the strong partnership. We have also participated in numerous calls with our state, local, private sector partners on this threat, and will continue to remain engaged. From INA's perspective, our goal is to make sure that those institutions, academia, and others have ready access to the information, and that we share that quickly and efficiently. We've also encouraged the fusion centers to incorporate academia, foreign faith-based organizations, and other institutions into their daily work as they evaluate these threats.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Padilla, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as many of you have expressed, I share the grave concern about the ongoing bomb threats against HBCUs throughout the country. The FBI has announced that it is investigating these threats as racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism. And currently, right-wing extremist violence poses a huge threat to the general public, and particularly to HBCUs and other public institutions that serve significant minority populations. My first question is for Mr. Young. Mr. Young, the administration released a national strategy to counter domestic terrorism in June of last year. The administration hoped to bolster information sharing between federal, state, and local law enforcement. I'd like to know what unintended or unexpected barriers have you encountered while implementing this strategy, if any, and an overall assessment of how implementation has gone.
Thank you, Senator. I would first like to say that I will get back to you with precise information on any barriers. Initially, we remain very close with our federal partners. We utilize our Office of Partner Engagement, our Joint Terrorism Task Force, our other law enforcement task forces in the field. And we also utilize information sharing through our fusion centers to make sure that we're not only getting out raw information on threats and tips, and that we're sharing threat to life, what we call threat to life guardians, but we also are passing, ensuring that our other law enforcement partners are getting either the classified briefing on these threats. We bring them in. If they don't have the security clearance at the time, we give them one-time read-ins, and we make sure that we are sharing information across all levels.
Thank you. Look forward to the follow-up. On a different topic and a follow-up to something that Senator Ossoff was mentioning. Last week the Senate Judiciary Committee, where we're both members, heard testimony from Rabbi Charlie Citron Walker of the congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas. The rabbi highlighted his experience with active shooters and preparedness seminars offered by the Anti-Defamation League, the FBI, and local law enforcement as being very helpful in that situation. I also believe that partnerships similar to those mentioned by the rabbi are critical to building an atmosphere that ensures the safety and security for those gathering to practice their religion. Mr. Coleman, this question is for you. Rabbi Citron Walker credits the training that he received in helping him survive the hostage situation. Currently, can you comment on the infrastructure, the capacity, the resources that exist? Is it ample enough to provide security trainings for all houses of worship, or at least those who may be interested across the country? And if not, how else can the federal government improve the accessibility and availability of such trainings?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And I am deeply appreciative to the rabbi and many other faith leaders who have talked about the importance of training and preparedness. I had the opportunity to spend some time with the rabbi and other faith leaders actually last week in Keller, Texas, right outside of Colleyville, where we had joined the Multi-Faith Neighbors Network to talk specifically about some of the preparedness training and resources available, not just from the federal government, but from our state and local partners as well. As part of our efforts for the Center for Faith-Based Neighborhood Partnerships, in addition to promoting preparedness and training such as active shooter training that's provided by our colleagues at CISA and the FBI, the DHS Center is also looking forward to building partnerships directly with organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, the Sikh Coalition, Multi-Faith Neighbors Network, Southern Baptist, and others, because we ultimately know that those faith-based organizations are best positioned to take a lot of the federal programs and language and put it in a way that's more accessible to faith and community leaders. I think in addition to helping to build partnerships from a federal perspective and to help support our faith-based organizations directly, we also need to have continued investment for our state and local government counterparts as well. Many of the trainings that are happening day to day in communities are led by local law enforcement, local fire, and local and county emergency managers. And so in addition to continuing to build an infrastructure, working across our federal family to deliver programs through our protective security advisors that help with facility assessments, particularly for places of worship, I think that it would be encouraging and a helpful addition to help support some of our local first responders who are also going to be doing some of the day-to-day work to provide practical information and steps that are most relevant for their communities.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you to continue to advance those efforts in California and beyond. Follow-up question for Mr. Logan. Now, Congress has provided increased funding for security grants for nonprofits. I know that's also been discussed in the hearing already. My specific question is acknowledging that in some communities, vulnerable communities, communities with maybe not the best historical experience with law enforcement agencies, where there is that lack of trust and confidence, including but not limited to immigrant communities, for example, where there's a hesitancy in applying for funds or participating in some of these programs. How can DHS continue to outreach, build these partnerships, and advance the purpose of providing not just grants, but the training, and remove these barriers to communication, or basically overcome the hesitancy in some more vulnerable communities?
Senator, thank you for that question. It's certainly an issue that we're well aware of and working through. It's the kinds of partnerships that we have with Mr. Coleman's office that help us address those issues. There's no substitute for face-to-face communication. Part of the challenge is helping communities understand what these programs are and what they're not. I think part of some of the hesitancy that we see in communities and working with the Department of Homeland Security is a skepticism about what we're about why we're coming into their community and what we're really after. And so helping to explain the purpose of the program, helping to explain why it's FEMA that's administering these programs, and then again building on the trust that Mr. Coleman's shop is creating, I think will help to break down some of those barriers. But again, there's no substitute for face-to-face engagement.
Okay, and just as part of our follow-up, want to get a better sense after today's hearing on, how responsive we are to community leaders, organizations, other entities that approach you for that type of partnership or training or information, but how we overlay that with knowing where there's risk, knowing where there's vulnerability, where there may be threats, and if there's leaders, organizations, et cetera, serving those communities that aren't reaching out to you, how we are proactive in reaching out, knowing full well that overcoming the hesitancy, skepticism may be part of the work here, but no less important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. If I could just start with you, Mr. Young, I want to give you a chance to address a question that I asked another FBI representative who came before this committee following the Colleyville attack, the terrorist attack in Texas. As you remember, of course, the FBI special agent in charge at the time said on the ground and said repeatedly that attack was not related to the Jewish community. Of course, that turned out to be exactly wrong. And at the time he was saying these things, he knew it to be wrong. So I asked at the last hearing we had on this, which was regrettably behind closed doors, no fault of the chairman, I asked the FBI representative there, Assistant Director Langen of the Counterterrorism Division, why the FBI had taken so long to acknowledge that this was in fact a terrorist attack against the Jewish community. And to my total bewilderment, he said that the FBI had not made a mistake, and the FBI special agent in charge had been correct in wrongly saying that that attack was not related to the Jewish community. I don't understand this at all. So I just want to make sure that we're on a level set here and we all understand the real facts. So I'm going to give you a chance, Mr. Young, to say to us directly and clearly that this was indeed a terrorist attack by an Islamic radical against American Jews. Right? You can agree with that, right? You can agree with that, right?
Yeah, we looked at it as the Jewish community as a vulnerable and targeted community. We had an individual that came into the United States from London with aspirations of targeting that community and freeing a hostage. I do not know what information the SAC had at that time, but I can tell you all of our investigative steps were consistent with us conducting a terrorism investigation.
Great. So it was a terrorist attack by a radical Islamic terrorist against American Jews. I think it's important that's the truth. It's important to say the truth. And the fact that the FBI took as long as it did, and it took the FBI director, I think, to the next day to actually acknowledge the truth, and then that you'd have people come to Congress and continue to foot drag on this, baffles me. And frankly, it's totally unacceptable. So let's talk a little bit, if we could, more about some of the details of that terrorist incident against those worshipers in Colleyville. If I could come to you now, Ms. Dovich. So I understand that Malik Faisal Akram was a British citizen. He had a lengthy history of extremism and anti-Semitism in particular. For example, according to reports, he frequently traveled to Pakistan. He was a member of an ultra-Orthodox Islamic sect that was banned in several countries and known for its ties to terrorism. He spent time in prison for violent offenses. He'd been investigated by British intelligence for extremism as recently as 2020. He was a subject of interest to the British and on their watch list. British law enforcement reported that he made comments about his desire to kill and bomb Jews. That's a quote. Despite all of this, however, he was allowed entry into our country through the visa waiver program. And so I want to ask and get this on the record in public. Was the United States government informed of his background by UK intelligence when he attempted and successfully entered our country in December of last year?
Sir, to the best of my knowledge, the department certainly was not aware of this information prior to the individual's travel, and all of the security checks that had occurred, even through the ESTA process, did not reveal any derogatory information on Akram.
How is that possible?
Sir, my understanding is that much of the detail that the UK was tracking was considered criminal, and as I mentioned earlier, particularly common among VWP members is not to share criminal information on its citizens, and that the information sharing agreements, that information did not meet those thresholds.
Well, you're certainly right that he engaged in a lot of criminal activity. In 1996, he served a 6-month jail sentence for violent disorder following a baseball bat attack on a member of his family. In 1997, he served another jail term for destruction of property. In 1999, he was jailed for harassment. And after release, he was jailed again for violating the terms of his sentence. In September 2001, he was banned from a courthouse in the UK after threatening staff and ranting about the September 11th attacks. In 2012, he was arrested for theft and robbery. While in prison, he was reported by a prison imam for concerning and disruptive behavior, and he regularly participated in anti-Semitic demonstrations, marched for the release of terrorists held at Guantanamo, and then, of course, held hostage those worshipers in Colleyville, demanding the release of another terrorist. And he'd been investigated by British intelligence for extremism. So you're telling me that none of this was shared with or known to the United States government?
Sir, again, my understanding is on all the security checks that were conducted prior to Akram's arrival, and once he had arrived in the United States, did not reveal any of this information. But in the wake of the incident, we have been engaged with our UK partners to discuss this case in particular and to find ways to close gaps that we have in our information sharing agreements that would allow for more sharing of information related to individuals similar to Akram.
Well, is this a failure with the British not being willing to share? For instance, not all of this is criminal. I mean, that is a long criminal rap sheet, but then British intelligence was tracking this person as a person of interest. There were multiple intelligence reports here, so none of that was shared with the United States government either. Is that because we didn't ask for it, or is it because they didn't share it?
Sir, I'd have to get back to you on the more specific details regarding this case.
Well, yeah, I think that would be good, considering that this is a terrorist incident in our country, on our soil, that this guy was admitted to where he just walked right through in December of this last year, despite all of this, despite this extensive rap sheet, he was allowed into the country. And apparently, you told me that there were no flags that were raised, right? Didn't you say that there was no derogatory information that was flagged when he was admitted to the country?
As an inbound traveler, Akram's biographic information was checked against our intelligence holdings, lost and stolen passports, visa history, and targeting rules prior to his departure. His biographic information was also collected upon his arrival, and this information did not yield any derogatory results on the individual.
That's extraordinary. I mean, that's just extraordinary. I would imagine a Google search could probably have turned up much of this information in the UK, considering his extensive criminal history. I mean, that's astounding. And frankly, it is frightening because who knows who else? If that's the extent of our vetting, who knows who else is just walking across the border or walking through our airports? I mean, that's really exceptional. I'm going to ask you to follow up as you offered to, Ms. Dobich. I'll have additional questions for you. My time has expired and other members are here to question. But I think there's a lot more to learn here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Senator Scott, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Peters. I want to thank each of you for being here. I come from Florida. Florida is blessed to have a very vibrant and strong Jewish community, a lot of Jewish communities throughout our state. Jewish Floridians are our neighbors, friends, and colleagues. They've made incredible contributions to our state. I recently had a roundtable with some rabbis and Jewish leaders in South Florida, and I was pretty saddened to discuss. I mean, they just feel under constant threat right now. And I think it's proven out by what the FBI said. Jewish Americans make up less than 3% of the U.S. population, but they're a target of more than 50% of all religious-related hate crimes in our country. I think it's pretty repulsive, and it's just hard to believe. You're trying to figure out why is this happening. Earlier this year, we saw a disgusting anti-Semitic demonstration in Central Florida. When I became governor back in January of 2011, we had issues in one of our universities. So any time you see this, it's disgusting. So in January, just days after the horrific terrorist attack and hostage standoff in Texas, Jewish families in Miami Beach woke up to find anti-Semitic flyers in their yards. This is pretty bad. We've seen swastikas drawn on restaurants and car windows. Threats have been made to our Jewish day schools. There were so many threats to our Jewish day schools when I was governor, we actually gave them specific state funding to help with their security. Threats have made to our day schools in all across our state. In Colleyville, Pittsburgh, Los Angeles, and Miami, we've seen devastating attacks on our synagogues. So these attacks are disgusting, and they should never be tolerated. Our Jewish neighbors are increasingly worried about their own safety. They're asking themselves, they're going to be safe at synagogues. They're asking, are their children going to be safe? Is somebody going to deface their property, or somebody going to do something worse? So my first couple of questions are for Mr. Ryan and Ms. Dobich. So my understanding is the terrorist attack in Colleyville is clearly, or the attack in Colleyville is clearly being investigated as a terrorist attack. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. It was, I was going to say it was investigated as a case of domestic terrorism.
Does the FBI and DHS believe that the Jewish community was specifically targeted?
Yeah, the Jewish community was target and continues to be a target.
Yeah. Media reports say the suspect's brother described his sibling as a deeply troubled man who had grown distant from his family members in recent years, and according to his brother, had been known to the counterterrorism police in Britain. So I guess what you've said before is that he was not known to U.S. authorities. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So, we had four mass shootings while I was governor of Florida, and as a result of that, and the FBI some prior knowledge, they made some changes on how they dealt with information that was coming through their hotline. Is there something that y'all recommend that we ought to change to deal with something like this, not making sure something like this doesn't happen again?
I can definitely follow up. I think as, Ms. Davidge said as well on some of the information sharing. I would say based upon some of the incidents you're talking about, we went through a national restructuring of our CGIS facility and how we take in what we call tips. We take in, through the phone over 5,000 a day. We added one of the elements to that is what we call threat to life, so that we understand that we action those immediately. We also do get our internet tips as well. And so there has been procedures put in place to make sure that we are actioning those appropriately.
Yeah, I think I had the opportunity to go visit. You did a great job. I think the FBI made some big changes, and I think it appears that it's working. So, do you believe that the suspect in the Colleyville attack acted alone, or was he part of a cell in the United States?
You see, I can't go into too much of the investigation. What we know at the time was he acted alone.
Okay. Can each of you talk about what DHS and FBI is doing to counter the increase in hate crimes, especially these attacks against our Jewish communities?
Yes, Senator, I'll start. I would say with DHS, we are having many with our Office of Partner Engagement and with DHS's partner engagement with state and locals. We do a lot of security awareness, threat awareness, understanding those vulnerabilities, making sure that we are sharing that information, especially right after incidents. We get a lot of high demand from our law enforcement partners. Is this contained? Is this a situation that we need more information? With that, we also do an inordinate amount of engagement across our 56 field offices from our community outreach specialists to make sure that those communities have a voice, that they understand that they can reach the Bureau, what information we're looking at, and that goes through our engagement. And then as well, with our engagement with the Secure Communities Network, which a lot of the synagogues report to, so we ensure that we get those threat information or any tips that have been provided to those, I was going to say to us as well.
So from INA's perspective, we have intelligence officers located throughout the United States who are working directly with faith-based organizations in each state. With their help, INA conducts routine threat briefings with faith-based organizations. We share relevant intelligence and analysis on threats facing religious communities and institutions, working with our colleagues at FBI. And we support the broader departmental, federal, and state and local initiatives to support these organizations. We believe it's critical that they have ready access to the information they need to protect against their communities. And as I mentioned earlier, INA works at the lowest possible classification level to share that intelligence and information with the broadest Homeland Security stakeholders in addition to the faith-based communities. In the last year, we've briefed members of the Secure Communications Network, the Jewish Federations of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Kentucky. And we've also engaged other faith-based communities like the Sikh American Legal Defense Fund, and we are expected to speak at a kickoff they are doing in March, looking at protecting places of worship 101. So we are actively engaged, and we've redoubled our efforts in this space.
Thank you. Ms. Dobich, can you just talk a little bit about what your DHS is doing to make sure that we don't have terrorism coming across our southern border?
Absolutely. We are working closely with our colleagues at CBP to understand that the threat that we face along our southwest border, and working diligently to ensure that our screening and vetting procedures are in place and that we are doing robust screening and vetting using intelligence to ensure that terrorists don't cross our borders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Carper, you're recognized for your questions.
Thanks so much. I apologize for being in and out. We have a number of hearings going on simultaneously and trying to be in 3 places at once. I'm pretty good at 2 at once, but not so good at 3 at once. So thank you. These issues are, as former chairman of this committee, these issues are very important to me. They're important to my state. The Jewish Community Center was under a bomb threat a couple of years ago, and we have a Jewish student facility at the University of Delaware, which has also been damaged in recent past. So we care about these issues, and it's personal. We thank you all for joining us. This will be a question for the codification of partnership offices at DHS for DHS witnesses. This question is for any of our DHS witnesses. And as you all well know, the DHS Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, also known as CP3, aims to expand the department's ability to prevent terrorism and targeted violence through the development of local prevention frameworks. CP3 office has been rebranded any number of times in the past, as you know. In fact, it used to be called the Office for Community Partnerships. I remember that. In previous Congresses, I've introduced legislation to codify an office to work with building partnerships to counter violent extremism. Question: is CP3 something that Congress should work to codify? What benefits would that provide to the department? And how would having dedicated staff and leadership help strengthen DHS efforts to combat domestic terrorism?
So, as part of the Center for Faith-Based Neighborhood Partnerships, while I can't speak to the codification of CP3, I can say that our office works very closely with CP3 because we know that many of the faith-based and community-based organizations that want to help keep their community safe need to be actively involved in prevention. Our office was able to collaborate with CP3 in October of 2021 to talk specifically about targeted acts of violence. And I'm encouraged by their intentional outreach and engagement and their humble posture to listen and learn from faith-based and community-based organizations on how they can improve their programs. I would defer to my colleagues at DHS Policy and the DHS Office of the Secretary as it relates to a position on codification.
All right. Thank you for that response. Let me ask Ms. Stovich, same question. Mr. Logan, the same question.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Obviously, we would also defer to the Office of Policy and the Secretary on the codification, but we also work very closely with CP3, particularly on the public awareness aspect. We help to share information in newsletters on threats facing the homeland and our vulnerable communities, focused on prevention professionals and ensuring that they have a good understanding of the threats they face.
All right. Mr. Logan.
Senator, thank you. I'd similarly defer to the Office of Policy and the Secretary on the question of codification. We also work very closely with CP3 on their Targeted Violence Terrorism Prevention grant program. We help them administer that program. I also personally serve on the department's Targeted Violence Terrorism Prevention Executive Steering Committee, where we collectively, address these issues and ensure that there's close collaboration and coordination among the various grant programs that we're responsible for.
All right, thank you. I have a second question here in the questions. My colleagues have frequently heard me say, find out what works, do more of that, and find out what doesn't work and do less of that. But when it comes to countering domestic terrorism, we know that collaboration, we know that communication are keys to both the efforts of DHS and also the FBI. We also know that information sharing at all levels of government gives us a better picture of the threat landscape that our faith-based organizations and higher education institutions are facing. Ms. Dovich, Mr. Young, and Mr. Coleman, how are you working to share best practices and relevant information with your counterparts across all levels of state, local, and federal government? Mr. Dovich, Mr. Young, Mr. Coleman. Ms. Dovich, would you go first?
Thank you, Mr. Senator. So yes, we've redoubled our efforts in the information sharing space. In May of last year, INA established a new dedicated domestic terrorism branch focused on producing sound and timely intelligence needed to counter these threats. Most of the intelligence that is produced from this branch and others is produced at the unclassified level, which is available to our state, local, and private sector partners. We've also significantly increased and improved our information sharing across the threat spectrum, including disseminating that intelligence. We've had more than 50 engagements focused on informing our partners of the threat environment. This includes standing biweekly calls with state and local law enforcement and national level calls with broader groups and stakeholders on emerging threats. These engagements have ranged from dozens of participants to over 800 participants on national level outreach efforts. And so we've really focused on, again, engaging, maintaining consistency in that engagement, and making sure that we're speaking to the broad range of threats. Most recently, DHS, NCTC, and FBI released the U.S. Violent Extremism Mobilization Indicators booklet, which is available online and covers indicators of violence from the domestic violent extremist actors, which is the first time that this mobilization booklet has featured indicators associated with that threat actor. And we're also working to support our efforts to inform the public. In addition to what we're doing with the Office of CP3, INA has worked with our partners across the department to release several national terrorism advisory system bulletins that specifically reference threats to our faith-based communities and others.
I'm going to ask our other two to what I want to ask Mr. Young, Mr. Coleman to respond to that question for the record. My last question is very briefly, Ms. Dobich, in your testimony with your colleagues, you mentioned that since I think it was 2010, there have been at least 30 likely ideologically motivated attacks or attempted attacks targeting mosques, synagogues, churches, and religious centers and faith-based communities. We've seen some of that in my own state. My guess is we have in Michigan too. But while these statistics are deeply disturbing, they are important when it comes to painting the picture of the current threat landscape that houses of worship in faith-based communities face. Ms. Dobich and Mr. Young, very briefly, are engagements with local communities helping to thwart these attacks? Additionally, how can Congress be helpful in ensuring you have what you need to stop these attacks before they occur? Two-part question. Ms. Dobich, you go first. Our engagements with local communities helping to thwart these attacks, how can we help in ensuring you have what you need to stop the attacks before they occur? Ms. Dobich.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we believe, we hope that these engagements are helping to thwart attacks. We believe that anticipatory intelligence is a primary way in which these partners can be prepared and focus on prevention efforts. And so our job, again, is to identify these threats and make sure that our partners have access to this information so that they can focus on preparedness, resilience, and prevention. I'll defer to Mr. Young.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Young?
Mr. Young? Yes, I would, is what Ms. Dobich said, we partner on those calls, those engagements. We remain very, very close with that. The one other thing in regards to your question, anytime that we do a counterterrorism arrest, we put out a joint intelligence bulletin, which is shared across our law enforcement community so they understand what the indicators were, so it helps them understand what to look for, what was the highlights, and what information are we looking for in our engagements.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for ask a couple of questions. Thanks to our witnesses. This is really important stuff, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, Senator Carper. Well, I just have one last question, and this last question is for Ms. Dobich. A DHS Office of Inspector General report came out last week that found that INA identified open source threat information in advance of the January 6th attacks on the Capitol, but did not issue any intelligence products until January 8th. The Office of the IG found that this was both because of inexperienced collectors who received inadequate training and didn't fully consider the guidelines for reporting information, and because they were hesitant to report threats after mistakes INA made in Portland earlier in 2020. The report also found that one product that was submitted for review was not distributed until after the attacks, and that the Counterterrorism Mission Center identified indicators that there may be violence on January 6th, but did not share that information outside of INA. Further, the Field Operations Division considered issuing intelligence products in advance at January 6th, but decided not to. So, Ms. Dovich, what has INA done since January 6th to fix these mistakes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the report highlights the complexity and sensitivity that the Office of the Intelligence Analysis works through every day as it relates to identifying threats online. We must work diligently to equally balance protecting individuals' privacy and civil rights and civil liberties while also anticipating and warning of threats of violence. Since the tragic events that took place on 6 January, INA has made substantial changes to the management, policies, equipment, personnel, and organization and training associated with our open source intelligence activities, focused on improving our ability to rapidly identify, assess, and communicate threats to Homeland Security stakeholders and leadership. We've appointed new leadership and expanded the number of supervisors that oversee our open source intelligence activities. We've implemented new technical solutions that improve the efficiency and oversight of our dissemination of our open source reports. We've also doubled the size of our Privacy and Intelligence Oversight Office in INA, and one of those new intelligence oversight officers works exclusively with INA's open source team to do exactly this work. This enables the open source collectors to have real-time feedback and access to these officers to help us navigate these very sensitive issues, again, ensuring that we don't violate our Attorney General guidelines and that we carefully balance, again, the need to protect individuals' civil rights, civil liberties, their privacy, while also warning of the threats.
I appreciate your making efforts. So this will likely be a topic of further discussion in future hearings, as well as future communications with members of this committee and your office. I want to thank all of the witnesses for participating today, the members of, and for the members who were here today for their thoughtful questions. I also want to thank Ranking Member Portman for holding this hearing with me. Today's hearing provided, I think, an important opportunity for this committee to conduct oversight on the federal government's actions to protect houses of worship, as well as public spaces in general. The threat landscape is clearly evolving at an increasingly alarming rate, and the federal government's response capabilities absolutely must keep pace. No American should have to fear that attending their house of worship, visiting a supermarket, or sending their child to school will end in violence. The testimony we've heard today will help inform our legislative efforts, and I certainly look forward to holding additional topics or additional hearings on this topic in the future as well. The record for this hearing will remain open for 15 days until 5 p.m. on March 31st of 2022 for the submission of statements and questions for the record. This hearing is now adjourned.
Yep, that's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for that. The hearing is adjourned. You heard them. It's going to be going on for about another 15 days. They're going to get back with that topic there. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It looks like we got some live news from the White House. President Biden is going to be delivering remarks on the assistance the United States is providing to Ukraine. So that's going live here shortly. Biden is going to be speaking on that shortly, ladies and gentlemen. That's breaking news. So we're going to tune into that when we see him walk to the podium. We'll tune into that here. Wall Street lunch break is approaching here. It is 12 p.m. As you can see, the euro closed really the effect it had. The United States kind of held it up here, you guys. They didn't break it out here to new highs, but they're holding it up here in the upper channel. We're above VWAP. We're really still just waiting for this guy right here at the end of the day. So I hope, like I said, you got your cards ready. This is like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like Pokemon. Get your cards ready, you guys. You better have your deck ready. Whatever you got in your deck there is about to get exposed here. So hopefully it's the right thing and you win. If it's not, trust me, you will get exposed during the statement drop at 2 p.m. and when he starts talking. if you're not right. It's just what's happening right now. That's the move here for the day. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We still going to go to lunch at about 12:30 with Wall Street. That's if Biden ain't up yet. We still going to play that during the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take about 30 minutes to an hour here today. I think everybody need to get a bite to eat or take a break here today because what's about to happen is about to change a lot here. First rate hike since 2018, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We'll be right back.
DJ Goldie.
I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, got them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I'm looking good, I'm smelling good, your girl want me, my money talk for me, the bitch, yeah, she want me. I'm trapping in the trenches with my little homies, they should have packed every day, little homies. We gon' ride for the game, them my little homies. This the limes, SCJ, them the little homies. And I got the gritty with me, they'll slide on you. If you talk about my name, they gon' slide on you. I'll let you hang with us if you want to. But soon as you try me, you know your ass is dog food. And I ain't gotta say nothing else, your ass is dog food. And this the game, nigga, better grab a food right now. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah, them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah, them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood.
Made it out the hood. I went to Mama Time. I chopped out the hood. I'm back to Bird was good. You already know. You can't stop me. So the violence just stop it. Get your money together. Add it up and feel better. You better have your cheese mozzarella. I said you better have your motherfucking cheddar. This shit is real. Niggas getting popular down there. You don't wanna be in that field. Shit so scary, and I ain't even scared for real. I'm just trying to be humble with my niggas and tell they people, and tell the city.
I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah, them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I made it out the hood, in the apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah.
Might have to drop a dime on the niggas. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
I'd rather it be you and me. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather be laying in the cut. Water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, damn expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girlfriend. I thought you really what I wanted, but you la la la. Got me going circles squaring on your line. You need to stand, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
She was so mad. She's like, he will be down there first thing in the morning to bring that home. No, y'all don't need no damn pizza. Huh? Oh yeah, it was probably some thunder, yeah. Don't get knocked the fuck out. Touching a pimp like that.
All right. Was busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. Shot there, you goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that figure. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it.
To avoid upgrade, it said outgoing calls.
It said the 23rd. I'm about to just upgrade my phone. I don't want that bullshit ass shit.
Zelensky, we need to do sanctions on Russian politicians.
So what you want to do? You want to buy new phones or you want to get the chip? I want a new phone. But the chip is up 90%.
All right. Was busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. shot, nigga. You goddamn shot, nigga. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gon' have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's some rap, home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. When I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here. We're back from the little quick break here. Looks like nothing's going on, man. It's really getting boring here because everybody's just waiting on the statement. You can tell now. The stocks finally found their resistance. They're chilling out at the top, though. They are chilling out at the top, signaling if the statement and the rate hikes, all that stuff is priced in already. If it's normal, they're gonna probably just shoot this thing on up here. That's basically how it's looking right now. If it's different and it's not priced in correctly, to trust and believe, we will be right back in correction mode. We're still in a bear market, ladies and gentlemen, so I wouldn't be getting overly bullish here. Everything that glitters ain't gold here. But we're gonna begin shortly here with Biden, you guys. He's talking about the assistance that he's provided to Ukraine here. I think it was a bill about some type of billions. I think it was like 13 billion, 14 billion. I don't know. It's a lot of money provided though that the United States helped provide to Ukraine during the war. So the war ceasefire is all hopes too. So keep in mind that's not officially going to happen yet, but it's hopes. So it could be a sell the news, buy the news, sell the news type event. Because like I said, they really kind of rallied off of hope here. Powell hasn't spoken yet. The statement's not even out. So like I said, you guys, it's really in the middle. The SPY indicating that anyway. Right here at 432.75 on the SPY, right above VWAP, slightly about to come back below it here. So, yeah, you guys, just stay cautious out there, man. Patience pays, you guys. Patience pays. As of right now, the market really is just consolidating in the air, credit spreading above VWAP. That's what it's been doing all day. It's been doing this for about 2 hours now. It's about to be 12:30, about to be officially Wall Street lunch break. Looks like Biden is going to be talking here shortly, though. So we're waiting on that. It looks like all the indices are still in the green here. The Dow's up 1%. The S&P 500 is up 1.58%. The Nasdaq is up 2.60, you guys, and the Russell is up 2.36. So we got a lot of green here. The VIX is down 8%, you guys. So keep that in mind. The VIX is down here way below $3 below 30. So they're at $27.37. So stocks kind of took advantage of that. The volatility chilling out here right before the statement drops at 2 p.m. But we do want to tune in to see what Biden is saying here. You know, he's a market mover. He might boot this thing here. At the end of the day, we're about to take lunch here. Wall Street is about to take lunch as well. So we're going to continue to play some music. When we see Biden walk to the podium, this is the Stock Market Live for LCALD, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about charts and numbers. So we will start the video when he walks to the podium, and we will keep the charts and numbers rolling. But for right now, in the meantime, between time, we're going to keep the music rolling. We are about to head to lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, hope you're enjoying the live stream here. Hope you're learning something. Hope you're earning something. But don't get discouraged. Have patience. Don't be worried. It's not about you right now. It's about the economy. Think about that. We'll be right back.
All right. Was busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot there. You goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing? The goddamn get to that figure. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money and watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now, my shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it, your family gon' have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it, so play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it, then that's some rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck was these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Shut the door. Thank you.
Bag. That bag.
It's another.
That bag. Spizzy, nigga. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want some dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking. Bitches call me taste a bag. Yeah, I'm stankin'. Smoking on that good bag. Yeah. Bitch, I know you love that bag. Yeah. Bitch, I'm really blanking bad. Niggas hating, niggas thinking. Cause I'm shooting at they pad. Nigga, I got that fucking bag. Little nigga. you wish you never had. You wish you had a dad. Go get a fucking bag. Spizzy, yeah, really about that fucking bag. Chasing, still chasing at the fucking rags. Niggas hating, bitches waiting in line. I'm pacing back and forth, chasing to the rags. Gotta get it every day. I'm with it. Niggas know I'm hitting everything, nigga. Every day I'm hitting plays, making licks. Niggas out here talking all that shit, but ain't got bricks. They ain't got no smoke. I fuck that hoe. Now that bitch my trick. But you know those for kids, and I do not have kids. Nah, I'm lying. I got kids, and I got about like 6, but they don't tell my other BMs this. I be moving all the time, but I ain't Trace. I be moving all the way. They act like gays. These niggas is weird. These niggas is lame. I just took the AK to his face. If a nigga try me, I shoot him down. I shoot a nigga out of his place. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky. I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit him 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars. I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag. I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Say, yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky. I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times. Then you look like 50. I just want them dollars. I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag. I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man.
Yeah. John. 704 on the 704, 704, 704, 704 on the 704. That's right, I be that young nigga that you never heard. Spit on rhythms, I make you remember, now you know the words. Dropping hits, yeah, I rack up them figures, but I always splurge. I'ma get it, my deposit hit, my pockets never hurt. I got gold up on my neck, I got gold up on my wrist. I got whole gold wrist, gold condom for my dick. Hey, you know I'm hella cold, but a nigga never shit. And my money hella old, we on that immortal shit. Working every day, I'm on a mission just to chase a sack. Cop a little weight and then I flip it, then I make it back. On a paper chase like I'm sprinting on the fucking track. If I take a break, it's just to sit and roll and smoke this pack. I be on my grind, know a nigga never slacking. Long as I got God, know a nigga never lacking. I don't be surprised, crazy shit, it always happens. I just verbalize all this shit into this rap. Run the 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Run the 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Yeah, I be going every day, watching fly. You can't stop me, nigga, it's no fucking way. I be popping from the berry all the way to Santa Fe. Trending topic, I am John, trying to get to know my fucking name. Give me my respect, I'm underrated and they fucking sleep. I could drop a new project like every other fucking week. You think he the best? I swear these niggas are so fucking weak. No heart in my chest, but I never miss a fucking beat. Do you really know me or do you just know my story? I've been sipping on the 40 in my head, feeling distorted. Is you really for me? Well then I need you to show me. I do not want to control you, I just want you to adore me, bitch. I need you to listen, give me your attention. I said I'm on a mission, trying to make the digits. If you got a proposition for the acquisition, put that fucking trippin' shit, I need to hear it. Run the 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Run the 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Yeah, 704. 704, 704, from the 704, 704, 704, 704, from the 704. Johnny. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Yeah. I be spazzing on her. Knock on that bitch door, I eat her candy like this trick or treat. She begging for some more, as that hoe, she want dick or meat. She said, por favor, yeah, this is Spanish, bitch, do what I please. Monte de rodillas, I just thought this bitch get on her knees. I need to hit that from the back, so baby, won't you turn around? I beat them cheeks, yeah, I'ma clap them shits because I love the sound. She a gunner, cause that pussy juicy, wet on drip or drown. Work the stunner, I'ma pop a perk and go a second round. I fucking shit up and I hit it raw. Bunny on Hannah Montana mall. Block me top out of Panama. Dick at the whole speaking Chippewa. Don't fuck with the cops, nigga. Fuck all the ops, yeah. This shit is too hot. I can't stay up in the spot, yeah. I am not soft. Niggas playing, I'm not, yeah. Johnny took off. I'm the man at the top, yeah. Very scary, fairly odd. Bitch, I don't go by the rules. Feel like Jimmy Neutron, but bitch, I dropped up out the school. This my power hour, yeah. I got her on the roof. And we burning purple flowers, all the smoke is going poof. I'm blowing up like a semi-swerve, blowing up how the spliffy burn. Growing up like I'm semi-turned, they going nuts like the demi-urge. Haters, they just wanna see me burn. All that fake easy to discern, no time to play, I don't need a turn. Accelerating like I'm being CERN. This bitch don't like me, this bitch don't like me. I used to pipe her, she used to bite me. I almost wife her, cut that like Spike Lee. Said I'm a liar, well bitch I might be, bitch I might be. Don't believe a word, got that iced tea for the cocoa birds. But the bird is the word, you let it curve you like you swerving in the coupe. Nigga, who the fuck is you? Yeah, I got shit to do, these niggas hella lazy. Don't got shit to lose, true God don't do fugazi. Can't get caught with you, I can't be having babies. You thought we was cool, oh shit, that's hella crazy. I be snapping on them, ooh, yeah, ratchet on them, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't plastic on me, ooh, I be spazzing on them, ooh, I be blasting on me, ooh, bag on me, ooh, yeah, hit the labs on me. I be snapping on them, ooh, getting ratchet on me, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't plastic on me, ooh, I be spazzing on them, ooh, I be blasting on me, ooh, blow a bag on me, ooh, hit the labs on me, ooh, yeah. I be spazzing on them, yeah. I be spazzing on them, yeah. I be spazzing on them, ooh. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Cold boy quarters, all I do is spit crack. I'm ballin' like a Laker. Downstairs hood, call a young nigga Baker. HBK, I'm a young heartbreaker. Yeah, shawty bad, little nigga, don't chase her. If she actin' up, little nigga, just replace her. I'm about to shoot my shot with a light skin Dom. Young Tony Hawk, how I stay up on my grind. Remember being broke, selling nicks and Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I ride the phone like Brett. Niggas ain't shooters, they was ballin' at the rec. Shout out my Quan, man, my nigga is a jet. My new hoe 27 like Leonard Fournette. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I had to cut these niggas off, ain't using no axe. I'ma buy my mama crib, I told her relax. How this nigga born in 97, them facts. Fuck with me, you better be a rider. I'm hype like Shada. Feeling like big, bitch, call me Big Papa. I got that Shada flowing, no, I'm not chopper. I don't play hockey, but I am a slider. Fucking with my side bitch, yeah, it's time to hide her. Christmas, how I get the set. Say you got gas, boy, you better have some pack. I got them chips, I ain't talking rap snacks. Know my side bitch, yeah, you know her ass fat. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track.
threats. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I really go on the back street. Only run with niggas who clappy. Play with the gritty, your ass with the 6 feet. Bro ain't clutching, I'm clutching. Room nigga, it's nothing. Mom put you in the oven. We ain't playing that chain shit. I'm a hop with the Drake song. Call machine, it's nothing. Pull up on your first cousin. I just talked to TG the other day. Said stay low and stay out the way. And run up this cake for your family. Every day, for food on the table. Every day, I done fell in love with this cake. Percocet shove straight to the face. I just hopped on 85. Lean all in my head, man. Bitch giving me dumb neck. So the bitch just joined the ride. Mom smoking on 85. About to go holler at the club today. He told me he got for 2 for 5. Boy, on the play, yeah. I need that nigga right now. Play card, I got 2 for 10. Serve a nigga like right now. Got my bitch giving neck. While I'm chasing this chick. Kobe Bryant in the 4th. All you see is straight nits. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, let's get to the money. You know the fake ones that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, let's get to the money. You know the fake ones that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. This ain't even Elite 8, I'm already lit up at the gate. This Snow Bunny off the Molly. I just let the fucking tropics. Met a plug named Jesus. Serve a 20 piece right in your face. He asked me if I leave today, will your family be straight? Hell yeah. Count it up, count it up, count it up, run it up. Me and EP, you already know we back to fuck the summer up. 20 days under my eyes, cause I stayed up all night, count it up. With a BMW, just in case a nigga trying to wake me up. Hit his ass real fast, like KP running the screen pass. I'd rather come first than last. Chasing this paper, I really got no plan. What you think the hitters for? From Jibra all the way to the boat. Pull up at the prayer, you know how I go. Serve a nigga, then you gotta go. You love hoe. VVS diamond shining like a chandelier. Her see me and she started to choke. What do you mean, a nigga? I can never ever see myself growing. Over Zay and I'm through this shit. So there's the spirit in my soul. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, get to the money. You know the people that can come with it. That's why I cut it, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, get to the money. You know the people that can come with it. That's why I cut it, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 204. Else.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, number 9 checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. Feel it? Guess you have some real shit. Tell me this, why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I see the blaze up. Coming for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm so look like the breakup. The bullshit came at me, and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Ignore your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, might change what you perceive. I'm from the city, bodies falling like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch with some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them tucking like your enemies. This shit here, my nigga, is the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather round, I need your focus, hope just make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooters. The difference is you unaware they out here trying to do you. Make them move smarter, drink more water, shit beyond the limit. I give you knowledge, turn their wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my mind secure and nigga, I would never lose it. I'm flexible, nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time the youth to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to learn that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you gon' fuck on every bitch that ain't number, you lose it. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you confuse it. Told her it's little nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to defuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I feeling that's cool shit. The mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gotta survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slaves, Jesus pieces, labor, just bought them new whips. Trying to manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Nah, I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school with free education for nations to fuck your poopy. It's allegory to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's it, we'll see you later in Houston with the rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no Jessica Reed, no copping. Now let's talk about options, man, this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, others the ones microscopic. I call their music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change your topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These niggas telling how the nerd to say the fans is watching. These bitches faking shots, gotta kick up, now she says she playing pop. Can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the fish trying to creep up behind me. I know my rights, bitch, ain't no crime with on no fucking body. Maybe that's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They fighting praising my talents just with pictures beside me. Hard to love all this pain and I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it matter cause I went and found peace. And peace. Do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch. I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate.
It's my shit.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Illuminati checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. Feel it? Guess you ain't on no real shit. Tell me this, why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I sit and blaze up. Coming for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm so good like the breakup. The pressure came to me, and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Think know your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, might change what you perceive. I'm from the city, bodies falling like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch with some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them tucking like your enemies. This shit here, my nigga, is the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather round, I need your focus, hope just make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooters. The difference is you unaware they out here trying to do you. Make them move smarter, drink more water, shit beyond the limit. I give you knowledge, turn their wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my mind secure and nigga, I would never lose it. I'm flexible, nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time the youth to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to learn that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you can fuck on every bitch and they number you lose it. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you refuse it. Told her, little nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to defuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I'm feeling that school shit. The mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gotta survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slave, Jesus pieces, label, just bought them new whips. Tryna manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Nah, I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school with free education for melanations to fuck your pulpit. It's allegory to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's it, we'll see you later in Houston with the Rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no Jessica Reed, I'm copping. Now let's talk about options, man, this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, others the ones microscopic. I call they music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change the topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These niggas telling how the nerd to say the fans is watching. These bitches faking shots at the kick her, now she says she poppin'. Can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the fence trying to creep up behind me. I know my rights, bitch, ain't no crime with on the fucking body. Daddy left me, that's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They fighting praising my talents just for pictures beside me. Hard to love all this pain and I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it really matter cause I went and found peace. And you can do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch, I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate. Why everybody got their fuss up on my plate, knowing damn well that I ain't even ate. But shit, religion make the people wanna wait. On some safety, but ain't nobody getting saved. I'm walking down this path that it ain't even paved. These niggas sell their soul just for fucking fame. What a shame.
Comes coming down. And this is coming low green too now. Starting to see momentum shift right back to the Bears. Now we at the lower end. Why? We in the channel still, y'all, right? We in the lower end of the channel now.
Everybody know I'm better. Yeah, I'm better. Always trapping. Any weather. Your homie go. Did you write him any letters? But when he out, that's your homie for forever. Smoking his gas. This shit is fantastic. My daughter's birthday coming up. You know I'm spazzing. I'm just living life. How can you hate on me? No matter what, I'm standing tall like a maple tree. Sipping syrup. A lot of niggas change on me. My time coming. I'm just waiting patiently. Pop me a low. And now I'm alone in the studio with my man, bro. Ain't nobody stop me. Ain't no competition. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Damn. I used to record in the kitchen. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen.
Bro, don't pass me the blood. 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 Yeah. Bro, don't pass me the blood. Yeah.
You see me with this pistol. Oh, do not try your boyfriend, man. Come and talk. Don't be shy. I put my city on the map. You can see where I reside. I'm up in the morning getting and I feel nice. It ain't nothing like that waking bake. Now I need a blunt before I start the day. Phone ring. Already morning play. No sleep, gotta get paid. Make sure the baby's straight.
Here's somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Yeah. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Loud. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Valley. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Another one. Here, bro. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Here, bro. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Yeah.
Get that bag, get through.
I'ma get us out the hood, but I promise. But I promise. But I promise. Get us out these slums, but I promise. Yeah, but I promise. But I promise. Let the beat take over me. Cause these streets can't hold me. Chase a bag is the old me. It's busy chase a bag, homie. Gotta get it for my brody. These streets can't hold me. I'ma listen to my OG. I'ma listen to my OG. Chasing the shit. I'm chasing that money. They hating on me. You niggas funny. It's chasing bag. I get it, homie. Don't chase my bag. I'm stingy, brody. I love that money. I said I love that money. You niggas, y'all can't take it from me. You niggas, y'all can't take it from me. Cause I'ma keep it coming, yeah. Gotta get that bag, man. Gotta get that bag, man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Pac-Man.
They used to call me Boo Boo. Now I'm the shit like Boo Boo. Now you don't say nothing. Can I get 2 for 2? I'm like, hell no. You know your trap at home. You can get 2 for 30. Yeah, get 2 for curry. Yeah. Niggas ain't worried. We getting birdies. Telling y'all bye-bye. Go act serious. I never frisk them. I ain't checking you for nothing. I'm getting checks in, check something. I'm getting checks here also. Get money. In the winter too. Pyro. Before that thing gonna be all red. Like your head. If you keep trying me, it's bulletproof R.I.P. R.I.P. that man. I'm gonna make your ass bleed. You gon' bleed all over the scene. And I'm getting green. All in between. Yeah. Smoking on pressure, you don't want no pressure. I done read up with the bags full of extra. If you want it in emergency, then I'ma stretch you. Tired of these little niggas tryna talk records. They must not know that they be checking checkers. Them checks in, now we getting motherfucking cheddar. Times getting harder, but my life getting better. Barely tryna feel, but I ain't even tryna guess.
Who you guessing? Nah, bitches chase a bag, and I been chasing bags, and bitch I'm blanking bad. I got that 30 on me. I hate to bust your ass. I love them big racks, so you can count on that. I'm chasing check. Up with this pen and pad. I'm trying to
begin by thanking President Zelensky for his
This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD Biden's Live. You guys, let's tune in.
private residence, and he was convincing and significant speech. He speaks for a people who have shown remarkable courage and strength in the face of brutal aggression. Courage and strength that's inspired not only Ukrainians, but the entire world. Putin is inflicting appalling devastation and horror on Ukraine, bombing apartment buildings, maternity wards, hospitals. I mean, it's god awful. I was speaking about this with our commander behind me here, General Milley. I mean, it just is amazing. Yesterday, we saw reports that Russian forces were holding hundreds of doctors and patients hostage in the largest hospital in Mariupol. These are atrocities. They're an outrage to the world. And the world is united in our support for Ukraine and our determination to make Putin pay a very heavy price. America is leading this effort, together with our allies and partners, providing enormous levels of security and humanitarian assistance that we're adding to today, and we're going to continue to do more in the days and weeks ahead. We're crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that's going to only grow more painful over time, with the entire NATO and EU behind us and many other countries. What's at stake here are the principles that the United States and the United Nations across the world stand for. It's about freedom. It's about the right of people to determine their own future. It's about making sure Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin, no matter what advances he makes on the battlefield. The American people are answering President Zelensky's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine to defend itself, more tools to fight Russian aggression. And that's what we're doing. In fact, we started our assistance to Ukraine before this war began, as they started to do exercises along the Ukrainian border, the Russians, starting in March of last year. We took the threat of Putin invading very seriously, and we acted on it. We sent Ukraine more security assistance last year, $650 million in weapons, including anti-air and anti-armor equipment, before the invasion, more than we had ever provided before. So when the invasion began, they already had in their hands the kinds of weapons they needed to counter Russian advances. And once the war started, we immediately rushed $350 million in additional aid to further address their needs. Hundreds of anti-air systems, thousands of anti-tank weapons, transport helicopters, armed patrol boats, and other high-mobility vehicles, radar systems that help track incoming artillery and unmanned drones, secure communications equipment and tactical gear, satellite imagery and analysis capacity. And it's clearly helped Ukraine inflict dramatic losses on Russian forces. On Saturday, my administration authorized another $200 million to keep a steady flow of weapons and ammunition moving to Ukraine. Now I'm once again using my presidential authority to activate an additional security assistance to continue to help Ukraine fend off Russia's assault, an additional $800 million in assistance. That brings the total of new U.S. security assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion just this week. These are direct transfers of equipment from our Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them as they fight against this invasion. And I thank the Congress for appropriating these funds. This new package on its own is going to provide unprecedented assistance to Ukraine. It includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to make sure the Ukrainian military can continue to stop the planes and helicopters that have been attacking their people and to defend their Ukrainian airspace. And at the request of President Zelensky, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. Our new assistance package also includes 9,000 anti-armor systems. These are portable, high accuracy shoulder-mounted missiles that the Ukrainian forces have been using with great effect to destroy invading tanks and armored vehicles. It'll include 7,000 small arms, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers to equip the Ukrainians, including the brave women and men who are defending their cities as civilians, and they're on the countryside as well.
and as well as the ammunition, artillery, and mortar rounds to go with small arms, 20 million rounds in total. 20 million rounds. This will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense. And we're not doing this alone. Our allies and partners have stepped up to provide significant shipments of security assistance and will continue to help facilitate these deliveries as well. The United States and our allies and partners are fully committed to surging weapons of assistance to the Ukrainians. And more will be coming as we source additional stocks of equipment that we're ready to transfer. Now I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle, but the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival. We're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee Ukraine. In just the past few weeks, we provided $300 million of humanitarian assistance to the people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Tens of thousands of tons of food, water, medicine, and other basic supplies to support the people in need. Our experts on the ground in Poland and Moldova and other neighboring countries are there to make real-time assessments of the rapidly evolving crisis to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need when they need it. And we will support Ukraine's economy with direct financial assistance as well. And together with our allies and partners, we will keep up the pressure on Putin's crumbling economy, isolating him on the global stage. That's our goal. Make Putin pay the price, weaken his position, while strengthening the hand of the Ukrainians on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. Together with our allies and partners, we're going to stay the course. We'll do everything we can to push for and end this tragic, unnecessary war. This is a struggle that pits the appetites of an autocrat against humankind's desire to be free. And let there be no doubt, no uncertainty, no question. America stands with the forces of freedom. We always have and we always will. I thank you all and God bless you. And I'm going to walk over and sign this bill to allow the drawdown of those materials. And may God protect the young Ukrainians who are out there defending their country.
That's why you don't get overly bullish. Don't never chase. Never buy premium. Only sell premium.
I'm signing here.
Start coming down.
Delegation authority under Section 506A1 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, translated into plain English, a total of $800 million in defense.
For you to send the Polish base that President Zelensky is asking for.
I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm not going to comment on any other than what I told you. Thank you.
This is support / resistance right here. This is a back test, so that's over with. Get it one of these. What's right there? Oh. So it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining that. Market is coming down now, as you see. We are waiting. Oh, let me get my card. Let me show you. My card is on deck, you guys. My Jerome Powell card is here. The 16th chairman. My pal put is ready, you guys. But it could be it could be Powell calls. We don't know. But the market did just pull back here from the highs of the day. So it looks like we all got to finally see resistance and what it means. They were just continuing from yesterday. It was a little gap up. But we don't really know how long this is going to hold here. They can call this support right here, bounce right back up. It's 112 here. The statement is about to come out here shortly, you guys. We're about to find out the direction and see how the market is going to react. to the rate hike. This is a big day. You haven't done this since 2018. You heard it, you know it, you saw it. I see y'all in the comment section. Y'all probably getting a little nervous. Somebody said, congrats, Biden. You've done what no one else was stupid enough to do. I wonder how long until Russia starts shooting down satellites. Uh-oh. So, yes, does it sound like that was good, what he was just talking about, basically. So they said, Lord Biden is your God now. Worship him at the altar of virtue, signaling also wear your damn mask. Here comes the cyber war. So everybody sees the reversal here. They're starting to see what I'm saying. So yeah, we're at the lower end of the band, you guys. Market it was at the upper end of the band this morning. Now we're seeing the lower end. So to me, it looks like a spread. We're getting both sides here. This is the new numbers and charts where it's at. But ladies and gentlemen, really the main thing is to just pay attention here in the next 30, 45 minutes, you guys. Statement's about to drop. We're going to tune into another streamer. He gets the statement pretty fast, so we're going to tune into his stream when it does drop and let you guys, he's probably going to, finger slide it. He ain't going to really read it, but he's going to go over some key parts. It's going to really take a while to read, so you're going to see a reaction. That's why they're just going to have Pal talk 30 minutes after it. So he's going to kind of like sum it up a little better, and they're going to quote him. And we're going to see the market move, ladies and gentlemen.
I heard
so,
that.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Hey, team.
We're going to take a quick break here. All the indices are starting to, let me refresh here, starting to slip here. It's no more 2% gains here. The Dow's only up 69%. The S&P 500 is only up 1% now. The NASDAQ's only up 1.84 here. So we are slipping. Russell 2000 only up 2%. The VIX only down 5 now. So market is reversing, you guys. A little bit of reversal. Still green. Don't get it twisted, but just slipping here. It's not really that high. Stock's starting to pull back. Amazon back below 3,000 outs. Didn't see that till just now. So yeah, the market is definitely pulling back if they're doing that. But we're gonna take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a river. Frack Alley blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaving.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaving. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weed. If he hit us, he gon' jump. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer.
They don't even know they related.
Bust his head out. I get the pack for the cheaper. I got that shit off of reefer. Frack Alley blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaving.
Everybody blind to that fact. That's the hidden message in the word. Nobody can focus in it.
Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaving. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weed. If he hit us, he gon' jump. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weed. If he hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the low, ain't no puffin', no hustle. No fuckers you talking about with us. I'm trying to get to the business. I'm trying to see me a business. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the business. Imagine what you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home. Jack boys back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a bone. Try me a map for your zone. Try me nigga then it's on. All I know is tech and get to that dough. My mama need her a better home. Got you for real. They tryna see me to an early grave. I got some niggas that's gon' cut away. I got some niggas so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure home. Can't trust a nigga who changed on this brother. No, that bitch wasn't loyal. Same niggas say that they lay your profile for your mother. When you 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you riding the hearse. I came from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali pound full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him cry. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got this bitch swallowing scene. Baby sitting on the beat. He hit this shit, I'm tweaking. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got this shit off the reefer. Fat Cali pound full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got this bitch swallowing saving. Baby sitting on the beacon. He hit this shit, gon' tweak it. You gon' tweak it. You gon' tweak it.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cash. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just landing money, landing money, landing money, landing money. Spend the money, make this money, just lend this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
It's still over with right now, technically, because of the time we brought it. That's why we're down. But we will be fine with patience if they can stay right here and go lower. We need them to finesse something.
Finesse it. Finesse it.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finesse it. Finesse it. Finesse it. One right. Go spizzy. Finesse it. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse it. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse it. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that rate, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options, yeah, for days, I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chili cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Wow, reversal right there.
I told you though when I seen that clank up there. I said,
clank.
One right. Spizzy chase a bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that figure. That your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's one rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to stack them. Blank them, yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up, man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Girl dress like I'm Medusa, make your nigga fall in love. My money run like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My nigga been some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Girl dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. He fuck me, flight to Paris, smoke a blunt and get some brunch. No photo, this shit hitting type of weed that how you sprung. He coming back like replay, cause he know that I'm the one. These other bitches corny, no Fritos, ain't got no chips. I been swagged out, these bitches dipping in my drip. They wonder why I'm smelling, cause I know that I'm that bitch. Consistency and timing make a young nigga rich. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money low like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My nigga been some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. You want me with my bag and I ain't fucking with no scrub. If you got it, that ain't nothing, you ain't fucking with no bum. Bitch, I bet I'll flip a sack and watch my niggas run it up. They bring me back my profit, I ain't gotta do shit. Ugly hoes always talking, bitch, your legs must smell like piss. Young boss, bitch, coming straight from out the bottom. These hoes we make believe, they don't really got no problem. Can't fuck no regular nigga, they be looking for some clout. Can't put shit near this pussy, cause they can't close they mouth. They be talking like they bitches, no real niggas, it's a drought. When I come across one, I be sure to point them out. Green dress like I'm Medusa, thick red bitch, I hear you love. She cry just like a baby, damn, what you wanna hug? I gotta make it happen, you can't get no handout. Everybody watch me struggle, left me starving in a drought. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money long like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug? My niggas been some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress cause I'm that bitch, I make your nigga fall in love. Yeah, bitch.
Diamonds hit, they so bright, she suck the dick and do it right. I'm sipping on acne, hit with Sprite. I'm fucking your bitch, we go all night. I be that man when you sit back. I rock with chopsticks, got kick back. When they lay low, I say get back. I throw this force, do it for racks. I can't let all these niggas decap, big cap and rap. Draco gon' cut, she moan me well when I hit from the back. Pressure gon' hit one hit, you jack. I got two hoes, they ate me up, run up on me, you test your luck. She fuck with boss, she like the suck. I'm on the hill, I got it took. Big Don shit don't hang with lanes. In a fast car, I'ma switch lanes. She got good head, she gave me brain. Bitch, I'm black heart, I'm so insane. I said my blood run through my veins. Charm of business, feel like Kane. Fuck nigga, play around with gang. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. I feel like Travis, make it rain. Can't fuck with you if you ain't gang. Kid got a shot, let it
they say. Done fucked up, now look what happened. I'm in the store and I be snapped. I be with low, let's get it crack. I know some niggas really trap. I'm off the bin right now in the whip. Big Glock, let off it real. I'm about to guap, nigga, dog my chips. He think he told, he saw the clip. I be in malls, I'm posted up. We walk in malls, I got big racks. I'm in the party, I'm fucked up. She shaking ass and throw it back. I been that nigga, little bro, hit on with the blicker. Caught him lacking, he a switch. Bitch is stupid, I can't kiss her. I won't miss her. I'm on a mission. My wrist cold, you see the difference. Man, that crack gon' have them itching. Diamonds shining, bitches pissing. I can't fuck with none of these niggas. Niggas hate cause I say trash. It's a few I call my brothers. Fuck your niggas, fuck a friend. I can't fake it, I'ma make it. Tryna pull up in the Benz. If I want it, I'ma take it. Fuck a hers and fuck a his. I'm a stepper fully loaded. Got her screaming, now she choking. Got a roller, bitch, I'm focused. Niggas rest based on emotion. I'ma pop up like a notice. When I pop out, it's a scene. Tell me who can really do this shit. I'm only 18. Call this song. When I die, just meet that nine. When a song, just hit my line. When a fight, just come outside. Full lead, but he out of luck. Like AD, give his ass a buzz. Put a brown in a double cup. Put a brown in a double cup. Big dog, y'all with some pups. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' slide. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' ride. Run down, nigga, where's your pride? Boy, confused, go get him a guide. Little nigga, you can't hide. Here's thing, I can't retire. Here and now, this ain't your night. Red dot looking kinda bright. Talking to her till we seen a light. Fuck a gun, we could just fight. Little baby ain't my type. Pick a hole like the price is right. I'm different, shorty like some Ike Nights. Whole time I want the mommy. Feeling me, yeah, she like the Tommy. Fuck a good, all in the tummy. Target practice, yeah, you a bunny. Get some fame, now you acting funny. Fuck a fame, I take the money. Kids, nigga, I come with the George. Fuck is a knob, fuck is a dope. Fuck is a homie, I shot by my lonely. Switch on me, should've learned from Tony. My bitch TTG like she stony. You fake and you a phony. Making these moves like Pablo. Y'all can't hold me like Chavo. Shorty scream my name like Chavo. Foreign bitch call me Poppy. Little shorty call me Daddy. She eat the dick like candy. Then clean it up like a nanny. She need me like Handy Manny. Fuck a car till they free talk. Free my brother Tajay. Always on that hot shit. Before real high, never switch. Turn me up like you get the switch. Got him fold like he said a pig. Show the nigga just beat this stick. Huh? Nigga on the dock, nigga on the dock, nigga on the dock.
Yeah. Cloud9. Dang. 25-8, nigga. No sleep.
Motherfucking feel this shit, boy.
Yeah. I say I'm riding real low when it's 6-4. Looser than the goose, yeah, my top hanging real low. Smoking on some gas, my nigga Sansa got that endo. Gas a little cheaper than the good stuff. Come get it gone. Pressure. I say I'm all about that bag. I keep them blue strips. Yeah, that honey tag. Go ahead and shake that monkey, girl. I'm blanking bad. Go ahead and shake that monkey, girl. I'm blanking bad. Really, I'm really leaning. I'm off them bars, baby. I was dreaming about a double cup. I'm codeine, thinking if I pour it up, she drinking. I pour it up. She said I bought some freeze, I bought some more cuz. She said that ain't on me. No more get free. She throwing that ass, she say it's more than free. I'm a double G. I'm sipping Easter pink. I'm dripping lean on me. No sauce on me. Just a bag, a cheese, and a blank. Get bad, so don't tell on me. Man, I been checking. Cause I get a lot of paper. And I don't care what you thinking. I got that lean on me. So please don't lean on me. I call it HIV, cause I'm sick with it. I ain't tripping no crib with it. I'm just blanking bad bitch, nigga. Spizzy, chase a bag with it. Hey, and I'm just mad with it. I'm blanking bad with it. And I'm just drinking.
Leaning like a fiend. Yeah, I'm up there. That Easter pain. I be serving all these damn junkies in the morning. I don't give a fuck about nothing if it ain't the money. I don't care about shit. Niggas talking all this shit. Niggas still on my dick. It's been 6'6". Yeah, or 2006. I been grinding, making money, getting paper, yeah, bitch. But what you been talking, niggas always doing shit. But ain't never get money that don't exist. Over here, we get money over here with the motherfucking essays and 6 4s drinking beers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And as you can see, I have my card ready here on deck, man. We're about to get the biggest move to kick off the year, man, for real. To really kick off the year, right? Or, you know, maybe it still need to be corrected here. We don't know. We about to find out here. We're tuning in. Biden got another briefing here shortly. But as I said, we're going to go over the statement dropping on the homie of my stream. Because he's going to have it a little faster than anybody else. But the market is picking back up here. I'm seeing the spot go back to the red line here at the bottom end. So back channeling back in here, back still below VWAP, but close to it again. So they just went back inside the channel right now. Nothing going on too crazy. But they did sell off. They did buy back here. So we're kind of still go either way here. And really going to chop it up to the statement. It's however the market takes the statement here, that's just what it's going to be, man. So just keep in mind, it's about to be a lot of volatility. Be cautious. Really, if you haven't played this before, you never did this before, this is a great opportunity to learn on the sidelines. It's a huge risk right here. Most people like to wait till afterwards. But to each his own, man. You got to take a risk in this market to get any type of reward. Remember that. So just as long as you studied it, you know, charts and numbers, everything should be fine. It's only paper at the end of the day. They make more. You should have more to deposit. If not, you shouldn't be doing this, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, that's what we're waiting for. We're going to tune into the homie stream right now while we're waiting on Biden. He still ain't there. Update on the indices here. It's about to get really intense here, you guys. I'm about to lock in, so probably won't hear from me until this thing is over here. Powell's speaking at 2:30, so be mindful of that. The statement's going to drop at 2 p.m. The Dow is up 77%. S&P 500 is 1.21% up here. The NASDAQ is 2.16% up. The Russell 2000 is 1.90% up. The VIX is still down about 6.47%. So the market is still in the green. They can really take control here. The bulls, if they want to. They can take back control if they want to, but right now they're struggling here. The Bears got the momentum and they're getting rejected here at the bottom end. Now I'm noticing here is a trend change here. Yeah, just keep in mind of what's going on, man. Stay cautious, stay ready. Stay cautious, stay ready. That's all you can do. Good luck. Good luck. If you're trading this or investing this, good luck.
Ready to capitalize?
Be ready to capitalize. Are you?
Make money on a regular basis.
Make money on a regular basis. Are you? All right, here you go to the homie stream.
That are just even worse. Wouldn't it be better for Powell to rip the Band-Aid and go ahead of inflation? It makes sense, but no. Just because if he did that, it would hurt the market. The market would trip out.
So that's the thing. That's what they talked about last time, and that's why they wanted to signal the market ahead of time what they were going to do. Because if you go too fast, too hard, it would shake things up. Again, it's like you would want to rip the Band-Aid, but it's more like weaning yourself off of drugs as opposed to ripping off a Band-Aid. Does that make sense? So it's like if you're addicted to drugs and somebody just stopped giving you your medicine or your drugs that you were doing, then you would have withdrawals. Some people die just because they go from addicted to drugs to getting off of it. That's it. That's why they call it tapering. Literally, they literally calling it tapering. It's like weaning yourself off of it. He doesn't want to go. You don't want to go cold turkey. So that's why it's like if he did that, you would run the risk of a negative shock to the economy and the market that might be worse than just little by little. Yeah, you have the problem, but little by little you could slowly get them off of it. And even though it's like it seems contrary. Why would you give someone drugs if they were addicted to drugs? Because if you took them off it could actually hurt a little bit more depending on it. But again, that's an interesting analogy. The market is fully pricing in. Again, that's why we looked at this chart and we keep looking at it. The market is already pricing in a very solid, it's pricing in a very solid almost 8 rate hikes now. You're at 7 years easy, or 7 rate hikes easy just on the year. So the market is already pricing in a lot, but we're gonna see what happens from there. So we should shoot up after Powell. We'll find out. Again, it's all what he says, and then but I'm relying on interpretation. I think right now with so much priced in, and then with all the news that we got, I think it's a fool's errand to try to expect what Powell's gonna do because he's gonna do what he does. Powell's gonna do that little he's gonna move the puck, but he's gonna do it very artfully to not give too much information. And that's why one big thing I would say is if he gives details on the balance sheet reduction, because once he says that and tells us a timeline, the market's going to start pricing that right again. How do you know how many rate hikes? That's what this is up right here. Right here is the Fed future. So you know how there's futures for commodities, the stock market, all of that. It's the same thing for the Fed. So you could buy bonds or futures on the bonds of the shorter term ones to get an idea. So based on the 1 year by December 2022, the end of the year, right now the futures price for the rates is at 1.82. So that is telling you that they are expecting by the end of the year, rates will be at 1.82, which would insinuate about 7 to 8 rate hikes at this point. 7 for sure, but if it keeps going up, and that's why depending on what we get from here, it'll go from there. FFZ2, I believe so, yeah. But that's March is FFH2, April, so December is FFZ2. What's with the like to viewer? I don't know. I mean, all we got to do is check in. Do you guys want to check in? It's already 10:45, so 15 minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you can hear my voice, I need to know who's going to hear this message. I got a positive message for you today. It's a simple one. You may have already heard it. But ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, I just need you to check in. Just hit the thumbs up button. I need to know who's going to hear this. We're at 2,000 like resistance. So it's like a resistance point on the SPY. So, we can't get past it without your assistance, Chad. I can't do it without you. So if you hear my voice, just let me know. No purchase necessary. Minimally invasive. There you go, baby. Oh, it's moving. They hear me. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Oh my God, look at that. 200 people right there. Oh, I know 200 people hear me. See? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, let's go. Look at that, 300. Oh, and people already checked in. You see? That's what I was saying. We just got to check in with them. We got to hit them with the positive message. Oh my God, almost 400. Are you kidding? All right, we broke the resistance level. Oh man, I don't know if we'll get to 2.5 resistance, but hey, if you hear my voice, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you being here. Today was already a crazy day, and guess what? It's only gonna get crazier. The main event is right here, bro. The main event. The main event is arriving. So get ready for that. Yeah, minimally invasive. Minimally invasive. No purchase necessary. If you hear my voice, just hit the like. We're about to hit 2,500. Oh, let's go, Chad. Hey, man. Hey, yo, get a long term, okay? For real, get a long term. First link in the description, free long term alerts, okay? That's it. It's free 99. Get a long term. Wow, I didn't know that many people were listening. Holy crap. Holy crap. Get a long term, bro. Time in the market beats time in the market, okay? But anyways, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I've said this, but I want you to feel it today. Okay? If you're listening to me, and I know there's at least 700 people who heard me right now, it's very simple. You have a purpose. Okay? You have a purpose in life. Don't let anybody play you. Don't let anybody tell you anything otherwise. If you weren't meant to be born in this generation at this moment, you would have been on the damn Mayflower or something, but you're not. Okay? So please, I just need you to believe it. I need you to bring it to life. And honestly, let me add one more thing, man. Unity, baby. We are all stronger as one, okay? So I hope you guys can show love to everybody no matter what. Don't take anything too serious. We live in an environment now in the world where a lot of tensions are high. Again, it's very hard to always agree with everybody. There's a lot of things back and forth, but at the end of the day, man, if you got love in your heart and you can send some good vibes towards people, it'll go a long way. So just don't forget that, all right? Don't forget that, baby. God bless you. Thank you for liking the video. And you have a purpose. I told you. I told you. Yeah, they ain't have PS5s on the Mayflower. You were born, bro. Have you ever thought about it? Come on. Like, why were you born? Like, why didn't you get born in the 50s, the 40s, the 20s? Some of you are like, Josh, I was. What do you mean, Josh? Hold on. But it's okay. I know you feel me. I know you feel me. Who did you say was predicting 7 rate hikes? That's the Fed future. So that's the open market based on the expectations and buying the futures. That's what people are pricing in. Ukraine needs this hype. Nah, I ain't going to Ukraine, bro. LME daily nickel trading limits to 8% from Thursday. 3 possibilities from Powell looking comments and 2 are bad. Kind of. Again, if I think the real big thing that's going to be negative is if he gives a timeline for balance sheet tapering, because then the market's going to start pricing that in, and then that would be negative. So that's all you got to watch out for. Josh, you follow me on IG? I did not, man. That was probably the fake Josh on Instagram. Again, on my Instagram, we have the long term if you want to see it, but don't get fooled by the scammer. He's going to message you and ask you how your crypto's doing. That's just not me, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's just not me. I'm not. It's weird. Like, I'm never going to tell you to WhatsApp me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your commentary on old people talking, that's a lot of ha 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 ha's. So are you old, or are you like one of those like young guys who like calls everybody a boomer? Do you know how many times, bro, do you know how many times in the last 2 years I've been called a boomer by like guys who are like 19 years old? It's so fucking weird. I'm telling you, it's wild. It's wild. It's wild. So I don't know which category you fall into. Because you might like, because you're like, ha ha ha, old people, ha ha ha. It's like, nah. It's like, what? It's so, no, like, bro, I literally had one guy, bro, like, I had a guy, like, he went crazy. He was like one of the stalkers. He was like a young guy, but he was like, bro, this guy would message me every day, just like making fun of like God, like saying all these things to me. And he's like, you boomer, you boomer. I think for 10 days in a row, he just kept calling me a boomer. And I'm like, bro, we are probably within like a couple years of age difference. I wouldn't like, but I don't know. But I've noticed a lot of the young guys, they have like a hatred towards like boomers. I don't know how to describe it. I got DMs. Yeah, that's a fake one, so don't fall for it. I still love you. It's a fear of getting old.
Making it very interesting. They went right back to the
It happens. It's part of the Marxist education thing. Yo, that's a top tier joke. That's a top tier joke. That's a top tier joke. UMC up to everything again in China. We'll see if the China stocks come down again. China had unprecedented. They made an unprecedented assurance of stimulus. Pretty much talk like they're gonna get rid of the what's it called? Get rid of the crackdown. So again, China's killing it today. We did make the China video, and I'd still keep my eyes on there. I don't think it's over just yet, but definitely watch it. Wait, did anybody get that? It's because of the housing prices? Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But apparently, I don't know if this is, someone confirm it. I think a Walmart distribution center is on fire. I haven't got any news, but somebody just sent me a picture. I just got a chat email. Check, let's see Walmart stock. Did anybody see that one? Can you confirm it? Yeah, I own ASON. We grabbed it on IPO. But apparently this is it's a fire. But they said this is a Walmart distribution center. It is. It's 5 minutes from you. Confirmed. Well, there you go. So stock, I mean, I don't know if it'll have too big of an effect. In AVPN, Indianapolis. Is B&O done? I think in the short term for now, but I think, again, the whole oil situation remains, and it depends here on what goes on with the escalation, the war, everything else going on with that. And then we'll see here with Powell. I mean, again, rising rates should hopefully start to slow down the commodities, but we will see. And the TLT's coming down. Dude, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. So the Walmart fire's priced in. That Walmart in Indiana, I believe so. Jerome Powell, 7 minutes, man. 6 minutes now. Holy, it's just, I don't know. It kind of slipped. Today has been so wild. It is, well, 2:30 is when Powell comes on, but then the actual statement, and we'll see what's in the statement. It could have a lot of stuff. That is going to be coming out around, what's it called? That's going to come, not around, it's going to come out in 6 minutes to the dot. So we'll see. We'll have this up here. Let's get a live blog if you guys want to go over it. Let's see what we got. We got a couple of comments. I'm sure these will be interesting to read. The TD, this is the chart of the month-to-month change of the balance sheet. Compares the Fed's policy response to COVID versus the great financial crisis in 2008. TD Securities analyst Priya Mishra estimated this week that Treasuries hadn't priced in an imminent start to QT. So the word that the bond portfolio, which is still growing just last week, will shrink soon, could especially put up yields for the 5-year mark. They wrote, trading is closely watched. Yield curve relationship between 2 and 10-year Treasury notes have been a rewarding one-way trade in 2022. From the peak at 90 basis points, the 2-10s flattened to a new cycle low, 19 basis points last week. That move has prompted some unwinding, with the 2-10s back at 30 basis points ahead of the Fed, and further guidance on how they approach the timing and pace of quantitative tightening. Bill O'Donnell of Citi says the color on shrinking the balance sheet might determine whether the cycle low in the Treasury 2-10s will be 20 basis points. That's kind of what we talked about. Sean Cruz, senior market strategist at TD, says what is going to be interesting is what they say about their intentions for the balance sheet. I think there was a little bit of a surprise for markets when they announced that they were also going to start running off the balance sheet this year, and I wonder if that was maybe at least going to get softened a little bit at this meeting. Here's a look at the value of evolution of the Fed's balance sheet. Bloomberg's intelligence strategy says that the reactions to the Fed statements and press conference could hinge on a discussion about plans to run off the balance sheet. Again, that's what we've been talking. BA's rates are Bloomberg interest rates, and mortgage-backed security strategists expect eventual runoff caps to the 60 billion treasuries and 30 billion agency MBS every month. To calculate that at these levels, caps would be only occasionally reached. There will be an update on official statement at the press conference on details of planning to shrink. Ira and Angelo, interest rate strategists at Bloomberg, they think slower rate hikes will be needed to avoid a recession next year. They note that the rate markets continue to price for aggressive hikes by the Federal Reserve, with the yield curve already pricing in for levels consistent with the recession. The two analysts will be looking for any clues in the post-meeting statement or press conference concerning a shift in the pace of hikes. So I think it's everything we talked about, honestly. And especially, I like Ira. I think he's the GOAT. So he's usually on top of stuff. So it seems like everyone's looking balance sheet. And then if the pace of anything changes there too. So we're going to find out. Statement comes out here in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Be on the lookout. So hopefully, let me know if you got the, what's it called? Let me know if you got the stream alert. I think it should be there. But pretty much get ready. You're going to get one move at the release. So once we get one of the releases, you're going to start seeing a movement on the market. The 1 in 2 minutes is going to move. And then it's going to go from there. Yep, you got it. All right, I think we're good to go. Yeet. There you go. There you go. Now we have a good backup. So again, just get ready for the first move. So right when the statement comes out, there'll be a small move, and then the big moves happen after the press conference. But again, this first move is going to have a lot of different things coming out. So get ready. Get ready. Oh, man, a minute and a half. Thanks for the IG follow. That wasn't me, man. Don't get scammed, okay? Please report those accounts. I love you. Be safe out there, okay? Be safe out there. Don't let them hustle you. Get ready. Should we put Bloomy on? What do we got? What do we got? Countdown to
Smart
FOMC.
people. And Larry Summers in his criticism today, I thought, gave him some great respect. This is tough duty now to guesstimate this forward.
They're in a tough spot, Lisa. And in the last couple of weeks, they
1
got
minute.
shock.
And then Powell comes on in 30 after.
Question to me: is there enough momentum, given the rollover that might come from this shock, to withstand additional shocks from Fed tightening and from a potentially restrictive policy? And that, I think, is what a lot of people are struggling with and wondering, why are we in this situation at all?
TK?
I'm wondering what Jerome Powell's bracket looks like.
Nah, this the statement comes. There's not going to be a recording.
recording.
Right now they're talking. I'll put them on once they start going over some stuff. We're getting ready for it. And again, yeah, this is the last time we rose from zero was 2015. So it's been 8 years since you've seen a liftoff from 0% interest rates. Again, 2018 we were above zero. Get ready. Here we go. The release is out. Oh, big pop down, kind of. We're selling off, but let's see. I don't have the numbers just yet.
49 on 2.
No, the number. Okay, they see longer run median Fed's fund rate at 2.4. They lift a quarter point in opening bid to curb inflation. Borrowing costs seen another 150 in 2022. War scene pushing inflation higher and weighing on growth. 0.25 to 5. Fastest inflation in 4 decades. First increase is 2018. The dot plot's median projection was the benchmark rate to end 2022 at 1.9. So the dot plot, okay, so if TLT goes down, that's good. Again, banks should go up on that, like we said. You want TLT to go down. If TLT goes up, that's bad. So TLT going down is great right now. That's fine. Again, the dot plot is at 1.9 by the end of the year. So watch the Fed futures. These might start to move a little bit. So again, right now, Fed futures, it's not too bad, but it's pretty much, we're lining up with it. But that means the Fed might go a little bit more. But look, if TLT pops up, the banks are going to go down. They raised to 0.05. No, they raised 0.25. They raised 0.25, but now the range is now 0.25 to 0.5. So it's a range. So yeah, they're pricing in about 7.5 basis points. It's a quarter point hike. Market's going down again. I wouldn't trip out too much. Some names are going up off of that, but watch out here. We're getting more. It looks like the inflation forecast 4.3 for the end of this year. A major overshoot from the target, but much more realistic. Unemployment seen going up. A quarter point rate hike as promised. So yeah, it's this target. These inflation targets are high. So bro, he just got super bearish on inflation. Again, they weren't at 4.3 for the end of this year. So now he got ahead of it. So Powell is saying pretty much 4.3 inflation, and then they're expecting 1.9 rates by the end of this year, by 2020. That's about 8 rate hike. 8 or 9 rate hikes, actually. 7 is like 1.7. So it's priced in. We win. Kind of. I mean, again, just don't. Hopefully TLT doesn't go up. You're seeing the banks. They're kind of playing. China stocks aren't moving at all. It's kind of priced in, but the economic expectations are a little bit different. So here are the statements. So here are the differences between March and January. Again, they said the sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic have improved. So that's different. They said inflation remains elevated. The reopening, they have continued to contribute to elevated levels of inflation. Let's see where there's a big difference. Where's the SPY? So a lot of different ones. Wait a minute. Did anybody vote against? I guess you got a new voter. That's the difference. Ongoing purchases, $10 billion a month. Inflation will be about 2%. A strong labor market will continue as appropriate. Yeah, it's not too crazy. TLT's up. That's not good. You don't want TLT up. See, look at JPM's going down off that. Keep the target rate for the federal funds rate owed to a quarter with inflation well above 2%. Continue to reduce the monthly place of net assets, binding them to early March, bringing them to an end in early March. Beginning in February, they'll increase its holdings by at least $20 billion a month. Will continue to foster. So they're, I don't know. I think that's kind of bullish, low key. It doesn't. He had nothing mentioned about the tapering yet. Let's see a Bloomberg saying
2 percentage points by 2024.
Going to go through this price action, Mike. We fade on the equity market on the S&P, up 8 or 9/10%. On the Nasdaq, up by 1.7. Looking at the bond market, yields up at the front end on twos.
Bullard.
Can we get to that and just look at Treasuries? What a move, up 9 basis.
Yeah, Bullard voted. That's not good because that's the first meeting in 12 months where we've had a where we've had a dissent. So in the last 12 to 16 months, everybody's agreed. So Bullard is the one who's advocating for more. So now you got a little bit of disagreement. The Fed's expectations are now 4.3% inflation, which is bigger. And then they're saying about 8 to 9 rate hikes by the end of the year. And then they raised by a quarter. So honestly, it's a little bit hawkish, I would say, to a degree. I mean, most of it was priced in, but you have some elements of hawkishness, and we got a lot of them. TLT going up closes the gap. It will for the divergence, but we'll see. But again, it could create a bigger problem. If TLT goes up, we want TLT down right now. Otherwise, it means that the market is tripping out. But again, this is why I said we have the press conference still. This is still the first move. Don't get fooled just yet. This is the first move. We'll see what he says, and then we'll go from there. But this could take some time to digest. Fed so-called dot plot officials median for the benchmark at about 1.9. This is a good deal more hawkish than economists surveyed. A lower estimate of the long-run policy suggests weaker growth, weaker inflation dynamics. No doubt there'll be many who take issue with that long-run inflation. Again, yeah, that's the bearish part about this. The fact that the yield curve is now pretty much the Fed's dot plot is just as aggressive as the Fed futures. And now the Fed is pricing in 4.3 inflation, which I think they were at 3% last meeting or some shit like that. So it's pretty wild. But we're coming down now. Market's still positive. We're giving up. Dow's going to be the first one to go negative if it does. The Fed has lowered its median understanding of the long-run policy, 2.3, not 2.5. End of 2024, 2.75. So there's an overshoot of the neutral 2.5. Policy-sensitive Treasury yields are surging 9 basis points, new cycle high. So we'll see. Again, this is the first move right now. Only 6 more meanwhile. That means they're going to raise it every single one. We were kind of aware of that, but this one's just a little bit more interesting. This is it. Let me see. Let's see what they got to say.
That the market should be allowed to do what it does, and the Fed should just focus on its responsibility, which is price stability, and that is done through the money supply and controlling the balance sheet. And they should just let the market, including the overnight rate, just unpeg it and let it go.
But Scott, that's not going to happen. That theory, I'm not going to say it was debunked, but it is certainly not on the principal theory of the.
All right, let's see. Again, Powell's going to be coming on here in like 20 minutes or so. 5-year rises 11. So that's inverting the curve. If this stays, if the 5-year goes up and then the longer end doesn't move, it's still flattening. So again, that's why I think the banks are in the middle here. If we see this play out, watch out. I mean, watch if TLT goes up, but this is now the first sell-off. If we get the first bounce, there'll be a move. But again, just remember, this is the first move right now. This is just, we could kind of reasonably expect this. We got, most of it was priced in. But then there is a couple of more hawkish updates, more or less. That's kind of where we're at right now. Is that red alarm? Nah, we're good. It's not that bad. I mean, this is, if anything, everything's kind of good. Now, if the market doesn't panic, the Fed it seems like the Fed is aware that inflation is higher and that they're even pricing higher. You now have the Fed pricing just as aggressive.
Advocates are the backbone of the nation's response to gender-based violence. And with this bill, this nation has committed to them as well. These 5 years of hard work to renew and strengthen VAWA would not be possible without the same tenacity and compassion of all, including bipartisan members of Congress and their staff. And including a man who became champion on these issues more than three decades ago. A person who saw the need, listened to survivors, walked with advocates, and challenged others to join him and those survivors and advocates to improve our nation's laws and help change the social norms. A man who led the effort in the Senate to write the first VAWA and to keep strengthening it over the years. A person I had the privilege of introducing in 2014 during our collective celebration of the 20th anniversary of VAWA. Here I am again. He has set the standard for ensuring that the voices of survivors and advocates are heard and that we continue expanding opportunities for safety, prevention, healing, and justice. I am honored and pleased to introduce the person who took up that charge and is now our nation's leader, President Joe Biden.
Thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I should be clapping for all of you. Zahara, do I have permission to proceed? All right. Well, first of all, as I was standing there listening, I should say that thank all of you, everyone in this room. You didn't change the law. We set out, and remember, some of you way back when I first wrote this legislation, to change the culture. Change the culture. For real. It's great to be with you all. And Ruth, it's been an honor to stand with you through these years. And she was a serious victim of violence, left for dead, basically, before this law was written. And you make me think of the women who were willing to come and testify before the whole world when I first started those hearings. It wasn't viewed, even among the advocacy groups, as necessarily a particularly positive thing to do. It was because, anyway, you know. Thank you for your courage, for being a hero, sharing your powerful voice, and standing up for thousands of women. And that could be said about most of you in this room. I want to thank the members of the Senate and the House, members of my cabinet, for all you've done. The idea that this took 5 years to reauthorize, I was out of office those years, and it drove me crazy. No, that's not why it didn't happen. But it drove me crazy. It drove me crazy, the rationale for why we weren't good. Anyway, I want to get into that. I know some of you think maybe I should be out of office for another 4 years, but the point is, it's wonderful to see so many brave survivors and dedicated advocates and truly old friends. So many have worked so hard to modernize the Violence Against Women Act, to make it stronger and make sure that it endures. And the reason we've been able to do so much, make so much progress in the past 20 years is because of all of you. I know some of you aren't even 28 years old, so it doesn't count for you guys. But all kidding aside, it really does. Again, I keep coming back to you, change the culture, not just the law. And I want to thank the bipartisan members of Congress who helped to get this latest reauthorization done. Dianne Feinstein, Joni Ernst, Lisa Murkowski, and in the House, representatives, nobody worked harder than Sheila Jackson Lee. And thank you. I learned a long time ago when Sheila wants something, just say yes, it saves time. And Jerry Nadler, a great friend and a great congressman, and Brian Fitzpatrick. Brian, thank you. Look, thank you for coming together and never giving up. You know, the fact is, it really wasn't so long ago this country didn't want to talk about violence against women, let alone as being a national epidemic, something the government had to address. As a society, we literally looked away. We looked away. In many places, it wasn't a crime, and I recall how many times I was told in prelude to writing legislation, it's a family affair. You don't understand, Biden. It's a family affair. When I began, along with others, to pursue this legislation to change this issue, we were told that we would literally be responsible for the disintegration of American families in major press. It wasn't just the wackos. It was in the mainstream press. And we talked about creating shelters, give survivors a way out, because so many don't have a way out, and their children. By the way, the vast majority of children on the street with their mothers are there because she's a victim of domestic violence. And here's what they said, here's what they wrote. They said, these shelters, providing shelters, was nothing more than indoctrination centers for women's liberation. Now, I can get you the articles. It's a fact. Not a joke. Not a joke. And calling the police meant having to stand in front of your abuser, your significant other, your husband, whomever, and say he did it. And I used to say when I'd get heat on this, when I spoke, I remember making a speech at the Chamber of Commerce, and someone said, "You're going overboard here." I said, "Let me ask you, Jack." I said, if you had a 320-pound guy who could bench 400 pounds stand in front of you and smack you, you're going to say he did it? Because you know he's going to come back. Look, there were very few police departments that had trained personnel. I mean, very few. I'm sure there were some, I just can't remember any of them. No, I really mean it. As a matter of fact, I don't think there were any special victims units in most of the police departments around the country before this legislation was written. Now there's programs that are on TV and for the last 25, 30 years. No, but I really mean it. It mattered. That's what I mean about changing the culture. Look, and there were too few places you could go for advice or for help. Where would you go? And how many times? I remember the biggest fights I had were the second time around with universities. With universities. Where do you show up? Where do you report this? Well, we don't want to. I mean, major universities, not Podunk University, major universities. It took time to change the culture, and you did it. You did it. There was no national hotline. I remember going, all kidding aside, there have been millions of women who hit that hotline button. All the brave guys I talked to, they say, Biden, you're overdoing this. And I'd say, tell you what, if somebody who was twice your size beating the living crap out of you, you're in the same apartment with them, how do you go and pick up the phone and call for help? Women would hide and say, I can't say where I am. I don't know. Help me. That's how we got Microsoft and others in this fight with us. To help us physically locate so the police could pick up where that call was coming from. That was the background when I first wrote the Violence Against Women Act in 1990. To provide more protection against domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, to support survivors, and help them find ways out of their abusive situations. And say, why didn't she leave? Well, she didn't leave. She had no place to go, and she had 2 kids with her. No money, nothing. No family to go to. Leave? I've been asked time to time, was there the reason I guess I got a little overwrought about this legislation early on. Not that I ever get overwrought. I literally, the most oft-asked questions for the first 3 years of the act was, well, why are you so passionate about this? What, was your mother a victim of domestic violence? Was your sister or your wife, were they victims? Swear to God, that was the most oft-asked question of me. And I said, no, that's not the answer. I happen to be raised by a gentle, decent man who taught all of his children, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Macy, you know this. You knew my dad. My dad would say the greatest sin of all that anyone could commit was the abuse of power. And the cardinal sin was for a man to raise his hand to a woman or a child. That's what this law has always been about, the abuse of power. Whether it ends in a rape or just a physical abuse, about the abuse of power. So I believe that many of you in this room did, that I believe that too. And the only way we could change the culture was by shining an ugly, bright light on it and speaking its name. Make all the speeches you wanted. But until those women had the courage, and I remember in the back room, holding, said, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Can you imagine being among the first to stand before the whole damn world? And millions of people hear you recite how you were abused? It took enormous courage. At the time, Majority Leader may remember, we both got criticized for wanting to make it public. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. That's why we held public hearings for this law. When there were senators and others who said it was too salacious for this to be public, for people to see. But I believed, and a lot of us did, that we had to let America know what was going on. Take the blinders off. Make them look at it square in the eye. All the ugly side of it. Because I believed, as all of you did, that Americans were basically decent, honorable people. But they didn't want to get involved. Didn't want to get involved. How many times have you been in a crowded airport or in a circumstance where you see a man not physically beating, but abusing a woman? You just, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to. I don't know what to do. Well, I believe that if they could see the truth of what was going on, we could begin slowly to make change. And that's exactly what you all did. That's what happened. This law broke the dam of congressional resistance and cultural resistance. And it brought this hidden epidemic out of the shadows. Its introduction, it introduced our nation and so many brave survivors. Those stories changed the way America saw the issue. I mean, in a literal sense, it's hard to believe, even when I go back and think of how it started, where it was. As a practical matter, things began to shift. The legal and social burdens away from survivors and on to perpetrators and where they belonged. made addressing gender violence a shared priority with a determined, coordinated response. We created a hotline, as I said, for millions of women who have used the hotline. And again, I'll never forget being told the first time. I said, "What did you do?" She said, "I got behind the drapes. I held the phone. And I said, pray God, pray God. Don't let him hear this. Pray God, pray God." It supported shelters and rape crisis centers, housing, legal assistance, creating life-saving options for women and children all across the country. And it helped train police officers, advocates, prosecutors, judges, court personnel to make the entire justice system fair and more responsive to the needs of survivors. I'll never forget, Chris, I went to the family court when I was writing this, and the family court in my state's like many of yours. And I watched, because I was told this would happen, I watched a woman come up to the desk and say, I want to report my husband's beating me up. Well, why don't you have a seat over there? Not a joke. Go back and check your family courts back in the day. That's what happened. That's okay. You go over here. We'll get to that. No. I need help now. Now. You know, the law has saved lives. It's helped women rebuild their lives. The hardest thing to get done was arrest on information. Because what used to happen is, a cop may be in the street and see a husband or a boyfriend or a man, anyone, smack his wife. They come over and say, "Do you want to bring charges?" What else you gonna say? "Yeah, I want to bring." We got the law changed to say the cop can arrest on information. He saw it happen. He saw it happen. And all these tough guys. Even in 1994, we knew there was much more we had to do. You know, that was only the beginning. That's why, because of all of you in this room, every time we reauthorize this law, it's been improved. It's not like we didn't know we wanted to do these other things in the beginning. Is we did as much as we could and keep trying to add to it. You remember, you were sat at my desk a lot of time with me on this. Broadening from domestic violence includes stalking, sexual assault in 2000, that was the change made. Expanding access to services for immigrants and communities of color in 2005, that was the change. Restoring jurisdiction to tribal courts. Over non-native domestic violence offenders who abuse women in Indian country. We did that in 2013. Extending protections to everyone, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity in 2013. I'm sorry to go on, but you all should, the country owes you. All of you, I really mean it. Thank you. The law kept growing stronger. It's not like we didn't know in 2005 we should be dealing with the things we dealt in 2013. It was getting it done. Each link in the chain that we're building made a difference, makes a difference. Yesterday, I signed a bipartisan government funding bill. Thank you very much for that. And the consequently forward the next link in the chain. Not only did we reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act through 2027, and I often wonder why the hell we can't reauthorize it. It's like the Voting Rights Act. I thought we had won when I got Strom Thurmond to vote for it and extend it for 25 years, and then the court came along. But anyway, that's another issue. But look, you know, just think about this. If this affected manhood, men, I don't think we'd have problem, you know, doing it for even longer, making it permanent. But anyway, that's a different thing. Look, we deliver more help to survivors in rural areas. We understand in underserved communities. for a simple reason. There's no place to go. You know, whether it's Arizona or whether it's Michigan, wherever it is. You're in a rural area, you call, you get help, you do get help, and then they leave, and the next nearest town is 20 miles. The next town is 20 miles. How long does it take for the cop to get there? Tribal courts will now be able to exercise jurisdiction over non-native perpetrators of sexual assault, child abuse, sex trafficking, and so much more. We've all added new services and resources for folks most underserved communities, the LGBTQ community, survivors of those rural communities, providing more support, legal services for law enforcement to get training they need to help handle the trauma of survivors are experiencing. And by the way, it's not a criticism of the police. For all the mistakes police make and all the things they do wrong, we expect them to be everything from a counselor to an expert on sexual violence to an expert on all these things. But, you know, these are vast majority people with, you know, degrees that are 2-year degrees after school. I mean, they're smart, but we expect them to be psychologists. We expect them to be everything.
Definitely some changes in the state.
So we established a new civil rights cause of action for those whose intimate images were shared on the public screen. How many times have you heard? I bet everybody knows somebody somewhere along the line that in an intimate relationship, what happened was the guy takes a revealing picture of his naked friend or whatever in a compromising position, and then literally, in a sense, blackmails or mortifies that person. Send it out, put it online, giving survivors real resources against abuse. Ex-partners and stalkers who seek to humiliate and hurt them. You've created new programs to help end the backlog of the rape kits. Those rape kits, by the way, I don't know, you ought to go to your major cities, those of you in the House and Senate. This group probably has, which I have done. And this backlog is so significant. You can solve literally a significant portion of, look, the only thing I learned that's worse than for a woman, worse than a woman who is abused or raped and says it's Charlie who did it and no one believes her, him against her. And when you can take a look, if you take a look at those rape kits, went through them all, you could identify and arrest probably 40-50% of the rapists in America. They're all there. Their DNAs are there. It's all in line. And run it against the whole panoply. Very few rapists rape only once. So look, there's a lot that goes unprocessed. And we have to make sure survivors get compensation, and if there have been delays in their cases, we made improvements in the National Criminal Background Check System to help states investigate and prosecute cases when abusers who are barred from purchasing firearms attempt to do so. That we've done federally. Quite frankly, that's one of the things that held up this bill for much too long. Much too long. There's just a few of the ways we strengthened not we. You've strengthened the law because I just came back on the range again. But look, it comes on top of the work we've done together over the last years to make progress. We know the pandemic only exacerbated instances of domestic violence and sexual violence. It shot up like a Roman candle. And through the American Rescue Plan, the administration directed $1 billion in supplemental funding for domestic violence and sexual assault services. They're badly needed. We work with local public housing authorities to make sure that survivors trapped in a bad situation could find safe new housing options in public housing. Because they don't have much to go. We also made landmark reforms in military justice to help end the epidemic of sexual violence and harassment in law enforcement. Fundamentally changing
Yeah, Power's live. That's why it's coming back down now.
Economy, fiscal and monetary policy support, and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses. The rapid spread of the Omicron variant led to some slowing in economic activity early this year, but cases have declined sharply since mid-January, and the slowdown seems to have been mild and brief. Although the invasion of Ukraine and related events represent a downside risk to the outlook for economic activity, FOMC participants continue to foresee solid growth. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at 2.8% this year, 2.2% next year, and 2% in 2024. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 2 months of the year, employment rose by more than 1 million jobs. In February, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic low of 3.8%, a bit below the median of committee participants' estimates of its longer-run normal level. The improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. As a result, employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at their fastest pace in many years. FOMC participants expect the labor market to remain strong, with the median projection for the unemployment rate declining to 3.5% by the end of this year, and remaining near that level thereafter. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. These supply disruptions have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the virus here and abroad, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. Additionally, higher energy prices are driving up overall inflation. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine will put additional upward pressure on near-term inflation here at home. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We know that the best thing we can do to support a strong labor market is to promote along expansion, and that is only possible in an environment of price stability. As we emphasize in our respond, these supply disruptions have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the virus here and abroad, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. Additionally, higher energy prices are driving up overall inflation. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine will put additional upward pressure on near-term inflation here at home. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We know that the best thing we can do to support a strong labor market is to promote along expansion, and that is only possible in an environment of price stability. As we emphasize in our policy statement, with appropriate firming in the stance of monetary policy, we expect inflation to return to 2% while the labor market remains strong. That said, inflation is likely to take longer to return to our price stability goal than previously expected. The median inflation projection of FOMC participants is 4.3% this year, and falls to 2.7% next year and 2.3% in 2024. This trajectory is notably higher than projected in December, and participants continue to see risks as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. Our policy has been adapting to the evolving economic environment, and it will continue to do so. As I noted, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. The median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 1.9% at the end of this year, a full percentage point higher than projected in December. Over the following 2 years, the median projection is 2.8%, somewhat higher than the median estimate of its longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Reducing the size of our balance sheet will also play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. At our meeting that wrapped up today, the committee made good progress on a plan for reducing our securities holdings, and we expect to announce the beginning of balance sheet reduction at a coming meeting. In making decisions about interest rates and the balance sheet, we will be mindful of the broader context in markets and in the economy, and we will use our tools to support financial and macroeconomic stability. As we noted in our policy statement, the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. In addition to the direct effects from higher global oil and commodity prices, the invasion and related events may restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, which would create spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The volatility in the financial markets, particularly if sustained, could also act to tighten credit conditions and affect the real economy. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. We will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain moment. We are attentive to the risks of potential further upward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Gina at the New York Times.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking our questions. I wonder if you could detail your thinking a little bit about how you're considering the risks of going too fast and potentially tipping the economy into recession, and how you're weighing those risks against the possibility of going too slowly, allowing inflation to become embedded and kind of getting behind the curve.
So, I guess I would start by saying that, in my view, the probability of a recession within the next year is not particularly elevated. And why do I say that? Aggregate demand is currently strong, and most forecasters expect it to remain so. If you look at the labor market, also very strong, conditions are tight, and payroll job growth is continuing at very high levels. Household and business balance sheets are strong. And so all signs are that this is a strong economy, indeed one that will be able to flourish, not to say withstand, but certainly flourish as well in the face of less accommodative monetary policy. So I guess that's how I would say I'm looking at that. Of course, the objective is to achieve price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market, and that is our overall objective. But we do feel the economy is very strong and well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Let's go to Howard at Reuters.
Hi, Chair Powell. I was wondering, in the steps, you have quite a markdown to GDP from 4 to 2.8%. I'm wondering, how much of that do you feel is a result of the Fed's stiffer than expected action here? We talk about monetary policy operating with a lag, but is this going to bite quicker than expected?
I don't think that's a big piece of it, actually. I think some of that is just an early assessment of the effects of spillovers from the war in Eastern Europe, which will hit our economy through a number of channels, highly uncertain. But you're looking at higher oil prices, higher commodity prices. It'll be so that we think that will weigh on GP to some extent. So that's part of what moved those assessments down. I think generally monetary policy works with a lag, so some of that would also be in there. But remember as well that 2.8% is still very strong growth. If we think that the potential growth rate of the economy is somewhere around 1.75%, 2.8% is strong economic growth. It would have been one of the strongest years, in fact, of the last expansion. So while it's lower than last year's 5.8%, it's still quite strong growth. So I would say it's quite a strong forecast.
So in that context, what would trigger you to go faster or slower on the rate hikes? Ongoing increases doesn't really tell us whether this is going to come in bigger chunks or evenly paced through the year.
Yeah, so the way we're thinking about this is that every meeting is a live meeting, and we're going to be looking at evolving conditions. And if we do conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly to remove accommodation, then we'll do so. I can't be perfectly specific about it, but that's certainly a possibility as we go through the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Rachel at the Washington Post.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. I'm curious if you can be specific on when you expect to see inflation will start to come down, especially with the combination of rates going up, fiscal aid dissipating from the economy, and supply chains getting better. And if you don't start to see that, how will you signal it? What will you be looking for, and what will you be looking for over the course of the year? Thank you.
So I guess I would say that before the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, so let's go back to that. I would have said that the expectation was that inflation would peak sometime in the first quarter, maybe the end of the first quarter of this year, and then maybe stay at that level or a little bit lower, and then start to come down in the back half of the year. So now we're already seeing a little bit of short-term upward pressure in inflation due to higher oil prices, not natural gas a little bit, but not so much for us since we have our own natural gas supply, other commodities prices. The other thing is that you're seeing supply chain issues around shipping and around lots of countries and companies and people not wanting to touch Russian goods. So that's going to be more tangled supply chains. So that could actually push out the relief we were expecting on supply chains generally. So I guess I would say that the expectation is still that inflation will begin to come down in the second half of the year. But if you look at where I read the SEP headline median, we still expect inflation to be high this year, lower than last year. And then we expect, though, particularly with the effects of the war, but also the data we've seen so far this year, we expect inflation to remain high through the middle of the year, begin to come down, then come down more sharply next year.
Let's go to Nick at the Wall Street Journal.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, over the last 6 months, the Fed has shifted its policy stance quite a bit. 6 months ago, you were still buying assets. Most officials weren't projecting any interest rate increases this year. And yet, despite the shift over the last 6 months, real rates are as negative today as they were then. So how concerned are you that further inflation surprises will offset the effects of recent policy firming by leading real rates to stay at levels that do not actually provide much restraint to the economy? Thanks.
So that's one of many ways of capturing the situation, which is that the committee really does understand that the time for rate increases and for shrinking the balance sheet has come. And I would just say, I would go back to the economy is very strong. As I mentioned, tremendous momentum in the labor market. We expect growth to continue. It's clearly time to raise interest rates and begin the balance sheet shrinkage. And I just wanted to say that as I looked around the table at today's meeting, I saw a committee that's acutely aware of the need to return the economy to price stability and determined to use our tools to do exactly that. You couched it in terms of real rates. I would say if you look at the SEP, you've got people getting close to or even above, in many cases, their estimate of the longer run neutral rate. So I understand that doesn't do it for real rates, but if you go out a year or two, many people are in their forecasts are having or having tight policy from a real interest rate standpoint. So that's something that we're focused on. Of course, it's a highly uncertain environment, and we don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that we're going to deploy our tools to achieve our goals, and that includes the price stability goal.
Let's go to Victoria at Politico.
Hi, Chair Powell. So looking at the summary of economic projections, you all have inflation coming down over the course of the year to 4.3%. And then you also have rates going up to what appears to still be below roughly what would be estimated to be the neutral rate, although I know that's a little bit uncertain. So I was just wondering, how much of inflation coming down do you see as actually being as a result of the Fed itself raising rates? And then also, if I could just ask, given that Sarah Bloom Raskin withdrew her nomination, what do you expect to do with the regulatory portfolio? Do you expect to assign a governor in charge of that?
No, came back up.
Okay. So sorry. Tell me again your first question.
My first question is, how much do you expect inflation to come down as a direct result of the Fed's actions?
Okay. So part of inflation coming down at the very beginning is clearly to do with factors other than our policy, and those would include potentially the supply chains getting a little bit better. Certainly, base effects. You're lapping, as you know, when you look at a 12-month trailing window, you're lapping very high inflation in March, April, May, June of last year. So there should be some effects from that in the 12-month picture. Really, what we're looking for though is month by month inflation coming down, and so it's really it's all the things we've been talking about. That really haven't helped much, including the shift away from goods and back to services, including supply chains getting better, including labor force participation, all those things that have been sticky and not happening. But a big part of it is the base effects I mentioned as well. I think monetary policy starts to bite on inflation and on growth with a lag, of course. And so you would see that more in 23 and 24. But also remember, we started talking about rate increases last year. For some months now, the financial conditions have already incorporated a significant number of rate increases. So it doesn't start today. In effect, the moves are already priced into the market for a few months now. So the clock is running on that, and I think some of that will be seen in the second half of the year as well. And on the regulatory portfolio, I would just say this: we have an obligation to carry out under the law, in supervision and regulation, and we're doing that. That's what we're doing. The committee is not active, so what's happening is things are coming to the full board, and we're voting on them. We're getting our business done. We got the stress tests done. We've looked at a number of proposals for mergers and things like that. So we're working ahead. Of course, we don't have a vice chair for supervision, as you mentioned, but we're making do with the board for approval.
Let's go to Neil Irwin at Axios. Let's go to Neil Irwin.
Hi, Chair Powell. It's Neil Irwin at Axios. Thanks for taking our questions. In the statement of economic projections, we see a forecast of median 1.9% Fed fund rate at the end of the year, 2.8 end of next year. Wondered whether that aligns with your own expectations, in particular on that point of overshooting the long-term neutral rate. And also, if you can tell us anything about how that might be paced, front-loaded, back-loaded, how high is the bar for doing 50 at one meeting?
So I don't, Neil, I've never talked about my own SCP projection. It's in there, but I think Fed chairs have generally not done that because we just haven't done it. It's because we have to put together the consensus on the committee and present that consensus. So I wouldn't talk about my individual one. And in terms of the pacing of it, I would just point out that there's 7 remaining meetings this year. This isn't something we discuss or debate or agree on, but there's 7 remaining meetings and there's 7 rate hikes. I would add there's also the shrinkage of the balance sheet, which people do the math different ways, but that might be the equivalent of another rate increase just from the runoff of the balance sheet. So I don't know. We haven't made any decisions on front end loading or going steadily through the year. And as I mentioned, if you look at the SEP, a good number of participants do see more than 7 rate increases this year. And I can't give you, I'm not going to try to give you a really specific test for what it would take to do that, but I will say this, though, we'll be looking at the data as they come in. We'll be looking to see whether the data show expected improvement on inflation. We'll be looking at the inflation outlook and making a judgment. And we'll be going, each meeting is a live meeting. And if we conclude that it would be appropriate to raise interest rates more quickly, then we'll do so.
Basically saying what I'm saying. This might be the green day for this shit he's saying. We're gonna get a red day for this reaction too as well. We already kind of got it with that first initial dump. Now the Bulls is trying to hang on right here to the close. They might not. Is he waiting? Yeah, I was like, is he frozen? He's waiting. He get mad. He like, man, come on, man. Losing fucking money and shit. Look at his face. Losing money.
Okay, we're going to try one more time. Colby Smith at the FT.
I'll be saying shit I ain't even want to say. Telling people they against me. He all type of man. Look at him like, man, this is bullshit. They still ain't saying, man. I'm about to skip that part now. I ain't got time. This fucking bullshit. Fucking America, huh? I'm just trying to read his ego.
Okay, we'll come back to Colby. Let's go to Edward Lawrence.
Oh, wow. They're really taking my fucking time today.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, Michelle, for the question. I have a more basic question. The last time the CPI inflation, I know you look at PCE, but CPI inflation was as high as it is was July of 1981 when the effective federal funds rate was 19.2%. But given the current data, how far behind the curve of inflation do you believe the Federal Reserve is in your mind?
So I just would say a couple of things. We have the tools that we need, and we're going to use them. And as you can see, we have a plan over the course of this year to raise interest rates steadily and also to run off the balance sheet. We will take the necessary steps to ensure that high inflation does not become entrenched while also supporting a strong labor market. And as I mentioned, if we conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly, we'll do so. I'll leave it to others to make the judgment you ask for.
And then just as a follow on that, I wanted to get you on the record on this. What impact has there been on your job, given the fact that
We lost you in the middle of the question.
Edward, can you repeat that question?
People got shaken out positions like, wow.
the impact that given you're not actually confirmed and Governor Brainerd is not actually confirmed, has there been any impact on your job or the Fed's ability to handle inflation?
None whatsoever.
Okay, let's go to Colby Smith at the FT.
Thank you, Michelle. Chair Powell, how concerned is the committee about the notable pickup in services inflation, which is perhaps less likely to self-correct? And to what extent does it alter both the committee's confidence that long-term inflation expectations will not de-anchor in the coming months, as well as the balance of risk that the Fed may need to raise interest rates further above neutral than indicated in the dot plot? Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, that's something we're watching report by report, and we noticed it in the last meeting, and it's part of the overall picture. We have expected services inflation to move back up to where it was, and that's part of what's happening. Is in the case of some services, prices are still getting back up to where they were before the crisis. In other cases, it's pretty clear that inflation has spread more broadly across services, and yes, that is concerning. In the meanwhile, we see some progress on the goods side, but really in this latest report, it was confined to vehicles, which is admittedly a large category. So, as I mentioned, the committee acutely feels its obligation to move to make sure that we restore price stability, and is determined to use its tools to do so.
Thank you. Let's go to Steve Leisman at CNBC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if you could help me understand the kind of logic, if there is one, inside the SCP here. As I look at the median forecast, for example, for unemployment, it runs for the 3-year window below the long run rate.
These three sectors, if they be green the next 2 days, it's over with. If they red, y'all.
The long run, or call it the neutral rate, so the economy still runs hot. And that is all true in a regime when you run, at least for 2 years, the funds rate above the long run rate. I guess my question is this: are you not give a forecast here that essentially suggests you will be continuing to run further behind the curve and never really get in front of inflation because the economy will continue to run hot? And kind of on a related issue, you said earlier, inflation will take longer to return to price stability than we had originally expected. Isn't that a choice you're making? And if so, why are you making that choice to let inflation run above price stability longer than you'd like?
Right. So if you look, first of all, you're looking at medians, but understand that it's not something we voted on. It's not a plan. But if you look, people do have their by the end of this year, broadly, people are at or close to, or in some cases above, their estimates of longer run neutral interest rate. Okay, so that should stop pushing. That should, in other words, that should be a removal of accommodation for monetary policy, basically. At the same time, we will have done significant balance sheet runoff, and you can think of that as further. In the next year, and just looking at the median, you're now above the what people estimate to be the longer run median. So and also in many people's forecasts, that actually amounts to tight policy in real rates as well. So why does unemployment remain at 3.5%? A couple points. One is the connection between in the economy we had before the pandemic, the connection between inflation and the level of the unemployment rate was not very tight. But this is clearly what this is an expectation that really it amounts to the idea that wage increases, which are now running above the level that would be consistent over the long run with 2% inflation, will move back down to levels which are still very attractive, full economy full employment kind of wages, but not to a point where they're pushing up inflation anymore. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of factors causing inflation to come down. The reality is there are many moving pieces, and we don't know what will actually happen. But no matter what happens, this is a committee that is determined to use its tools to make sure that higher inflation does not become entrenched. And so we are determined on that front, and we'll deal with what comes. This is a modal or most likely expectation, but we'll deal with what comes, whether it's better or worse.
Thank you. Let's go to Chris Rugaber at the AP.
Hi, thank you. Well, let me follow up a bit on that. I mean, there are a lot of economists skeptical that you can reduce inflation as much as you've penciled in without raising the unemployment rate. And I'm wondering just what are the mechanisms you see in reducing demand? I mean, outside housing and autos, how do higher Fed rates reduce consumer demand unless it's through higher unemployment? Thank you.
Well, if you take a look at today's labor market, what you have is 1.7 plus job openings for every unemployed person. So that's a very, very tight labor market, tight to an unhealthy level, I would say. So in principle, if let's say that our tools work about as you described, and the idea is we're trying to better align demand and supply, let's just say in the labor market. So it would actually, if you were just moving down the number of job openings so that they were more like 1-to-1, you would have less upward pressure on wages. You would have a lot less of a labor shortage, which is going on pretty much across the economy, we're hearing from companies that they can't hire enough people. They're having a hard time hiring. So that's really the thinking there. Is these are fairly well understood channels, interest sensitive, and basically across the economy, we'd like to slow demand so that it's better aligned with supply, give supply at the same time to recover, and get into a better alignment of supply and demand, and that over time should bring inflation down. And I'll say again, though, we don't have a perfect crystal ball about the future, and we're prepared to use our tools as needed to restore price stability. With as I mentioned in my opening remarks, without price stability, you really can't have a sustained period of maximum employment. It's one of our most fundamental obligations is to maintain and restore, in this case, price stability. So we're very committed to that. Of course, the plan is to restore price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market. That is our intention, and we believe we can do that. But we have to restore price stability.
Okay, let's go to Scott Horsley at NPR.
Thanks, and I apologize if this covers some of the same ground you just talked about, Mr. Chairman. I think I missed some of your answer there, but I have a follow-up question on the labor force. We have seen some gains in the prime age workforce in the last few months. I wonder what you anticipate when it comes to some of the older workers as the health outlook has changed. Are we going to see more recent retirees following Tom Brady back in the workforce, and what would that mean for wages and inflation?
It's hard to say. What we saw in the last cycle was that over the course of a long, steady expansion, labor force participation outperformed expectations, and that was just it was a tight labor market, but it was nowhere near as tight as this labor market, but it was a tight labor market, and so people stayed in the labor force longer. It wasn't so much people coming back in the labor force after retirement. That's not something that happens in the aggregate very much. But so that's what was happening. And more labor force participation is tremendously welcome. And of course, our policy does not in any way preclude that. This is a situation where wages have moved up at the highest rate in a very long time, and people are able to quit their jobs and move to better paying jobs in the same industry or different industry. So it's a really attractive labor market for people. And once, as we get past COVID, well and truly, it becomes an even more attractive one. So we hope that will lead to more labor supply. That's a good thing for the country. It's a good thing for people. And it also will, we think, help relieve some of the wage pressures that do put inflation more at risk. That last part is we'll have to see whether empirically it works out that way. But in principle, it ought to help with inflation as well. It's not the only thing we're looking for, though, from inflation. We're looking for help from a number of different places, and most importantly, from our own policy.
Okay, let's go to Rich Miller at Bloomberg.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell. I'm sorry, I'm having some communication problems, so I've missed some of the stuff you've said, and my apologies if this has been asked. Since the FOMC met last January, financial conditions have tightened markedly. Equity prices down, treasury yields up, bond spreads risen, yield curve has flattened a lot, and even further this today, dollar is up. Is that welcome, and would you like to see more in order to achieve your goals? Thank you.
So as you know, policy works through financial conditions. That's how it reaches the real economy, by just the mechanisms you mentioned. And remember that the financial conditions we had for the last couple of years were a function not only of very aggressive and appropriately so fiscal policy, but also highly accommodative monetary policy. The monetary policy settings that we put in place at the worst parts of the pandemic. So it is very appropriate to move away from those. And yes, that will lead to some tightening of financial conditions in the form of higher interest rates and just the sorts of things. We're not targeting any one or more of those things, but financial conditions generally should move to a more normal level, so that because we know the economy no longer needs or wants these very highly accommodative this stance, which, so it's time to move to a more normal setting of financial conditions, and we do that by moving monetary policy itself to more normal levels.
When you say move to a more normal setting for financial conditions, that suggests to me that you want financial conditions to tighten further from where we are now. Am I drawing the right inference from that?
Well, yes. So I would say we look at a broad range of financial conditions, and of course, when we tighten monetary policy, we do expect that they will adjust in sync over time with monetary policy. It's not any particular financial condition, but a broad range of financial conditions. They will reflect, to some extent, they reflect any number of things. But yes, we need our policy to transmit to the real economy, and it does so through financial conditions, which means as we tighten policy or remove accommodation so that it's at least less accommodative, that broader financial conditions will also be less accommodative.
Thank you. Just a little housekeeping note. Those of you in this call may be having some tech issues. If so, I understand the broadcast is coming through clearly on www.federalreserve.gov. So you might go there for the audio. And now we'll go to Gene Young.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet discussion you've had at this meeting. Can you give us any more details? Did you discuss whether to cap runoffs or whether to increase those caps over what period, if there were any details?
Yes, thank you for asking. So at our meeting today and yesterday, we made excellent progress toward agreeing on the parameters of a plan to shrink the balance sheet. And I'd say we're now in a position to finalize and implement that plan so that we're actually beginning runoff at a coming meeting, and that could come as soon as our next meeting in May. That's not a decision that we've made, but I would say that that's how well our discussions went in the last 2 days. So a couple things just to add. We'll be mindful of the broader financial and economic context when we make the decision on timing, and we always want to use our tools to support macroeconomic and financial stability. We want to avoid adding uncertainty to what's a highly uncertain situation already. So all of that will go into the thinking of the timing around this. In terms of I would say this. I don't want to get too much into the details because we're literally just finalizing them. But the framework is going to look very familiar to people who are familiar with the last time we did this. But it'll be faster than the last time, and of course, it's much sooner in the cycle than last time. But it will look familiar to you, and I would also say that I'm sure there'll be a more detailed discussion of our in the minutes to our meeting that come out in 3 weeks, where I expect that it will lay out pretty much the parameters of what we're looking at, which I think will look quite familiar.
Thank you. Let's go to Michael McKee at Bloomberg TV.
Mr. Chairman, since September of 2020, you've been operating on a monetary policy framework that let the economy run hot to bring unemployment down. That seems to be over, but I'm wondering how you would describe your reaction function now. What is it that the Fed is trying to do other than bring inflation down? And in other words, is it we're going to keep raising rates until it comes down to an acceptable level?
Yeah, so I want to clear one thing up again, and that is that nothing in our new framework or in the changes that we made has caused us to wait longer to raise interest rates. What we said in the framework changes was, and this was really a reflection of what had happened for the preceding couple of decades, actually. What we said was, if we see low unemployment, high employment, but we don't see inflation, then we're not going to raise rates till we actually see inflation. That's what we said, and that was the sense of it. There was no sense in which if we got a burst of really high inflation, we would wait to raise rates. That's simply not in the framework. In fact, quite the contrary. The framework is all about anchoring inflation expectations at 2%. So I do hear this, that the framework, we can't blame the framework. It was a sudden, unexpected burst of inflation. And then it was the reaction to it, and it was what it was. But it was not in any way caused by or related to the framework. So come to today. I think our vision on this on the committee is very, very clear. What we see is a strong labor market. We see a labor market with a lot of momentum, great job creation, and we see the underlying economy strong. Balance sheets are strong. Yes, there are threats to growth from what's going on in Eastern Europe, but nonetheless, in the base case, there's a pretty broad expectation of strong growth. But inflation is far above our target. And the help we've been expecting and other forecasters have been expecting from supply side improvement, labor force participation, bottlenecks, all those things getting better, it hasn't come. And so we're looking now to using our tools to restore price stability, and we're committed to doing that. And you see that, I think, in the summary of economic projections, and you see that in the decision we make, and you will continue to see it in the decisions we make going forward.
If I could follow up by asking, I guess what you'd call it is the Paul Volcker question. You don't think unemployment is going to rise significantly, but if it does that temper your desire to keep raising rates?
The goal, of course, is to restore price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market. We have a dual mandate and they're sort of equal. But as I said earlier, price stability is an essential goal. In fact, it's a precondition really for achieving the kind of labor market that we want, which is a strong and sustained labor market. We saw the benefits of a long expansion, a sustained labor market. It pulled people back in, and there were really no imbalances in the economy that threatened the long expansion. The pandemic arrived. It was just a completely exogenous event. So that's how we're thinking about it. We of course want to achieve price stability with a strong labor market, but we do understand also that really you can't have maximum employment for any sustained period without price stability. So we need to focus on price stability, in particularly because the labor market is so strong and the economy is so strong. We feel like the economy can handle tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Let's go to Brian Chung at Yahoo.
Hopefully, no tech issues here on this front. Wanted to ask just kind of the broad question about how you are communicating what the Fed's doing here today to the average American who might not be reading the dot plots or understanding what the SCP is. How is the 25 basis point hike today and then the signaling on future Fed policy going to address the inflation that they're feeling at the stores on a daily basis?
Sure. So I guess I'd start by just assuring everyone that we're fully committed to bringing inflation back down and also sustaining the economic expansion. We do understand that these higher prices, no matter what the source, have real effects on people's well-being. And really, high inflation takes a toll on everyone, but really especially on people who use most of their income to buy essentials like food, housing, and transportation, where, we've all seen charts that show if you're a middle-income person, you've got room to absorb some inflation. If you're at the lower end of the income spectrum, it's very hard because you're spending most of your money always going up. So, but it's punishing for everyone. So it has been a difficult time for the economy, but we do anticipate that inflation will move back down, as I mentioned earlier. It may take longer than we like, but I'm confident that we'll use our tools to bring inflation down. And you ask about rates. So the way that works, I would explain, is as we raise interest rates, that should gradually slow down demand for the interest-sensitive parts of the economy. And so what we would see is demand slowing down, but just enough so that it's better matched with supply, and that will bring inflation down over time. That's our plan.
Thank you. Let's go to Jolene Kent at NBC News.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking my question, doing this today. My question is a follow-up to what Brian just asked. What is your message to consumers out there who can no longer afford the basics due to this high inflation?
Well, that is, yes, indeed. I mean, as I just said, I think we do understand very much, and we very much take to heart that it's our obligation to restore price stability. And we've had price stability for a very long time and maybe come to take it for granted. But now we see the pain. I'm old enough to remember what very high inflation was like. And we're strongly committed as a committee to not allowing this higher inflation to become entrenched, and to use our tools to bring inflation back down to more normal levels, which our target is 2% inflation. So we will do that, and I just would want people to understand that. But the way we do that is by raising interest rates and by shrinking our balance sheet, and so financial conditions will become, at the margin, less supportive of various kinds of economic activity. That will slow the economy, while also allowing the labor market to remain very strong. And the good news is the economy and the labor market are quite strong, and that means the economy, we think, can handle interest rate increases.
And as a quick follow-up to that, obviously the Federal Reserve walking this very complicated fine line, trying to avoid a recession. For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong. If you look at where forecasts are, people are forecasting growth that's strong within the context of U.S. potential economic output. And we expect that to continue. And to the extent the data come in different, then of course our policy will adapt. But we do believe that our policy is the appropriate one for this forecast, and we believe that we can bring down inflation. We believe that we can do so while sustaining a strong labor market. The labor market it's not strong in the ordinary sense of the world. We have not seen a labor market where there were 1.7 job openings for every unemployed person, or where if you add job openings to those who are employed, that's actually substantially a larger number than the size of the workforce, than the number of people who actually count themselves as in the workforce. So this is a situation where demand is higher than supply. And when that happens, prices go up. So we need to use our tools to move supply and demand back. And we don't think we need to do this alone. There will be other factors helping that happen, but we certainly are prepared to use our tools, and we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Simon at The Economist.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Chair Powell. Sorry to take you away from inflation for 1 minute. May I ask about the sanctions on Russia, and specifically the freezing of the central bank assets? Of course, that raises a similar risk for other sovereigns around the world and their biggest companies potentially. Any concerns about, in the long term, how this might affect the dollar's status as the dominant global reserve currency? And in the past couple of weeks, have you had to deliver any kinds of reassurance to other central bankers around the world?
Well, so of course, central bankers around the world are generally very, very in favor of all of these sanctions. But let me say this: sanctions are really the business of the elected government, and that's true everywhere. So the administration, the Treasury Department in particular, and other agencies, they create these sanctions. We're there to provide technical expertise, but they're not. It's not our decisions, so I'm reluctant to comment on sanctions really much because again they're not for us. We have a very specific mandate, and these are really the province of elected governments, as I mentioned. So I'd have to leave it at that. Sorry.
Thank you. Let's go to Nancy Marshall-Genzer at Marketplace.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking the question. You've been talking a lot about rising wages, which on the one hand is a great thing, but are we possibly seeing the beginning of a wage price spiral?
It's probably different where I would say about 47.
So the way I would say it is this: we first of all, I would agree with the premise that wages moving up is a great thing. That's how the standard of living rises over time, and generally it's driven over long periods by rising productivity. But what we have now, if you look at these the wage increases that we have, we look at we're blessed with a range of measures of wages that all measure different things. Right now, they're all showing the same thing, which is that the increases, not the levels, but the increases are running at levels that are well above what would be consistent with 2% inflation, our goal, over time. And that may be, we don't know how persistent that phenomenon will be. it's very hard to say. And that's really, I think, the sense of your question about a wage price spiral is that something that's going to start happening and become entrenched in the system? We don't see that. You can see, for example, in some sectors that got very high wage increases early on, those wage increases look like they may have slowed down to a normal level, but it comes back to, you know, what I'm saying here, which is there's a misalignment of demand and supply, particularly in the labor market, and that is leading to wages moving up at ways that are not consistent with 2% inflation over time. And so we need to use our tools to guide inflation back down to 2%. And that would be in the context of an extraordinarily strong labor market. We think this labor market can handle, as I mentioned, tighter monetary policy, and the overall economy can as well. But yes, wages are moving up faster than is consistent with 2% inflation. But it's good to see them moving up. But it wouldn't be sustainable over too long of a period to see them moving up that much higher. And that's because of this misalignment between supply and demand. We expect to get more labor supply. We did last time. We got more than we expected during the last cycle. This time we've gotten much less than expected. So it's not easy to predict these things. But we do expect that we'll get people coming back in the labor market, particularly as COVID becomes less and less of a factor in many people's lives, something we all wish. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you. And for the last question, we'll go to Don Lee at LA Times.
Hi, Chair Powell. I think you said to the Senate earlier this month that in hindsight, the Fed should have moved earlier. And it sounds like today that you don't think that the Fed is late. And I just wanted to get your clarification on that. And if it is, if you still think that the Fed is behind the curve, how much behind the curve is it?
Right. So we are not. We don't have the luxury of 20/20 hindsight in actually implementing real-time decisions in the world. So, the question is, the right question is, did you make the right decisions based on what you knew at the time? But that's not the question I was answering, which is knowing what you know now. So I think if we knew now, of course, if we knew now that these supply blockages really and the inflation resulting from them in collision with very strong demand, if we knew that was what was going to happen, then in hindsight, yes, it would have been appropriate to move earlier. Obviously, it would be, but again, we don't have that luxury. And then but that's a separate question from your other question, which is behind the curve. And I don't have the luxury of looking at it that way. We have our tools, powerful tools, and the committee is very focused on using them. We're acutely aware of the need to restore price stability while keeping a strong labor market. And what I saw today was a committee that is strongly committed to achieving price stability, in particular, and prepared to use our tools to do that. We're not going to let high inflation become entrenched. The costs of that would be too high, and we're not going to wait so long that we have to do that. No one wants to have to really put restrictive monetary policy on in order to get inflation back down. So, frankly, the need is one of getting rates back up to more neutral levels as quickly as we practicably can, and then moving beyond that if that turns out to be appropriate. And as you can see, it is appropriate in the sense to people's SEPs. They do write down levels of interest rates that are above their estimate of the longer run neutral rate. And there's also a range of estimates too, as you will see if you look at the details of the SEP. But thanks for your question.
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You see that they're going to have 3 green days? I think he's done. That's it. Watch out again. Have 3 green days? Yeah, 2 red days or 1 red day at least. They need 1 red day for sure. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Dang, that was wild there, man. Wow, that was so wild, you guys. It's 3:26 p.m. So that's it. That's over with. Everybody was waiting for that. You got that. Man, wow, what a move. Wow. So huge dump soon as the statement came out. I think I was right the whole time. I said we probably would get both sides of this. But I really think overall how they're doing it is they're credit spreading here towards the end of the day. But they're going to end it today and we're getting both sides far as the indices being red or green here throughout the entire day. And it looks like this might be the bull day here. So if this is it, this isn't looking good for the Bulls. They're going to obviously need continuation here to win. But if this isn't it and they go up, it's over for the Bears, you guys. The momentum in the trend will officially change. There will be no more bottoms here. This will be solidified here. What you see is what you get. You have to start buying into the upper side there. But right now, man, it's really still in the range. It's really still consolidating. It's really still be patient and let it digest. We do have Secretary Jen live here that we're going to tune in.
Counterpart
She's been live for about 15 minutes, so we ain't too behind.
bio. There was no mention in the readout of nuclear, which is obviously a concern for battlefield weapons. Was that a deliberate omission? Has that conversation taken place in a different channel?
I'm happy to go back to them and see if there's more we want to read out from the conversation. I think what the most important component here to take away, I hope, is that we wanted to have a direct conversation about what the consequences would be of further escalatory action. But I don't have more to read out at this point in time.
And then on your answer just before about your concern about the MiG planes, we went through a little bit of this yesterday. I think you just said that you didn't want to have NATO pilots bringing down Russian planes. But under the administration's policy of moving out this long-range anti-aircraft, it's okay to have NATO equipment bringing down Russian.
Right here,
they know to keep the stability. They know that really they would have drove on trying to just keep buying push.
NATO airspace. Again, I would note that the equipment that we've provided is defensive, as you know, not offensive, and we see that as being a difference. We're also looking at
still in the channel, which is going to
purpose and the anti-missile systems cannot.
Correct. Also, I would note that what our Department of Defense officials also assessed is what's most effective. And while the Ukrainians still have squadrons of planes to utilize, as I think any military official could confirm for you, the types of assistance that we are providing today, including Stingers and other assistance that we're amping up support for, is exactly what we feel is effective in fighting this war. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Today, in the speech, you implied that there's going to be even greater crackdowns on civil liberties inside of Russia. Is there anything that you all believe that you can do in terms of sanctions or supporting the opposition there that you all are not already taking?
Well, we look at all of the actions that President Putin does, and we assess what responses we may have. I have nothing to predict at this point in time, but obviously, as he has taken actions, we have taken actions in response.
Specifically on the case of Alexei Navalny, prosecutors there just said that they want to sentence him for a 13-year prison sentence. Does the White House have a response to that?
I think we've spoken a number of times in the past about the courage of Alexei Navalny, about the role he's played in being an outspoken advocate for freedoms in a country that has been void of them, and I would echo that response now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit about what President Biden specifically hopes to accomplish in his trip next week beyond shoring up NATO allies?
Well, that's a big part of it. That's a very important part, actually, shoring up NATO allies. Look, I think from the beginning, and even before this conflict began, we have viewed rebuilding alliances in the world as a key component of what the Biden administration and President Biden could specifically do on the global stage following his predecessor's actions. So what he'll be doing, while he's there, he's meeting with our NATO allies to coordinate our deterrence and defense. So they will obviously talk about where things are on the ground, coordinated responses, assistance we're providing. NATO at this point, as you all know, is more united and more determined than we've been in decades. So we certainly would would be focused on continuing that unity. He's also going to join European leaders in a separate part of the day to discuss our work to impose economic costs on Russia. As I noted earlier, there are obviously a range of coordinated steps and costs we've taken. There's more that we could do. We have the capacity, the ability to do, and we want to continue to do as much of that in a coordinated fashion. We're also looking to continue to provide a range of humanitarian support, especially as we're seeing a surge of refugees continue to grow across the border, and discuss a range of ways we can address the challenges stemmed from Putin's war in a coordinated fashion.
On a slightly lighter note, does the administration have a position on the effort in Congress to make daylight savings time permanent?
I have seen those reports. I was trying to think of a joke. I couldn't think of one. I don't have a specific, we are obviously coordinated and work closely with Congress on all legislation they consider, but I don't have a specific position from the administration at this point in time.
Is it more of a morning person or an afternoon? Because people are often divided in those ways, so I'm just curious.
That is true. Now, to de-link it from the specific question, he is more of an evening person, but I don't know what analysis you'll provide, but I'll look forward to reading tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Has President Biden spoken to President Zelensky today?
Not since this morning. If he does and when he does, which I'm sure he will soon, we will provide that readout to all of you.
Got it, thanks. Today, President Zelensky made a distinction between a humanitarian no-fly zone and a blanket no-fly zone. Does the administration view them as being different or the same thing?
Well, there have been descriptions of both of those over the past couple of weeks, and sometimes a humanitarian, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but a humanitarian no-fly zone can be specific geography or a portion of Western or parts of Ukraine, whereas a no-fly zone, sometimes people refer to it as the totality of the country. In our view, in the view of the military, there's not a difference in terms of the implementation and the escalatory impact.
Thank you. And then today, the Vice President spoke with the President of Slovakia, which is one of 3 countries that can provide those S-300s. But the readout does not mention the missile system. So can you tell us whether the Vice President directly asked Slovakia to provide them to Ukraine?
I can't get into more specifics other than to convey that we are having conversations with a range of allies about providing additional assistance, anti-aircraft assistance. And again, there are a range of systems, including some of the systems that we provided and we are going to be expediting delivery of to Ukraine from the United States.
And one more on the warplanes that Zelensky asked for today. I mean, you've made very clear that the U.S. Is opposed to doing that right now. I wonder if the U.S. is also discouraging other NATO allies from providing fighter jets, even if the U.S. would not have to serve as a middleman.
Other countries can make their own sovereign decisions.
And then one more on the Asian hate crimes, because you mentioned them at the top too. Do you know if the DOJ has concluded that there is not enough evidence to charge the shooter in Atlanta with a federal hate crime?
I couldn't speak to that from here. You'd have to ask DOJ that question.
And then more broadly, since the administration adopted new policies that are meant to make it easier to identify these crimes as hate crimes, can you point to any progress?
Again, I'd point to the Department of Justice who are implementing.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure, go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. Just one more, and a lot of people have asked about the MiGs, but can you lay out for us why the administration sees MiGs as provocative and javelins and stingers as not provocative?
Well, first, javelins and stingers are defensive weapons. MiGs or planes are offensive weapons, which are a different type of military system. I would say the other assessment that we've done, not through the White House, not through the President, from the Department of Defense, is to assess what is effective and what works in terms of fighting this war on the ground. And that is why we provided an additional $1 billion, $800 million announced today, but $1 billion this week of assistance, utilizing a number of the high-level military systems, stingers, javelins, counter-artillery, counter-mortar radar, anti-armor systems that we know have been effective, and we know the Ukrainians are trained on. Third, Ukraine's Air Force already has several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft, and giving them more would not significantly change their effectiveness. And finally, I touched on this in the beginning, offensive versus defensive, but we also do risk assessments from the Department of Defense about what would be escalatory, and that is obviously what we would like to avoid.
John Kirby has said that success for the U.S. mission in Ukraine is a free, independent, sovereign Ukraine. We've also heard that the official mission is to prevent escalation beyond Ukraine. Which is it?
Both are true.
If we're not specific about what exactly the desired outcome is, how do we expect to be
Why could both not be true? A sovereign Ukraine and preventing them from expanding beyond.
And then moving on to the nuclear deal. General McKenzie told the Armed Services Committee that from everything that he can see, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. Is the White House willing to delist the IRGC from the foreign terrorist organization list in order to get a deal with Iran?
We're still in the negotiations, so I'm not going to speculate or outline from here what the final details look like.
And these are likely the group responsible for firing missiles at U.S. facilities in Iraq. So as long as Americans aren't killed, are there no consequences for something like that, all in an effort to get a nuclear deal?
Again, you're speculating on something that is not even finalized. The deal is not finalized. What I would note, and I would just go back to why we're negotiating this deal. And right now we're negotiating this deal because Iran's nuclear gains are threatening U.S. interests. There's urgency to taking steps to contain that, which is why we've been engaged so closely. And that is all the result of President Trump pulling out of the deal and Iran moving closer to having the capacity and acquiring a nuclear weapon and speeding up their breakout time. So we are here thanks to the actions of the last president and the last administration. And it is in our interest, it is in the global interest to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Jen. How quickly can Ukraine expect to receive the list of military aid that President Biden laid out today?
Well, we have expedited, as we noted from here, about $300 million worth of military and security assistance over the last couple of weeks. We continue to have channels to deliver military assistance, and so we would continue to work to deliver it quickly. There have been military deliveries even in the last few days.
So it has been rolling, and you're confident it will continue to be, including these new...
We continue to have channels to do exactly that, yes.
And the president said, going back down to long-range air defense systems, he was working with allies to acquire them. Can you tell us where they are and what the expectation is in terms of the timeline for getting those systems to you?
I can't outline where they are because we're going to keep those conversations private. I would note that a great deal of what we're doing is augmenting the type of effective military assistance that we're doing from the United States and working to prioritize equipment that they are trained on. But we are discussing with a range of partners. When we say Stinger or Javelins, those are brands. There are different kinds of similar assistance or other types of assistance that different allies have around the world.
And I want to go back to the MiGs quickly and just be crystal clear about what you're saying, because when I asked the president about this earlier, he said he's not going to comment. He didn't say that it's not an option. So
well, we've spoken to it for approximately 167 times. So maybe, yeah.
Well, here's 168.
Go ahead.
There's a growing number of Republicans and Democrats who are supporting the U.S. striking a deal with Poland to send the MiGs. You have Elise Stefanik earlier today saying Ukraine needs those MiGs. You have Scalise saying getting those MiGs in immediately is critical. There's a growing chorus of voices saying that now is the time. Has the president reconsidered his stance at all at this point?
No, because our military makes assessments, which they put out that assessment last week. And I would just echo that one part of the assessment is based on what equipment is effective in fighting this war, anti-armor and air defense systems. They are effectively defending the country. That is what we have provided additional assistance on. Second, they have several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft.
I don't think that's enough, Jen. You heard President
that are not being, Kristen, that are not being utilized. This is the assessment by our Defense Department. Third, They are also assessing that the transfer to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory. So this is how our Defense Department is assessing. They are assessing also that it would not significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force. And these are the types of risk assessments we certainly understand. We share the passion, the anger, the horror at what we're seeing. And that is why we significantly increase the types of military assistance, the types of equipment that we know is effective, and our Defense Department is determined is effective in fighting this war.
President Zelensky ended his speech today by saying, being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Is President Biden satisfied that he's leading this leadership moment, given that we're now 3 weeks into this war?
Well, I would say that President Zelensky also thanked the president for the role he's played. And without President Biden, there would not be 30 countries around the world providing security and military assistance. NATO would not be as aligned as it is. We would not be unified in our implementation of the most crippling sanctions we've ever implemented against a foreign country. We will continue to stand by President Zelensky's side, the side of the Ukrainians and the brave and courageous Ukrainian people, and continue to build on the efforts that have been underway to date.
We're very quickly in the wake of the second gentleman testing positive. Has President Biden been tested today, and has Vice President tested?
I can check on the Vice President. The President has not been. He was tested on Sunday. He was not a close contact, so we have not changed our testing mechanism. Let me check on the Vice President. I know they put out some information last night. I'll see if there's an update. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you confirm that Switchblade drones were part of the package? And if so, do you consider that still defensive?
I don't have more details beyond what was in our fact sheet to confirm from here.
Okay, and is the U.S. monitoring the hostage situation in Chernobyl? And did that come up in the call with Sullivan today?
We are definitely closely monitoring that situation, and I can check and see if that was a topic of discussion during their call.
Also, just lastly here, what does the administration make of the Russian proposal of Ukraine being a demilitarized Austrian, Swedish type model?
As a part of their 15-point discussion, look, our focus is on supporting the Ukrainians in their efforts. Obviously, pursuing diplomacy is something we will always support, but as President Putin and the Russian military continues to take escalatory steps on the ground and take military action against civilians and innocent people, we think that is the biggest place where we need to say change. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if you're in a position today to say anything more about the contours of the president's travel next week. What's after Brussels, if anything?
I don't have anything more for you at this point in time. We're still finalizing any additional details.
The fact that the second gentleman did test positive, does that raise concerns here about the state of the situation in the country with BA2 or any other variant that might be around?
It does not from our health officials.
Jen, back in the room.
Can I
I'll go to the back in a second. Go ahead.
Sarah Raskin withdrew
Yeah.
her nomination yesterday. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if you can speak to that, and in particular, will the president name a new nominee soon for that post?
He certainly will nominate a new person to serve, to nominate to that post. It's been less than a day, so it may be a little bit more time. We are certainly disappointed. Sarah Bloom Raskin remains one of the most highly qualified people to ever be nominated to this position, but it's an important role, and he will nominate someone to fill the position.
How those final sort of days played out on that? Was there an attempt to get bipartisan support, or was Senator Manchin's statement sort of seen as the decisive one? When
No, I would say, as I said from this podium, there was continued efforts to seek bipartisan support and continue to support her candidacy.
And sorry, going back to the drones, is your position that the drones were assessed by the Defense Department to not be perceived as escalatory and to not be perceived as offensive weapons?
Again, I don't have anything more to confirm beyond what was in the fact sheet and specifics in there, but defensive weapons is what we have provided. Go ahead. I'll go to the back in a second.
The administration, including you yesterday, have raised very dire warnings about what will happen if this COVID money doesn't come through. President Biden held a bill signing yesterday, a very celebratory bill signing for a piece of legislation that was stripped out of, that funding was stripped out of. Why didn't the president mention it? And is he willing to expend political capital on this?
Yes, he is, absolutely. I would say that We have been working around the clock over the last few days, behind the scenes and publicly, to convey very clearly to elected officials across the country and the American people what the impacts will be. So I would expect you'll hear from him more soon about it.
And on the meeting that Jake Sullivan, or the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with the Russian Security Council secretary, can you say why that particular person was the one that the U.S. reached out to? Why he was the one that Jake had a conversation with? Is there anything about his proximity to Putin or anything else that we should know?
I don't think there's more to detail from here.
Go
ahead, Michael.
A couple questions on Russia. Obviously, the president calling Vladimir Putin personally a war criminal today. Are you going to be detailing whether orders to strike maternity wards, residential buildings, innocent children were coming from the very top?
Well, I would say there's a legal process where all of the data and information gathered will be fed into any international investigations. That's led by the State Department. I think I spoke to this a few minutes earlier, where I conveyed the president was directly answering a question and speaking to his own passion in watching the barbaric actions of a brutal dictator invading a foreign country. But there is a legal process that is ongoing. The State Department has oversight over that.
And then the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Published an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that threats against Chinese entities and businesses are unacceptable and, quote, wielding the baton of sanctions at Chinese companies while seeking China's support and cooperation simply won't work. I'm wondering if you have a response to that.
Well, I would say that I don't believe that's an accurate depiction of what we've been doing. What we've been conveying is that rhetorical support or the clear rhetorical lack of denunciation of what Russia is doing flies in the face of what China stands for, including basic principles of the UN Charter, including the basic principle of respect for sovereignty of nations. And that's just a statement of fact. Obviously, our objective and what we'll watch closely is, and I don't have an update on it from here, is any decision to provide additional support to Russia while they're invading a foreign country. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Chuck Grassley has put a hold on nomination of L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti for U.S. ambassadorship to India. Has just spoken to his friends, and the White House has reached out to him to lift the hold. Or is the White House considering a new name for India? Is the absence of a U.S. ambassador to India having an impact on your bilateral relationship?
Well, he can't actually prevent a vote from moving forward on the floor. I mean, he can convey his opposition, as is the right of any senator. But Mayor Garcetti is out of committee, and we're hoping to see a vote on the Senate floor soon. And the president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti and believes he'll be an excellent representative in India. It is critical, of course, that we have confirmed leadership at all of our embassies, including India, and we urge the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible.
In the middle of this war with Ukraine, how are the world's largest and oldest democracies working together to bring peace in the region?
Well, I would say, as you know, we remain in touch through a range of channels from our national security team with leaders in India and continue to encourage leaders to work closely with us to stand up against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you. The wheat supplies from both Russia and Ukraine have been disrupted and are forecasted to be disrupted quite a bit going forward. Does the US see danger, as some have been talking about a breakdown actually of food supplies to large parts of the world, maybe starting with Africa?
This is something we're watching very closely. I have a little bit of information on this, so let me see if I can find it. Let's see. And we are concerned about how the wheat supply could impact different parts of the world, less the United States and more other parts of the world. There are also impacts we could see in the United States, including fertilizer and the production of fertilizer. Ukraine is a large producer of fertilizer, so there are steps the Department of Agriculture has announced, and we are taking steps to work to address. But this is something, to go back to your original question, we are monitoring closely, and we are, of course, continuing to evaluate what types of humanitarian assistance we can provide to address.
Just a quick one on another part of the world. Taiwan's foreign minister said just this week, might have been yesterday, that the US is about to announce more arms sales to Taiwan. Do you have anything on that?
I don't have anything to predict, confirm, or read out on that. I'm happy to check with our Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So the president's obviously sanctioned a lot of Russian oligarchs. I wonder about some of the laws, our laws, that enable this sort of international kleptocracy. Obviously, the president's been outspoken about his belief that America's tax code should be more fair, that should be enforced better. And I wonder if the president has thought about or has had conversations with people on the Hill about possible legislation that would change some of these laws, make real estate transactions more transparent, require companies and trusts to be registered to people by their actual name, prevent Americans from using offshore banks as tax havens. Any of that under
A
consideration?
number of those he's expressed support for in the past. I'm happy to check with our economic team and see if any of those are under discussion.
No sense that those talks have picked up.
I just don't have an update on it. Go ahead, Karen.
Just to go back to Jake Sullivan's call, you noted when you were first talking about it that this was the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russia since Secretary Blinken's last conversation with Lavrov. So why now? Why today? Has something changed that's given the administration any reason to think this could produce some progress, a call like this?
I wouldn't put that much optimism in it. I would say that there have been ongoing direct and indirect conversations with the Russians. It's not that it stopped at any point. Those have happened through our ambassador, and it just felt like the appropriate time for our national security advisor to have a discussion and directly convey that there will be additional consequences should things proceed, including if there is a use of chemical weapons.
I have to ask you the inverse then.
Yeah.
Would there be any increasing concerns that prompted that call today?
I would say that, diplomatic conversations and talks, there isn't always a magic reason why they happen in a particular moment. And this was just felt like the appropriate time for us to engage at that level. Go ahead. I have to wrap up in a second here, but go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You put out a list of all of the military equipment included in that $800 million that's being provided to Ukraine. Among those items, let me read them to you. 100 grenade launchers, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns. Are you saying those items are not offensive weapons?
They're weapons that help the Ukrainian people fight against an invasion by a foreign country.
They can be used offensively, can they not?
Again, they're weapons. What I'm talking about is weapons that can be used to fight.
The answer is yes. I mean, although you don't want to say it, that answer to that question is yes. And so, obviously, you're trying to make this distinction between offensive.
Well, what we're talking
and
about.
defensive
Let me finish.
weapons.
Let me finish.
Well,
Let me finish my answer.
No, you are no. I was finishing a point, and then you can respond to mine.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're making this distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Anybody that looks at that list of weapons that I just mentioned, they would say clearly they're offensive. If a Ukrainian military officer or someone who is enlisted has one of these weapons, they can take out a Russian military official of some sort with these weapons. They're offensive in nature. So why not provide more offensive weapons like this to the Ukrainian military?
Well, first of all, we are providing a range of rifles, etc. There is a difference between a plane and planes and massive military systems. I think anybody would recognize this. And what we're talking about, which is giving rifles and pistols to many of them farmers and people living in countrysides to defend themselves. I think there's a difference that most people recognize. Thank you everyone so much. Have a nice day. I will get you tomorrow. I'm sorry I have to wrap up. I apologize.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's it for that. Looks like the market is going up here, you guys. They're taking the they're taking the statement really bullish here, you guys. SPY is going up, market's going up, stocks going back up here to the higher end. Ooh, Amazon really picked up here. Distractions, you guys. Wow, Amazon is up. Oh wow, the 3,100 level came to existence. So it's about there, you guys. Tesla right here, double topping 840 here. What a day. What a day. Overall, here we got 5 minutes left. The market is about to close. I think you kind of got both sides of the statement here. They're still digesting it, but I really think you're gonna have to get like to the day of the statement too as well, because today is very bullish here. So I think you get a very bearish day towards the statement as well, and then it finds the direction is what I'm thinking. But I don't know. It could be just extremely bullish from here. That's what it might look like. It might possibly be, but man, what a day, you guys. What a day. Conversation jumping here, going crazy. Some same charts yesterday. Bears need to be patient. Why would I be mad if I got calls and it's printing? Last time we pumped on FOMC, then dumped shorter ES, NQ, and Bright Square. Exactly. So a lot still can happen here, you guys. No need to be down and out here. No need to be feeling sad, sorrow for yourself. You knew the risk before you got into it. That's why you took the chance to make a reward out of it. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD here today. Well, we're about to wrap it up. Give yourself a pat on the back, ladies and gentlemen. Clap it up. Clap it up. Get the blood flowing if you're at home. Move around. Get away from the screen. It was a long day, Queso. It was a long day, Queso. Get the blood flowing, man. Stretch around, move around, go take the mail. It's raining in my way. Go do something, man. Brush your teeth, get something to drink, get around, drink some water. Enjoy the rest of your evening, man. But don't be disappointed here. The market is just getting started here for direction, man. Like I said, we've seen both sides over here. Ended up being bullish. I think we're going to see a bearish day over here soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, maybe next week. I have no idea. As right now, things are looking positive. That's just as of right now. We still are in bear territory. You know what I mean? Oh my God, it's crazy, man. Wow. So SPY just had 434.64. Here's the high of the day. Wow. Wow. I'll talk more later. I got to do some things. Facts. I'm feeling the same way you are. It's been a wild day, man. Double top pattern here forming out. Everything just went up, though, man. That was tremendous moves here today, man. Tremendous moves. Man, tremendous. Crazy, man. Crazy. But wow, man. Wow. That's all I can really say right now is wow. And when the statement dropped, that bounce, it was so fast. It was like 60 seconds there. It was a 60-second bounce, man. You had to think really fast. Most people played the upside of that. You can tell they waited. They just repeated the same moves this morning. That's pretty much it. Dow rallied. Volatile trading after the Fed's first rate hike in 3 years. So that's the headlines. Looks like we're going to close in the green here. The Dow's at 1.42%. The S&P 500 is up 2%. The NASDAQ is up 3.57%, leading the way to the upside. The Russell 2000 is up 2.43%. The VIX is still down 10%. Now 10% downside correction on the VIX. Ouch. Bulls taking advantage of this, you guys. That bull rally looks like it's kicking off here. It is looking like it's starting to kick off here. It is, you guys. Man, what a day. 1 minute! It's showtime. It's showtime. Ooh. 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 Oh, ding, 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 ding. Okay, for sure. That's how you want to close it out. That's game here, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Oh, man, portfolio hit here today. Ouch. Ooh, we're down here today. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. But we're not going to worry about it, man. We're not going to get too discouraged here. It's just a Stock Market Live with LCALD. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed today's live stream. But we are out here on time today. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. Hoping you guys are letting cash accumulate over days. We out. LCALD.